Hey, what's up everybody? It's Lids, and we're back for some more Path of Exile 2. Let's jump in with our Sorceress. What's up, Itachi? How's it going? How are you? Good to see ya. Okay, so where did we leave off? We last were going through... Is it this Molten Vault? Oh, no, it was the Drowned City, which was a very big zone. It honestly might have taken us 40 minutes to go through, in part because of the very low damage that we have right now. So a bit of a reality check there. I think that definitely means we want to prioritize that going forward so that we can get faster and then also be less concerned about being punished by getting killed, respawning, only to find that every enemy in the area has respawned. So we'll look to go for the Molten Vault or the Apex of Filth next. They're both level 41 zones. I have heard that apparently some of these zones near the end of Act 3 are unbelievably long, perhaps even longer than the one that we were just in, so all the more reason for us to have those thoughts about increasing our damage in the back of our mind. I have not done any grinding, improving gear, anything like that. I've not played any Path of Exile 2 over the past week or so, because I've been pretty sick. So I'm going to be a little rusty here, I imagine. The other thing is, there is, of course, the next trial that we could potentially do, which would perhaps be the most significant source of power that we could acquire in the foreseeable future. The thing is, I think we also need to get stronger before we're ready to take this on, so it's a bit of a catch-22. We aren't ready to do it because we don't have enough damage, but it would also be our best way to increase our damage. So, I think instead we'll probably find ourselves looking to pick up another level or two, maybe getting one or two significant upgrades from the tree, because yeah, I thought I remembered we were getting close to getting some big things here of the offensive variety. So that could certainly be helpful. And then also, if we get to a place where we can get some higher tier / higher level skill gems, that could always be a good source of damage for us as well. So that's what I'm thinking. And then, of course, we get gear improvements. Those are always nice, but those are a little less predictable. So we'll just have to see about that. But why don't we head on over? I mean, I guess we could take a look at, speaking of gear, if there's anything here worth considering. I don't even remember what our most prescient need is, what our biggest need is for upgrades. I think it might be the shield, just because we've had this for so long, good as it was with the initial rolls. Let's see. We can use that as a crafting base. I feel like we saw an even better base drop recently. Yeah, we're 43. This is a level 33 item, so I imagine we can do better than that. Anything else that just seems unbelievably amazing? I don't think so. Okay. Okay. So I think in that case, we'll head out. Oh, we can check if you happen to have anything. That worth buying just for the socket? Probably not, because it's a little bit on the pricey side. But this is... Oh, that's a helmet. I was going to say that looks a bit like a shield. But I think we do want a pure energy shield base at the very least. Well, that was 90 mana. I was going to say if that was life, that would be very intriguing. But okay, let's head on out. And we're just going to take it slow, at least initially. See if we can find some ways to expedite our progress, but that remains to be seen. Let's see. So the Apex of Filth, of course, includes the Queen of Filth. That goes without saying. There's also bubbling respite? What is this? A kind one? I'll believe it when I see it. That sounds like there will be a bunch of a certain type of enemy we'll encounter, and then eventually we'll find some that's actually helpful and slash trades with us, because that's what this indicator meant in these other zones. Otherwise, we go here, that doesn't have any preview for what we'd want there, so maybe this is a quicker area for that reason. I honestly have no idea. But perhaps we go this route? Let's see. Oh, well, okay. Turns out there's a boss here as well. I guess that shouldn't be terribly surprising either. What's up, Big Country? How's it going? Yeah, one way or another, we're going to run into some bosses. Probably the bigger thing would be if we have a particular type of if we had one resistance that was much stronger than the others or much weaker than the others, we could deliberately try to avoid or go after a specific zone. No, they're basically identical outside of Chaos Res. Yes, I did see the Mass Effect 3 and Mass Effect Andromeda challenge, the year-end challenge. The New Year stuff. It's an annual thing. It's always good fun. Okay, now also just remembering what our key bindings are, slash what our most recent strategy has become, and I think that is generally Flame Wall plus the Fireball, except Frostwall I think had kind of crept up there as a pretty solid option for us, and Incinerate probably still does remain our single target skill, although that's something we would like to improve one way or another. This is a little intimidating. No, I did not see what the weapons were for Mass Effect Andromeda. Let's see. Is this gonna come to life? Yeah, you bet that's coming to life. Gold Melted Sentinel. Of course, we have to immediately test how much damage it does to us. Do you have a shield? That enemy there? Kind of looked like it. Not to say that that's the first enemy we've seen with a shield. That's certainly happened before, I suppose. Oh. Huh. It is very dark in this area. It does look... Oh. What? Kamasa's Crucible. A fire still tended by the dead. I mean, I was kind of just looking to hop on over to the other side to pick up that little gold that dropped. But apparently that's not something we just waltz on into. Hold on, let me just double check. Was that the name of the enemy, the boss enemy in this area? No, it doesn't seem like it. This would also seem to be pretty early in the zone for the boss to show up, so I don't think this is about to summon a boss, but who knows? I do want to see what happens here, though. Oh, perhaps it'll make things brighter. That is cool. Just in general, makes the area much more dynamic in that way, and might have brightened things up ever so slightly. I didn't even see if there was a different direction we could have gone in, and then for all I know, maybe this made it impossible for us to pass that way, because we've now created a molten barrier. Well, that is the helmet base we were considering before. The one that we mistook for a shield. Oh no, that was your skill. I was gonna say that there was some fire there, which for a second made me wonder if that was us, even if it looked a little bit different, but no, that was them. Oh, is it a bunch of charge up weapons for the Andromeda stuff? Uh-oh. May not be the biggest fan of that part. I honestly don't remember if they even did it for Andromeda last year. Mass Effect 3 certainly done it many times. Okay, well that's the other energy shield base for the shield. Although for this one, we were saying that I feel like we have seen a higher level base drop. So, I mean, we could pick it up just for the sake of future crafting, although I'm not necessarily sure it's actually the best target for that. Hello, sir. Please do not stagger me. The plus side, the good thing we have found, oh, hello, as these other enemies walk in and I pay no attention to them, is that although our offense has been quite lacking with this character, the defense has been very good. That's, of course, the game's invitation to immediately kill me. But the amount of energy shield we've picked up has been very significant. And the fact that we've been able to, for the most part, regenerate our energy shield pretty quickly, to the point where, you know, if I'm making any effort whatsoever to dodge, which clearly was not the case there, then it is possible, usually, for us to avoid, for us to get our energy shield back before we're at risk of getting hit for another big hit. Does also help to have a mixture of some closer range stuff with some further range stuff. Oh! Oh, snap! That's a unique. And that's a unique that exists in Mass Effect. Mass Effect. Now I'm thinking Mass Effect. No, in Path of Exile 1. I recognize that. Okay, it even matches this. Artistically. Okay, this is, what, our third unique to drop? It's a pure strength base, which is unfortunate for us.
Ancient power.
Greed's Embrace. Increased strength requirement. That's going to make it awfully tough for us to use it. We might not even want to use it, as I was alluding to before. Reduced movement speed. Technically speaking, all chest plates already have a hidden movement speed penalty, but this is in addition to that, so this makes you really slow. Big armor, 41% increased rarity of items found, and fire resistance. So, to be honest, when it comes to particularly uniques, ones that give you an effect that is hard to find on other items, this is not really one of them. It is a magic finding item. I don't actually remember if rarity of items found is possible to get on a non-unique chest plate, so it might be kind of unusual in that way. Even if it was possible to get those numbers on a chest plate, they would certainly be rather hard to get in that quantity. So, not really something we have any reason to want to use ourselves, unless if we just went out of our way to become a full-blown Magic Find character. We actually do have some percentage increased item rarity right now. I think we can find it here somewhere. Miscellaneous movements. No, it doesn't show us here. Doesn't add it up nicely for us. I guess not. We definitely have some, though. I do remember that. There's 11%. I think we have it on at least 2 items. %. So at least 27% increased rarity, which, you know, very small amounts don't do much, but get up to 27%, and, you know, it might be one of the reasons why we're seeing some stuff popping in here. Shows on the skill. Huh? Oh, that's also the wrong button. Here? Strength, Dex, Int. Also, how's it going, Jer? Good to see you. Huh? Or like, huh? Well, I think we figured out what it was. Oh, arrow, right. I forgot about that. Let's see. And did I pick a bad example? What did I do? Ice Nova? Crit chance, freeze, crit damage, on kill effects. Oh, 39% actually. So there's one other. Wait, is that what I said? I thought I said 29% before. Did we miss one of the the rarity rolls? Oh, this. I might have missed this one. 12, 17, 11. Yeah. Okay, so I mean, that's reasonably high. So if we were to throw on Greed's Embrace as well, which we can't even do right now, even if we wanted to, because we don't have enough strength. But if we were to go out of our way to get enough strength to do it, then we actually would have enough to be a bit of a magic find character. So suddenly, all right, that you could make the case could become a new methodology to power up our character. Become a magic find character and just wait until you get good stuff to drop. So it makes it more likely for you to get blue items, magic items, and rare items, the yellow item drops, and unique items, the sort of orangish color that we just saw, which doesn't necessarily guarantee you're going to get stronger per se, but at the very least could mean you're going to have more stuff to vendor at the shopkeepers, and maybe could be better for you, of course, directly, whether it be a unique or just a rare or magic item that happens to have a really good roll or two. But more likely, in practice, what it turns into is a way... I'm just going to quickly check this. It turns into a way to more consistently... or get more stuff that you can sell to other players. Oops. What that? Okay, so it turns out there was not a different direction we could have gone in. It was just this... Wait. Huh? I mean, there's that little bar, but that's overhead. We can't walk on that. We like knock this over or something? Is this the molten barrier that I thought we might have potentially created that prevents us from progressing any further? Clear out the molten vault, it says. Is there a different place where we can deactivate the moltenness? Can we just use an electromagnet? Oh no, there's a door here. Okay, that helps. I thought we were truly going to be locked out. Also, I am stuck, and that was not a good place to be stuck. Okay, hold on one moment, please. Hold on one moment, please. Got a lot of these gold melted sentinels messing around this area. Can't exactly say that I'm the biggest of fans. At least not until we get rid of one or two of them. Yeah, there is a rare here as well. It has apparently just been kind of peppering us from afar. Ow. I tried to dodge. I could not. Ball orb. We'll take it. I believe in Path of Exile... Here's the rare in question. Extra fire damage periodically unleashes lice. Okay. In Path of Exile 1, item rarity does not affect currency drops. However, I thought I heard the developers say that for Path of Exile 2, they chose to change that. And then now, item rarity does affect currency drops, which means that that increased item rarity made it more likely for us to get stuff like that ball orb drop we just saw. That may not be a coincidence. Well, that missed. Let's see. Mostly looking for pure energy shield. At this point, I would still think. Well, this is fun. You shall not pass. Legitimately our best strategy. Unironically. Okay, can't all be gold melted, okay? Somebody needs to be silver. Hate to break it to you, but not everybody can come in first. It's all strength. Hey, guys. Oh, I swear I tried to do this immediately. They beat me to it. Oh, and there's our level. Very nice. If nothing else, we've accomplished that. We picked up a unique that, you know, as I said, may or may not be all that helpful to us, but it's something. It's a good omen. Don't forget the mana flask. Oh, look. You always poison. I don't particularly like that. Get back. Get back to where you once belonged. Oh, now here's an interesting idea. I don't think this actually does that break down the frost wall? Because, yes, breaking down the frost wall does give us more damage. However, if we focus on using Frostwall solely for the purpose of protecting ourselves from enemies, it buys us more time to safely hit them with Incinerate. So technically less in the way of pure damage, but more in the way of a safer way to channel Incinerate. Okay, why don't we take a second here. Speaking of Incinerate, perhaps we can make it stronger by, well, increasing our chance to ignite. I think that actually does not work for Incinerate, because Incinerate, I think we've established, does not hit. So it therefore cannot ignite, at least not in this way. It kind of has its own built-in way in which it causes ignite, but wouldn't be affected by this. So this is mostly something that will help the likes of Fireball. I think we feel okay about, as long as we can start... well, you know, now that I think of it, none of this stuff is going to do much for Incinerate, at least. Which does give me some mixed feelings, since Incinerate is still the thing we are mostly using for our single target. Not so much Fireball. Row. Ooh, is that a higher energy shield base? I think it is. Viper Cap sounds really cool. Our chest plate, although a little bit lower level, lower base, is really well rolled, so it will be hard to replace that. That has been the challenge for us. And that's maybe one of the reasons why we have been doing pretty well defensively, is because our gear defensively is quite good. Even if it's a bit under-leveled at this point. It has been very hard to improve it, even with higher base gear. It does seem like basically all these people are doing fire-related stuffs, which, if I had to guess, would make me think that the boss would probably be gonna do fire damage. Hello? Did you just immediately break that? You did, didn't you? That's not cool, man. Also, it would probably help if I actually did step behind the frost wall. I like how they froze themselves by hitting the frost wall. You did it to yourself, man. That's what really hurts. What's that sound effect? Did you hear that? The sound of, I think, one of the enemies behind us dying. Oh, I did also, for what it's worth, I did turn down the in-game audio that is not you going crazy. So I thought I had remembered that it seemed like my audio was a little bit quiet relative to the game. I might have overcompensated a bit, so let me know if it feels like it's quiet enough that it's hard to hear. What direction? Well, certainly enemies in this one. Well, that's a nice chest. A rare chest? Yeah? He just stomped me. How rude! Oh, and that didn't say gold dude. That said Vol dude. Interesting. I was about to say, I bet we're running low in inventory space. So we have picked up several things that are mostly just there for crafting purposes. Okay. Like, you could get cut. The shield. You might not make the team. At least that shield is already rolled. Otherwise, oh, that's, you know, just for a blue item that we no expectation of actually wanting ourselves. No thanks. Too big. But yeah, we can obviously get rid of the crafting items as well. Are there more of them? There are more of them. It is still kind of hard to see. It is still dark enough. The enemies are kind of just sneaking up on me, and I'm more or less just attacking whenever we walk into a new area and assuming there are going to be enemies there. Actually, more on the whole item rarity drop thing. I don't think the chests that you enter, or any other, like, thing in the world, such as this, that you interact with that drops loot. In Path of Exile 1, I don't think that's affected by your item rarity on your gear either. So I wonder if that is the case in Path of Exile 2? Or if that's also something that changed, because it seems like they did make some tweaks to the ways that item rarity works. But I don't know. I don't remember them talking about that. So that's just a question. Oh. Here I was thinking that was a wall. No, it was just a wall of enemies. Suppose it was a wall of a different variety. That's a checkpoint. Okay, well that's... You can see all the molten stuff there. So... I mean, as... Oh. You look like a boss. It's a blue pack. As has been the case in the past... We have that question of how interested are we in trying to more or less full clear this zone versus just speeding through. It looks like if we were to go through here, we'd end up what is technically looping back around down there. I mean, it might make sense just to head over here. Oops, I keep on doing that to get rid of this. Might make sense just to activate the checkpoint so that if we do go down, we at least come back here. So last time we went to one of these spots, yeah, there weren't any enemies, so... It's a pretty safe thing to do, and can't go any further that way either. One thing we have not done much of, and by not done much of, I think I have done the tiniest little bit of it with a friend, that is trading with other players. I passed on a little bit of the stuff that I had picked up a while back to a friend, but we've not sold any of our stuff for currency or purchased any useful leveling gear or anything like that. And certainly, at least in Path of Exile 1, in a game where the items are known, or at least the unique items are known, and the game is more established, people understand what they do and do not want. There are definitely established things and items that people target early on to expedite the leveling process. So we haven't done that at all. All damage ignites? What is that aura you have? I assume that was dealing damage to us? I saw there was a little debuff in the corner, but I couldn't mouse over to it to see what it was. Excuse me, please just let me open this first. Okay, never mind. Have it your way then. And I'll take your gold too. Ow. That poison is a little sneaky in how it avoids the energy shield, so that is something we're susceptible to. Bypasses our greatest defensive strength. Just hit him with all of our skills while we're at it. Then we'll blow them all up. I mean, say what you will. It does seem like that has, in general, been when we've had the most success, when we just go crazy, stacking up both the flame walls and the frost walls, and then go crazy with the fireballs. So silly as it may seem, maybe it's not. If it works, it ain't so silly. It's not silly if it works. Okay. You know, definitely noticed there were some loud thumping noises over there. Before I even noticed that, I was going to say, I have noticed how it seems like we are going in the same direction that this molten metal is flowing. Which is all to say, I think we're about to find our boss.
Who's responsible for all this noise?
Oh. You know, maybe we get off of this thing before he, like, destroys the bridge on us. Although, maybe we're about to be the ones to do that. Ooh, what is that? The aura duct? Oh, is that... Wait, hold on. Oh, you can't see it on this? Wait. What about if we do this? It's a clever play on words. It's spelled as in gold. It's basically, I don't know if anyone has ever used that word before, but rather than an aqueduct, it is an auraduct for gold, which is very, very cool. Okay, so I imagine this is gonna do something to get this guy out here. Have the checkpoint, as is usually the case. And that's the arena. Okay, I am going to turn it up a little bit. This does feel a little bit quiet to me. Let's see. Yeah, as you can see, I turned it down quite a bit. There we go. Hopefully that's a little bit better. Okay, so seems like this could be a pretty big boss fight. It has its own separate arena, and that's not something we often see outside of pretty major fights. Now, this is required to progress, so it's not like it's some little side boss who's optional. That's another reason why it's likely pretty strong. I suspect fire damage or gold damage. We're about to find out. Also, this is pretty cool. Oh, it's a small arena. River of Molten Fortune. Sum total of Utzal's wealth. Yeah, this is all gold. Okay, it's actually a very long channel. Okay, I think we're about to get your attention. Did we get your attention? We actually didn't get your attention. We just wasted mana. Okay, let me just get some mana back, and then we'll get your attention. Oh, okay. Okay. We're learning, we're learning. Uh-oh. Gives us a window, yes, but oh! Yeah, no, I see that. I feel like we have a pseudo timer as this magma or molten gold passes through. Do we just run away here, or are we actually supposed to keep on attacking you? Also, how much damage does this do? Because if we have to kill you before we pass through the entire area as it fills up with molten gold, we are not going to have enough damage to do that. I'm going to be very upfront with you. I mean, this shouldn't come as a surprise to anyone, but, well, actually, hold on. Now we can attack? Question mark? Was I not supposed to keep on running in that direction? Maybe I was not supposed to keep on running. Maybe I read into that way more than was necessary, but, I mean, you see this. The gold is moving. The arena is functionally getting smaller. We can face tank him to a certain extent, for what it's worth. I assume we take absolutely crazy amounts of damage / maybe insta-die if we actually step into that molten gold. That looks powerful. That also doesn't look good. Why are we called Tail Woman? Also not sure if I ran into or out of that. I really want to walk into the molten gold just to see what it does. It does damage over time. It doesn't instantly kill us. Our energy shield, of course, gives us a little bit of a false sense of security there. We do some of that. Oh, wait, what? Is that actually really good damage? No, I don't think so. I think that was deceptive. I think it was mostly the damage we actually had from our other stuff. Yeah, but we might still functionally have a timer. And maybe it's not quite as dire as I had anticipated. Also, I would like to get our energy shield back. You're going in, which means you're going to do the thing where we have to dodge. Or is this... Maybe this is functionally endless. It might be, although no, it's not. It's not. I'm actually very curious what's about to happen. Okay, you do that. It's very cool mechanically. We definitely don't want to be standing there, I don't think. Although it didn't really do anything to us. Even though I'm pretty sure we were standing in that. So, this is about to fill the last area. Can we go down here? We cannot go down there. So what happens now? Moment of truth. Will we be able to go down once the magma hits here? Or are we going to get a basically game over? You were too slow. Now he's going to do his one-shot mechanic? Yes. Maybe that was just a coincidence, but it did seem like the boss functionally gets humongous damage once the area fills up. So now we all know. I legitimately do not think we can beat this encounter. And I don't think it's particularly close, to be honest with you. At least not until we get more damage. But it continues to go up. We are quite literally bathing in molten gold at this point. We have to go to a different spot. We have to go the other way, because until we get more damage, this just looks plainly impossible. Total DPS check, boss. Yeah, that's what it seems like. And we got, what, a third of his health, maybe? So... Okay, we can go back to the checkpoint, but that's not going to change anything. We don't have a choice. Alright, that's pretty hilarious. You know, if this were the only thing we could do right now, I would probably be a little more frustrated, because I'd be like, hey, what the heck? You're stopping us from doing anything right now? We do have the other direction we can go in, so we do have other things we can do. It's not like we're completely stuck, but I was very curious to see what was going to happen there, and turns out our suspicions were correct. All right, we did get a level, which means we might see some new stuff popping up here. At least a little bit. Strength, accuracy, fire res. I mean, it's... The survivability, I think, is fine. You know, there were times where we started to take more damage in that encounter. It was mostly when I was either being lazy and just choosing to face tank, or when I was walking straight into the molten gold to see what happened. So, not really concerned about that. It's damage. Yeah, he might have higher fire resistance. That might also be a thing. That's why, for a second, I thought I saw when I just threw a bunch of frost walls at him, which he immediately destroyed, which meant it immediately dealt some burst damage. It looked like it did a pretty sizable chunk, but that was based on, I saw the number next to his health bar, and it was fairly large, but I think that was because it had already added up a fair bit of damage from a sustained incinerate, and it was adding the frost wall implosion on top of that. So I don't think the frost wall damage was actually really good, but that is, or it might still be decent, but I don't think it was incredible. But that could potentially be an avenue if it turns out that that guy has way more fire resistance. We do have up to 50% fire resistance reduction if we channel incinerate long enough. So from that standpoint, we actually do have a decent way to deal damage against enemies that have fairly high fire resistance. It's mostly just pure, plain and simple base damage that we are lacking. And as I was starting to say before, technically, this did not help. This did not help incinerate, at least. So we went around to this side. Fire damage, that would help. Fire damage, area of effect. Fire damage, area of effect. 15% area of effect. Burning enemies you kill have 5% chance to explode. What's the notable over here? Increased damage with hits against burning enemies. That would also potentially help. That's a simple 10% fire damage. Here's fire penetration, but also can only get penetration if your fire skills hit. So it kind of just feels like Incinerate, although it currently is our highest damage single target skill, it's just not really something we want to be leaning on long term, because it's not the easiest thing to scale. So could we transform Fireball into a single target skill? It's not impossible for that to happen. One sec. Let's take a look. What else do we have? Fireball is right. So Firestorm at level 11. We're only allowed to have one up at a time. But that was actually one of the skills that I was planning on building around at endgame. So it's taken us a while to get there, but that would be really nice if we could. We're currently on level 9 skills though, so we would have to get to some higher level zones before that becomes possible, unless, as we were sort of talking about before, if we were to say purchase a level 11 skill gem from another player with some of our currency, which might be running a little bit dry, but if we theoretically had enough to do that, then that could be a way for us to get significantly stronger, because that's one of the big differences between Path of Exile 1 and Path of Exile 2. I don't remember if we've talked about this at all yet, or if I've just been thinking about it over the past week or so in between sessions, but in Path of Exile 1, you could always continue to level up in an area, and obviously that means you get more passive points, that's the straightforward thing, but you continue to get experience on your skill gems, so you could level up your skill gems, and that also gave you, especially for spell-based characters, a reliable way to become stronger, at least, you know, until you get to endgame and you reach max level skill gems. However, in Path of Exile 2, the skill gem levels work differently. They don't level up with experience, they just level up based on, or they just drop at a given level based on the level zone you're in. And that means if you get stuck in a specific zone, you can't go to a zone that has a higher level, then you just don't have access to those higher level skill gems unless you buy them from someone else. And, you know, level 11 skill gems might be just about meaningless to other people who are high enough level that that's, you know, the distant past for them. But for us, it could be just the kind of thing we need if we're high enough level to use it. Now, we're level 44. If we have over-leveled our character, then it may be possible for us still to do that. Like, I thought I saw here, this requires level 31, whereas Firestorm requires 41. We're 44, so theoretically we could buy either a level 11 Firestorm gem straight up, or an uncut level 11 gem, and we transform it into Firestorm. So that's an option. I don't think we're going to be able to get that drop ourselves, because we're just not going to get into a high enough level zone for that to happen. Well, hold on. Keep on using G for the world map, but that's not the hotkey. 41, 42, yeah. Those are 44 drops, level 44 drops, so technically speaking, if it's like Path of Exile 1, where normal enemies drop items the same level as the zone, blue mobs drop items that are +1 level, and rare and unique enemies drop items that are 2 levels higher than the level zone. That would mean here, from rare and unique enemies, it would be possible to get level 42 drops and therefore get that that skill gem drop at a high enough level to get a Firestorm. But I assume we're going to have to get through both of these zones before we can do that anyway, so I still don't really think that solves the issue. So, anyways, let's head over in the other direction. See if we can get... Oh, let's actually sell the stuff that we got here. Then we'll head to the other zone, and hopefully we can have some better luck there. Let's see. That's fine. That's fine. Those were crafting bases, which we may or may not pursue. 17% rarity. What do we have on this flask right now? More recovery used on low mana. Recovers charges per second. Do kind of like the... Oh, increased recovery rate. No, that makes it faster. Generally want a slow, steady, but high number for mana. So, instant recovery, again. Useful for life, not so much for mana. Okay. So if we do that, let's throw you in there. And then... Oops. Do we want to work with any of these. I think this is going to be pretty much impossible for us to top in the near future. This. Cold res, rarity, a little bit of flat energy shield, percentage energy shield. It's more possible. But we have a couple regals. We do have some alchemies. So it is possible for us to get something up to rare. Essences? Oh, we actually do have some. Okay. Mana modifier, cold modifier, lightning modifier. Magic into a rare with a chaos modifier, which on a helmet probably can only give us chaos resistance, which wouldn't be a bad thing. Just want to see. Thought there was a higher level energy shield that is now available. Am I making that up? Oh, the art on that is interesting enough that I thought that was a unique. I was like, why is the shopkeeper selling a unique? That's crazy. Ooh. See the rare of an energy shield variety. Hold on. Basically the same energy shield value. Accuracy doesn't matter. Rarity is lower. Fire resistance instead of cold resistance, and it's a lower number. Yeah, it's, well, it's not an improvement. It's actually a bit of a downgrade. And most of these would be defensive, not offensive upgrades. Okay, tell you what, let's just throw a quick... Oh, home stash. Throw a quick transmute on both of these and just see what happens. Like, that's no good. That's hard to get excited about. Not that it's bad, per se, because we do find ourselves running into some mana issues every once in a while, but neither one was inspiring enough to craft it further. I guess we could throw one on here as well. It's also not high enough. Obviously, cold res is good, but not really at that number. Okay, now let's proceed. So we'll go to the apex of filth. Not just any filthy place, the apex of filth. Now, there is supposedly a boss in here as well. Hopefully, oh yeah, it does immediately live up to the name. The Rot and Mire of Unspeakable Centuries.
When we first came to this place,
Ooh, that's very quiet.
alone was the king of all that we surveyed.
Wait, hold on.
Solemn, lonely throne. We had little and were starving, but this man-made mountain offered us no.
It's still quiet.
Eating the caps and stems brought us grand visions of when we first came to this place.
Yeah, I honestly don't even know if I just restarted it. I tried to do this so you could see it.
Solemn, his high and
But you know what?
lonely
Maybe
throne.
we just
We had
keep
little
on going.
and were starving, but this man-made mountain
Pretty sure that's where we
offered us nourishment.
entered.
Eating
Yeah,
the caps and
definitely.
stems brought us grand visions of a thriving
So
world.
there will be a boss at the end of this zone as well.
This
What I'm hoping we find is that even if the boss is roughly the same amount of power as the boss that we saw in the other area, this one hopefully will not have the same kind of DPS check that we saw with the previous one. So if we were able to do a slow and steady approach with the previous boss, then I think we would have been fine. It was mostly that, well, we ran out of time. It's Dex. Okay. Oh, that's definitely going to be chaos. Purple, generally speaking, means chaos damage, and our chaos resistance is 0. So that makes me nervous. Also, I saw... Hold on. Let's get rid of this foul sage. I did notice that this said rejoice, which, you know, it's a little bit strange. Are we rejoicing the filth queen or whatever her name was? Step forth, true believers, onto Etziri's graceful shadow. She alone shall shade you from the pains and ills of this world. By her grace and hers alone shall you be given eternal life. Now that you mention it, that does look a bit like Etziri's garb. Surely, hold on. The Queen of Filth? That can't be Etziri, right? No. Etziri, what happened to you? What did they do to you? This is a checkpoint right here. Surely this is not the boss this quickly. I know we just saw the opportunity to rejoice at Etziri's feet. At least we think. Maybe. Possibly. Oh, something is absolutely shredding our energy shield. And I'm pretty sure it is somebody's chaos damage, because we saw... That's definitely chaos damage. That green explosion. Do you do anything when you die? It feels like you could do something when you die. I don't think so, though. So chaos damage, not only do we have 0 chaos resistance, it does double damage against energy shield. So although we were maybe a little bit concerned about the previous boss's fire resistance, which, as I said, was maybe not that big a deal in truth, but at least we knew defensively against fire damage, we should be okay. Chaos damage, on the other hand, we could get absolutely annihilated. So that does give me some reason to be concerned. Is that chaos damage? I don't know. Even these red projectiles, are they chaos damage? Also, I would like to be able to see the enemies in front of me, please. Chaos resistant. That's not a huge deal for us, at least. Oh, there's still a mage behind us over here. And by mage, I mean sage, of course. Also, I'd like to not be stuck here. This statue is making it really hard to see anything. And all the enemies want to hide directly behind it.
No mana.
Colossal is not the one we're using anymore, right? Yeah, and that unquestionably is Etziri. So I'm very interested to see where this goes. Because it's a callback to Path of Exile 1, in case other people who are new to Path of Exile were not clear on why I was making a big deal about that. It's a callback to Path of Exile 1. I won't go into too much detail in case there's maybe some spoiler potential, but let's just say she's pretty darn significant in Path of Exile 1. So to see her just, at first, seemingly casually thrown out there, I mean, okay, sure. Multiple humongous statues and the opportunity to praise her. Maybe that's not just casually thrown out. Maybe she is going to play a big role, but the fact that she could be something less than a major boss, I mean, even if she's technically a required boss, for her to show up and be anything less than an act boss would be alarming.
The promised land is bountiful, a blissful place overflowing with potential.
I'm gonna see if I can specifically change the volume of these voice lines.
The entirety of time all at once. Even as I write this, I am on the cusp of transcendence. The script before my eyes morphs into illegible symbols. I cannot stop laughing, rejoicing at the bright future that I know us two all share.
So that guy's like, oh, this looks like a major finding. We're gonna be so rich. Something tells me that probably didn't work out so well for him. Okay, I'm gonna try Let's just... Oh. Well, it's not like we can up the dialogue volume relative to other things anymore. Only thing we can do is master volume. All right. Louder we go.
Fall before me.
Little guy. What? Did you see his name? Excuse me? Oh, okay. Flathead Youngling. I think we've heard some other enemies be referred to as flatheads previously. At first, I thought it said fathead. I was like, that's just rude. It's just disrespectful. Yeah, no, we've seen perhaps these exact names of enemies before. Although, I noticed some of the projectiles those guys seem to be throwing at us had a bit of a green, stinky trail behind it, which to me suggests, again, probably chaos damage. Green and purple tend to be chaos damage. Bad. Oh, that's not cool. Just for a basic enemy, at least. Oh, somebody's doing fire damage, because somebody is a rare. Periodic fire explosions. Okay. I did see we got ignited at one point. I imagine that's probably why. I thought that their skills were going to be chaos damage. As I see the chaos clouds. That is an energy shield. I don't know that that's a higher level base. If anything, I think it's lower. Yeah. Okay. I don't want to be standing there. It's a curse. Oh. It's a curse, but I suspect there may be some hex blasting as well, which does chaos damage. Also, I don't know if you saw, but we lost all of our energy shield and almost all of our health. Because again, I think the culprit remains the same. You already know what I'm going to say. It's chaos. It was a little scary. Very nearly a lot scary. Excuse me, I thought you were also dead. Thank you. So now we're at the point where, okay, maybe we don't have to make Incinerate become our only skill, but kind of felt like anything else was coming up short damage-wise. Maybe it's just because we found ourselves in some close-range situations. Oh, how exactly does your stuff work? So you create those projectiles, they home in on us a little bit. Oh, what's that? That's a quest item over there. Green mushroom. It's green, that means quest item. Which I'm not sure we've seen much of in Path of Exile 2, but at least say this with a fair bit of confidence from Path of Exile 1 items. Or at least it's a chest, or an interactable loot source that is guaranteed for quest purposes, which very likely means it will drop a quest item. likely of some significance. Very interesting death sound. Okay. So what's gonna happen when we pick this up? I have no idea. Well, it just says it's a quest
A
item.
curious mushroom.
It's a curious mushroom. Apparently that's all we know about it. For now. Did we have anyone telling us they really needed a mushroom of some variety? 'Cause I do not remember such a thing. Okay, I just keep on misreading these names to be stuff that is much more mean-spirited. But that's also very nearly the art for Path of Exile 1 unique. That doesn't look good. I did not want to get stuck in that. I'm just gonna build a wall of fire. Sure, we'll map that. Don't remember if we have a silver charm yet. Oh, saw one of those said minion, which means there is a rare around here somewhere. I have yet to catch who it was. I think it's going to be that enemy over there. Whoever it is who's releasing all those projectiles. At least I suspect. Do they blow up on death? Excuse me. Thank you. It's you. Trail of Fire, Hinder Aura. Hinder is an ability that technically we can do as well, if we chose to pursue it. It reduces your chaos resistance. So you can probably guess how I feel about that. You have energy shield as well, which means we do need to give you some more persistent damage in order to actually break through. That does mean we kind of need to get up into your Hinder Aura range, which I don't particularly like either. We are taking damage over time, but I think we can win this race.
Didn't break a sweat.
You know, maybe a little bit. Oh, what is... Okay, have we seen you before? Yes. Maybe it was just the way that you were elevated up on that platform area made you seem especially significant. Like you were a boss of some variety. Wouldn't be opposed to getting another checkpoint soon. That was one of the other things that was making me nervous in that the previous really big area we were talking about from last session. It wasn't just how big it was. It was there were very few checkpoints. They were very spread out. So we were going to have to backtrack quite a bit and then re-fight a whole bunch of enemies. Also a ton of projectiles there, and I think one of you is a rare. It is you. Always bleeds and proximal tangibility. That's the one that makes them kind of a ghost, isn't it? Stoic Shriek. I feel like shrieking is inherently unstoic. I feel like that's a bit of an oxymoron. Let your dot do the trick here, or my dot do the trick here, or not. And then you turn into a ghost and stop taking damage right as you were about to die.
Victory is mine.
Okay. Yeah, I heard that sound. Stuff down there. Play it safe from far here. They all taken care of? Oh, someone snuck up behind us? Kinda, sorta? Ooh, Gem Cutter's Prism, you say? I think we have seen one or two of those drop, but they are pretty rare. Oh, that's a red mushroom. Okay, I'm sensing a bit of a pattern here. Yoink. Altar Robe is that higher energy shield base we were experimenting with ever so slightly before. Again, I think of the various pieces of gear we could improve, our chestplate is probably the least likely for us to succeed. It seems like we're gonna get different colors of these mushrooms. When you add them all up, we'll have what it takes to, I assume, summon the boss, basically. That could be worth trying to craft. Plus 3 level of all fire skill gems. That's gonna be hard to top as well, though. Just do a little bit of sorting. You know, that's big, and it's mostly just there for selling purposes. Speed is unaffected by slows. That's kind of nice. So, how many? Oh,
I remember the before times. We bowed before a city who bowed before no one. But Mother is the one true queen. She is the one who brings solace. She is the one who grows gifts for us. We must keep heeding them, for they bring pure delight.
oh. I think I'm starting to understand how things started to go downhill. But the question I was starting to ask was, how many of the mushrooms do we think there are? This starts to look like a boss arena. Checkpoint. Looks like it's opening up into a big area. We only have 2 mushrooms. Do we need more mushrooms before we take this on? I felt like we were gonna see at least an RGB situation. Red, green, blue mushroom, and we don't have that. Or yellow mushroom, maybe? Either way, I feel like there are probably at least 3 mushrooms, if not maybe even 4. I feel like we wait and come back to that spot a little bit later. I assume we're gonna need all those mushrooms. Ow. Well. Well. That almost changed our plan, I suppose. Oh, we can't go down there? That would have been cool. I assume the mushrooms are more or less equally spread out across this area. It's interesting angle to put that flame ball on. I assume there's one more in this-ish direction. Further down and to the right. East, as some might say. Loose rubble, that's just normal drop stuff, right? Uh-oh, that's a very bad place to get stuck. I don't think that's gonna be quest-related loot. It's also not green, which, as we were saying before, is generally the sign when the text is green. Oh!
That's 3 mushrooms.
Okay. Enemy just dropped a blue mushroom. Which is not really how I expected that to work, but that is 3 mushrooms, as our character just confirmed. Asked whether that's all of them, or we need a 4th? Yeah, maybe a yellow mushroom, maybe a purple mushroom. Any other color feels like it would be unlikely. So I feel like it would be at most 4. But yeah, we haven't been to this side really at all. Which makes me think there could still be one more. And I guess it looked like we could go in that direction toward what I suspected might have been the boss arena, even though we did not yet have the maximum number of mushrooms. Maybe there would have been some kind of door preventing us from proceeding further, and so that would have been that. We would have been forced to double back. But if not, I would be kind of curious to see what happens if you do try to engage in the fight before you have gotten all the mushrooms. So it could, in that case, might significantly alter the way that the fight plays out. Is it like a way to instantly progress through one of the phases that would otherwise be quite difficult? Something like that?
Out of mana.
That would be... I don't know if that's my first guess, other than, as I said, just being outright necessary just to enter the arena in the first place. We are doubling back. Well, sort of. There's an area here that we haven't been to. Oh, none of that. No, thank you. Yeah, looks like this might open up a little bit more. This might be where we would find the quest item in question. Just in general, seeing a bunch of chests of sorts with different names on them keeps me guessing, even if they don't have, again, the characteristic green text. Can you just stop? Oh no, I don't think it's quite a dead end. I think there is a narrow opening past these guys. Oh no, it is a dead end. Oh. Could be stuff here. Oh, or there. Certainly that actually looks like it opens up even more. Okay. So we'll check out the full area. It does make sense on this occasion. Oh. Explodes nearby corpses. Okay. Glad I read that. Glad I read that. 'Cause that's terrifying. But yeah, there are already a bunch of corpses here because we did already fight a bunch of people in this area. Raystink the Rumbling.
Didn't break a sweat.
Okay. Those minions of the rare that we just fought, or a different rare? Okay, nothing out of the ordinary there. It is really satisfying when we set up both the walls and then throw the fireballs. This also looks like a dead end. But again, unless we happen to find that a random enemy happens to drop a mushroom, and I don't really know what the deal was there. It just seemed like it was a normal enemy. And I didn't see exactly which one dropped it, but I don't think it was a rare, or let alone a unique. But small and more subtly unique than a boss might have been. What? I mean, this opens up a lot, though. To the point where this approaches what could be boss arena territory. I thought the other one was going to be, but double check what the total number of things in this area of note are. Oh, right, there's this, it's hard to see, but this camp where we might be able to trade stuff and the boss. So one of these checkpoints might be leading us to somewhere peaceful, the other somewhere anything but peaceful. Gentle Crone, a rare spark of kindness. This seems to be the nice spot. You know, to the extent that she can be considered nice. Hi? Okay. There's no dialogue to explain why we are conversing with this individual who looks an awful lot like an enemy. Don't remember if these were the same things we were seeing in town, or if those are actually new and unique things.
Let's see what knowledge you possess.
Uh-oh. Did I want to do this? Oh, I burned the mushrooms, didn't I? Is that what I just did? I burned one of them. Oh. Okay.
Thank you. I accept your gift.
Oh. Okay. It appears that that is what the mushrooms turned into. Not really what I was expecting, but I guess we'll take it. And we are using gargantuan flasks right now, and these have quality. That's not bad. It's more consistent if we're using on low mana than the one that we... Well, I do kind of like the automatic charge restoration, although that feels like that isn't as necessary for mana flasks. Maybe in a boss fight it is. I don't know. With the quality, that's probably reason enough to go for it, but it's only 9% quality, which is not that big of a deal. Some charge regeneration, but otherwise a little bit meh. Okay. Not really how I thought all that was going to play out. I thought that the mushrooms were going to have something to do with the boss fight, not this thing that seems to be completely unrelated to the boss fight, unless, of course, we get her mad by, throwing all the mushrooms in her cauldron or interacting with and stealing from all of her cauldrons, but that doesn't seem to be a thing. So, alrighty then. We can use this for fast travel purposes. And I suppose what this tells us is that we have now done all the other things, and this almost certainly is the boss arena. As we had originally suspected it might be. Unless it's further still. Would help if I fired the skills at the enemies. Especially because, wow, that actually dealt a lot of damage to us. Oh no, at least not immediately going into the boss arena. And the zone would have been, I think, comparatively pretty small. If we were to have gone straight to the boss from here. We're staying there. What I hope we don't find is that the mushrooms that we used could have had a use in the boss fight, and instead we chose, unknowingly at the time, to instead put them in that cauldron. Kind of doubt that'll be the case. Doubt you would have that kind of choice, but on the off chance that that would have been a thing, I almost certainly would have preferred to engage with the boss mechanic. But we'll see. Did make a loud noise, but I think that was still the normal noise for this area. Yeah, just further reflecting on the name of the boss and the name that has been floating around a lot in this area. Oh, one of you is a rare? One of you is a minion, but I don't see the rare that goes along with that. But oh, there you are. Okay. Yes, you are there. The boss was named the Queen of Filth, if I remember correctly. And we've heard all this talk about Etsiri. As I said, very significant role in Path of Exile 1. But I feel like the fact that the map, at least, did not explicitly name the boss Etsiri might have been a clever way to hide that from players, at least for a little bit. Ooh, it's actually kind of interesting. Purity of Fire is the default skill. Now, that's an aura from Path of Exile 1 that increases your fire resistance, which is not reason enough to use this. And it would presumably cost us spirit to do that, and we are currently using all of ours, admittedly on something that is not especially effective right now. But if the boss were to do fire damage, then that could actually be kind of useful, so I'm half tempted to hold on to that, even if our inventory space grows small. But yeah, that could be clever if they basically hid the fact that the boss was Etsiri, at least for a little while, by referring to her as the Queen of Filth, which is not a name that people would recognize her by, at least not until you go in here. What I don't like about these filthy crones is not only their ridiculous damage, and the fact that they curse us, and the fact that they can do that from range, it's also the fact that even from close range, they still deal a ginormous amount of damage, so there's basically no place that is safe from them. So in other words, they're just incredibly powerful. By basically every account. this side first. I don't know why. Are they dead? Yes. We're gonna have to choose.
I'm carrying
We're gonna run
enough
out of
already.
inventory space. We're gonna have to choose which side we want to go to. Not really sure which is the quote-unquote correct way at this point. Because it's either down there or it's up there. Around here. Yeah, I'm not sure. Okay, do we want to start dumping some not so great things because our inventory is getting a little full? I mean, this is not so great, to be honest with you, but as I said, I'm a little intrigued.
Fire, take you!
Pyro Mushroom Cultivator. First time actually reading what your name was. It's an interesting one. I'll give you that. The number of times I've misread Filthy Lobber. I've previously read it as Filthy Loser and Filthy Lover as well. So that, you know, all of the possible ways to misread that. Pure strength. That's the base of the unique that we saw previously. Also, you're a minion, which means there is presumably a rare around here somewhere. That does scare me, especially if it's one of these filthy crows. That's the skill that, even from afar, we can't avoid taking big damage from. Or rather, even for, regardless of what range, you will still take big damage from it. It does not matter where you stand. Whereas for some other bosses we had seen, and basic enemies we had seen, you stand close. Oh, that's chaos damage. That's chaos damage, alright. We had seen it was possible to avoid some of the big hits if you went close range. You had energy shield, didn't you? Can't really for this slow and steady route. Problem is, that's gonna hurt a crazy amount if those hit us, I imagine. Yeah, you can have energy shield. These statues, cool as they might be, they are making it really hard to see enemies on too many occasions. And skills and all that stuff. I mean, you can see regularly this enemy is just completely hidden by that statue. So I don't know if you need to have it like phase out when you walk directly under it like this. But something that does not block so much critical information. Probably could have killed that enemy twice as quickly had I actually been able to see it. Even with our terrible damage. Ooh. We have not seen one of these before. That's interesting. Now, 11 spirit in and of itself, I don't really think is enough to be significant. Outside of maybe throwing a support gem on a spirit skill. But just the fact that that is something that exists is intriguing. Then if you could get a little more spirit from something else. We have, I think, seen spirit rolled on chest plates sometimes. If you could get a little spirit on an amulet, you know, get enough from one or two of those types of rolls to where, when combined with the 11 base from this amulet, which might be able to go higher, and go up to 15, then that could eventually become enough to do something. That's interesting. Okay, let's see. Now that's a dead end. Is this a dead end? Not quite. No, it is not. Nope, that skill. Don't like that skill. Please stop it with that skill. I'm seeing all these seemingly chaos clouds. Oh, and I forgot. We have, Hour Siphon is our default skill, which is actually extremely useful. That's what the little icon is above some of the enemies' heads sometimes. That. And that. Okay. Yeah, that can actually be extremely helpful. So this is apparently the edge of the map, at least in the north-ish direction. That means this is probably not where the boss is going to be, but that might be a good thing, at least initially. Yeah, this is just a dead end. Okay. I mean, it looks really cool. It's just that, as I said before, sometimes that does unfortunately detract from the actual gameplay when things are just plainly obstructing important information. Enemies, skills, whatnot. Bad places there.
Out of mana.
Oh, you're dead. Okay, that works. That's fine. Ooh, you have a socket. We haven't seen really many of those pieces of gear at all as of late. I'm a little surprised. Kind of more or less completely forgot about it, to be honest with you. Why don't we dump... Yeah, we'll get rid of you. As I was saying, I think it's pretty unlikely we would have been able to craft that into anything worth holding on to. Okay, pick your side. I don't like which side I picked. Ow. Please go away. Thank you. I don't care if you drop an augmentation orb. Please never come back. That wasn't supposed to happen. Oh, is this a circle? It is, and there's a checkpoint. Okay, so let's nab that. Now it feels like we've been in this zone long enough that we could be approaching the actual boss arena. And we've more or less made a full circle now. You can start to see where we entered. I think that's where we entered. That's okay. You are not power siphonable. You are definitely not power siphonable. You have full health. Got a little carried away there, perhaps. It's even a little sound effect for it. I think.
Big mana.
Expected, given how we think we've now passed the boss arena, that there wouldn't be much more remaining. Oh, there's 2 of you? That's against the rules. That is actually against the rules. No, that was not incinerate. We've been over this. Like, I get trying to trick the enemies and what have you, so they don't know what's coming at them, but at the same time, we're better than them. We don't have to lie. Gonna circle around even more and become... Oh no, okay, it's dead. Oh, hello. Oh, you're dead, okay. Body's still glowing a little bit, which is a little unnerving for a second there. Oh, nope, that's just a... Don't worry. It's a statue. I mean, given what's happened before, you can understand why I would be a little bit concerned upon seeing such a statue. Generally, where the statues are, the enemies are as well. Whether you see them or not. All these enemies over here, but I actually don't know how we get to that section. That if we'd gone waypoint and then up there, we'd see this little area. I think that's probably it. So I think we have functionally cleared the whole section. Once again, wrong hotkey. I think it pretty much just confirms this is the place we're looking for. Recent carving. Fortunately, we're on 93% experience and we're just missing out on the level before we get here, but...
Mother, his love, mother, his life. Feasting brings visions, eternal life. Queen reigns still, ours and theirs under sky of blood. Feasting shows us. Brings smile.
Okay, so that's also really interesting because I've been a little bit cautious around speaking too much about what we're seeing here for to avoid Path of Exile 1 spoilers, but let's just say continue to walk this line a little bit further, at least until we get to this encounter here. But this and the other lore that we've read along the way have started to paint more of a picture as to how one becomes a follower and supporter of Queen Etziri, which in Path of Exile 1, we had seen the end result of those who sided with Etziri, who worshipped her, basically. But it was seemingly a big extreme, and you just had to guess, how does anyone get to that point? And we're starting to get a lot more information about that. So that's subtle, but very cool. Okay. So, again, the hope here is please not chaos damage, but may very well be chaos damage. Pool of Depravity, a legacy of incest and vulgarity. Oh, wonderful. Defeat the Queen of Filth.
Does my family disgust you? It is better than they look.
Hello.
Turn to February.
Yeah, I'm almost sure she's doing chaos damage. It's also not the kind of moves that I expected her to have. I thought she was going to be a spellcaster. Is she basically a boss version of all the enemies that I was saying I hated earlier? I think that might be the case. I'm stuck! I can't move! I legitimately can't move right now. She's trapped me in a corner. I'm trying to dodge roll out of this and I can't. I legitimately can't do anything. Like, we're just dead. I'm trying to move to the side, dodge to the side. I legitimately can't do anything. All I can do is hope that she does not hit us. Okay. Can I move now? Nope. No, I cannot. Alright. Lovely. So she's cursing us, which means if we do get hit, we're going to take a lot more damage in all likelihood. On the other hand, we are absolutely testing to what extent we can face tank bosses, because we have no choice but to face tank this boss. Well, there goes our energy shield, which means the end is probably close. Oh, come on. I'm so close to being able to get out of here. I'm not exaggerating. I can sidestep ever so slightly. That's about it. Wait. No, even now, when I'm seemingly past her, I still cannot dodge. So, this is an interesting experience. That doesn't look good. Oh, that's a different type of curse. It's vulnerability, which means we are likely taking additional physical damage now. Didn't catch which one. It was green before. Might have been feeble, which meant we were doing less physical damage. And don't quote me on that though. It's Path of Exile 1 experience, and also might be outdated. / I might have just forgotten. We are out of mana flasks. She's almost in call range. I still cannot dodge. Still cannot get out of here. I don't know if we can even call bosses at all. Yes, we can. Well, so
I'll never be able to remove this memory from my mind.
I was not exaggerating. I could not move that entire fight. I swear to God, if these guys kill us. Okay. Well, that was not exactly how I expected that fight to go. It was a little different compared to the previous boss that we had encountered. Just a little bit different.
Well, at least it was worth it, I suppose. I should take this back to the ziggurat.
So, I mean, we learned that we can, in fact, just completely face tank the boss, and, it didn't hit us every single attack, which was just enough to buy us time to occasionally get our energy shield back up, and frequently enough that never really became an issue. Came close on a couple of occasions where our energy shield was either gone or nearly gone, but then we were able to get it back before we got hit again, so it didn't become a problem. But that, look, I got stuck in the corner, okay? I was trying to sidestep, roll out of the way, at various points in time throughout the fight, and I just couldn't move. If you want to say that means we got lucky, I think, if anything, we got unlucky. And it just so happens that although we haven't done almost anything to scale offensively, defensively, we're doing pretty okay. And that's pretty good evidence to that. So, yeah, I guess we'll head back now. That's one way to fight the boss. I assumed that as soon as we got stuck there, we were toast. And I was like, wait a second. She isn't doing nearly as much damage as I thought she would be doing. She isn't punishing us nearly as much as I would have expected. Could this actually be possible?
Yes. Some odds and ends we found in the jungle.
Ooh, whoa. Armor evasion base and a lower level base at that. With a 91 life certainly gets my attention, along with 10 strength, which is a little bit more life on top of that. Double resistance, even if the rolls aren't that high. A little bit of other stuff to go along with it. I mean, that's not a bad pair of boots. Also don't know why my character just said that.
Anything catch your eye? Ah, my tribe could use that.
I think we can probably dump this.
It's a deal.
This is a decent life roll as well, but it's pure dex and not a very high level base. It's good flat fire damage to attacks, some life, but again, not relevant for us so much. Those two we'd probably like to disassemble. Oh, I forgot we had that. Might have dumped that. You have new stuff? And is it different from the random shopkeeper we saw before? This looks pretty similar to what we saw before. Have we leveled since we were in town last time? Maybe not. So we are close to leveling now, but not quite there. Okay, let's do that. And that. Oh, we should probably sell you as well.
Yes. Take your time.
Don't think... Nah, we're not going to want that.
Ah, it's a deal.
Is this actually worth holding on to? Probably not.
It's a
And again,
deal.
defense has not really been the problem.
Don't eat anything colorful.
Defensive layers has not really been the problem. I'm just gonna throw some stuff. Oh, I wanted to just try throwing a transmute on, see what we get. Or is there an essence that would be relevant? Mana, cold, lightning, chaos. None of those are really what we'd like to see, so I think we just transmute you. Oh, snap. Well, I mean, if we were using physical spells, that would be really nice. But right now, I just really wish that said fire. So, I mean, we'll hold on to it, but it's not really something we are particularly in need of. Honestly, don't remember if we've gotten the silver stuff before. Otherwise, oh, this was the quality one. Oh, throw a augment on that. See how it compares. Some instant recovery on life that is meaningful, but we lose the charge. I do really like the passive charge generation, at least against bosses. At least when our damage is so bad that boss fights take a really long time. Then again, if it turns out we just never need to heal at all with flasks, then maybe our life flask is completely meaningless. But that's probably not going to be the case. It's not always going to be the case. Yeah, I don't know. The mana flask one's pretty close. This one's hard to say as well. You... The rolls aren't good. Yeah, I think it's more so that it's just good to know that that base exists. For future reference, it also kind of looks like this thing, just in an amulet form.
My tribe could use it. Don't drink the water.
Okay. So... we have defeated a boss. Oh, did we get the... Hold on. Where's the quest item that dropped from that boss? There was a quest item that dropped from this boss, was there not? We picked that up, didn't we? Because I'm not seeing it in our inventory right now, which is making me a little concerned. Are we good on that front? Because I hope so. I'd rather not have to do that again. Thought it said it was some kind of key to the pyramid part that we did not yet have access to.
Need a guide?
Did we ID all this stuff? I guess we'll just quickly...
How can I be of aid?
Yeah.
Need a guide? Some pretty things my
Bad,
tribe could
bad,
use.
bad, bad. Okay. So, the good news. The good news is, I believe, assuming that we did in fact get the quest item that we needed, complete this area and defeat this boss. The bad news is that we do need to go back to this area, and we have not made any significant progress to power up. Is it possible to sell it? Did I somehow stash it? Usually, in Path of Exile 1, you cannot sell quest items. It doesn't let you. But now I'm actually very concerned. Don't think it'd be in any of the other tabs. A little worried about that at the moment. Okay. Well, on the plus side, I believe we can fast travel using those checkpoints. Can we do that even if we were to reset the Apex of Filth? I don't know. And is it the Temple of Kopek? Which is the space we're trying to unlock? So, can we walk up to the entranceway and see if there's very clearly one key that is now done? I would just like to confirm as to whether we need to rerun that zone. Huh? It lets us go in? This surprises me
This
already.
feeling, like the desert sun.
Unfathomable energy resides within the ziggurat. Were we supposed to be able to go in here? Looks open, we're fine then? Oh! Wait. Is the Molten Vault technically optional? Clear out the Molten Vault, Treasures of Utsal. Was the Apex of Filth technically the only requirement, and the other one was just a matter of personal preference?
My Garukan!
Because, I mean, not that I am looking to skip that, but if we could maybe come back on a later occasion when we happen to have the requisite damage. You can skip it. Okay. For a second there, I was wondering if we'd bugged out and the game led us through here with only a portion of the things that we needed. At the very least, I'd certainly like to pick up another level and just see where that lands us, although, as we...
It fiercely burns.
Huh? Oh, that does deal damage to us. What? Huh. I would like to at least get one level. We were saying that that's probably not going to make a huge difference from a passive tree standpoint, at least not for Incinerate specifically. Alright, fine, I'll break it for you. These guys are also doing a bunch of bleed, I think that's what that is, which is not good for us, because that's another thing that is particularly good against energy shield. Bloodright gone. Well, maybe we can be friends. And so the Filth Queen, there's all this buildup of the... What is that build? There's all this buildup of the Etsiri variety, and it didn't really seem like we had any confirmation that that was actually some form of Etsiri that we just fought. I mean, I'll admit I was maybe a little distracted by being stuck in the corner, and I guess maybe that was a good opportunity to get a close look at the boss. But it looked more like Doedre, as I was saying in passing. Like, those side enemies that I did not like. And more so than it did Etsiri. Which brings me back to the thing that I said in passing earlier, that it feels like, if anything, if Etsiri were to make an appearance in PoE 2, I would be surprised if it were as anything less than a final act boss. So if that enemy was not Etsiri, might that be who awaits us at the end of Act 3? That is what I'm starting to wonder. But yeah, I think that is pretty clear, Chair, at this point. I think you are 100% correct. I think you are very right about that. That is a really cool animation for that skill. Where you... What is that? It's a sling, I guess? Well, he sort of whips it around to build up the momentum. And we did get the skill point. The reason why we were saying that skill point might not actually be that significant is because this... Well... I'd like to read the fine print again on Incinerate. Conjures a torrent of fire from your hand, igniting enemies in front of you. Does count as ignite. Flame grows stronger. It does ignite, it does not hit, I think is what that means. Flames go stronger the longer you channel it for. At maximum strength also applies fire exposure, which reduces the enemy's fire resistance and does create ignited ground. So, and we also have the burning ground, which I honestly don't even think about much when it comes to our Incinerate. But if we are technically still igniting, the chance to ignite, that doesn't help Incinerate at all. But enemies ignited by you have minus 5% fire resistance. That does help a little bit. Increased ignite duration. Don't think that would... Well, that would matter a little bit for Incinerate, to the extent that we're charging up Incinerate, getting some damage over time on them, and then walking away and letting that damage over time tick for just a little bit. I mean, it doesn't last that long. Yeah, ignite duration is 2 seconds. So get 20% more of that. I mean, it's something. It's not like that's a huge deal. Increased magnitude of ignite you inflict. I don't know if that works at all with the way that Incinerate ignites. some animations that start out that fight with Miss Filth that are telling us whether or not she is Atziri, in your opinion. I may have needed to pay a little bit closer attention to what she was saying. Might have to look back at that one then. Okay, I think we're still taking this because we've been building up toward this area, and it is still relevant for other fire skills at the very least. The effect that it has on Incinerate is certainly less than it would have been on other skills. Crit chance also doesn't work if we don't hit. Nug? 37? Is that how one is supposed to say that name? Well, thank you for the follow. Appreciate the support. Hope you're enjoying the stream. We're doing some Path of Exile 2 stuff. Trying to figure out how to actually get some damage, because we don't have enough of it right now. This does work, even with Incinerate. Well, no, because Incinerate we still think doesn't hit. So, man. That works. I just accidentally click on that? I might have. Oh no, this is still unconfirmed here. This does work with Incinerate, at least a little bit. I think we can take that. It's not like we're expecting that to be a game changer, though. Make no mistake. Okay. I mean, I think one of the other reasons why I may not have been thinking, oh, this is clearly Atziri at the start of that fight was I expected her to look a lot more like Atziri, and then my first thought when I saw her was, oh, this looks like Doedre. Which, you know, maybe because Atziri let herself go a little bit, which was kind of something that we had seen a bit of signs of as well. So maybe that's also the case. Kind of trying to avoid the area out in the open there where it the icon you're seeing there for the debuff in the top left corner is the same icon for Fire Trap from Path of Exile 1, which is a damage over time fire skill, which just confirms what we could already more or less tell, was that as soon as we walk in that area where there's that bright light, we take some pretty significant damage over time. Trying to sort of work around the perimeter here and avoid actually needing to go out in the open. Can't break through that wall. That'd be really convenient if I could. Get the energy shield back. See, they're praising it. Run. Run! Oh, yeah. Wait, we did not take anywhere near as much damage as I expected to. Also, that's a lot of enemies. Please go away now. Trap myself in a corner while I'm at it. Oh, go. Maybe. Light blast. Oops. More or less fat-fingered all the buttons. But eventually it worked. Okay, let's see. So that's the big sun-like thing in the middle that theoretically causes us to take damage if we get too close to it. area where we can go through, but we have strong reason to avoid it. Stairs. Okay, this is now giving me Scepter of God vibes from Path of Exile 1. Partially due to the shape of the zone, and also because it obviously also has several floors leading up to an eventual end of act boss fight. But as we were kind of saying earlier, even if we were to find ourselves at the end of this zone and getting to that final boss fight, don't really think we're in a great place to take it on right now. We would like to get a little bit stronger, grinding up a bit first. Might partially become a question of where we think the best place to do that is. I think I am open to suggestions there. Ow. This is the highest level zone that we've been to thus far, which means it does technically have the best drop potential, and technically more experience per enemy, as to whether the higher damage and danger slows us down. That's a different factor that may actually mean it's not the best in terms of experience per unit time. Actually, not that bad for damage over time. Okay, now you're rare. That is very interesting. As we were saying earlier, we thought if we were to specifically fight a rare in this zone, it might have enough base item level droppage for us to potentially get a higher level skill gem out of it. Really nice. That would be a great potential source of damage. Shroud Walker, alright. You are also dead. You also did not drop... I don't think you dropped anything particularly notable, but check in just a second. Eh. Not really. Level 11, I think, is... It is the level we needed for Firestorm. Yes, please. I mean, any of these things potentially, but mostly Firestorm. This is potentially a game changer.
Firestorm to rain flaming bolts upon your enemies. If there are ignited enemies around you when you cast Firestorm, you will consume their ignites to cast more powerful bolts.
Oh,
you can have only
that's
one
interesting.
Firestorm
Consume the
active at a
ignite
time.
to cast more powerful bolts, and they even use
Cast
Incinerate
Firestorm
as an
to
example.
rain flaming
Okay, well,
bolts
we're
upon
definitely doing this. Obviously, we could also get... Well, it's a wonderful time to start showing up. Nope. That's what I want. We could get a higher level version of Incinerate, Fireball, any of our other skills as well. Suppose we can also just nab this because we have the inventory space at the moment, but that's big. That was like the obvious thing that I was hoping we might be able to get from this area, even if we only poked our head in here briefly. And it was just from... Oh, it was from a yellow chest, which meant the drops were 2 levels higher, right? I think the chest was yellow. There was a yellow chest in here somewhere. I think that's what that dropped from. I don't think it was a normal chest. That's a different... Oh! I see minion, which means rare in here somewhere. Is also relevant for all those same reasons.
Not yet. Samurai flame!
I think we established it does need to be +2 in order to get those good drops we're looking for. +1, as would be the case from a blue chest or blue enemy, would not be sufficient. You are rare, though. Damage taken from minions first regenerates life. Can we outdo your life regeneration with damage over time? And obviously, we also have not yet set up that that Firestorm gem that we picked up. I see Eddie is linking this. Eddie, who is someone who is a friend, who is technically in our guild, who may be in chat right now, linking us an item in guild chat, which may or may not be directed at us. Eventually, we'll take them down. Okay. Take a peek at this. That's nice. Oops. Once again, not the right way to do that.
I'm carrying enough already.
There's the opening to this room. Now Jer, who is definitely in chat. Cold damage, lightning damage, rarity. Very nice. Fire res roll. Leech, physical attack damage is mana. It's my turn to brag about my ring, and by brag I mean not sure there's much to brag about here. Do I remember what the button is for it? Like Alt Shift click or something like that? No? Well, it's not particularly good. Neither of our rings are that great at this stage. This one's okay, mostly just for the fire damage and little bit of life gain on kill. We've maybe outgrown that a bit at this stage. Little bit of all elemental resistances. The strength gives us a little bit of life. Yeah, that's pretty bad. It's getting close to the fire. The orb in the middle. Oh, there is an enemy behind us. I totally knew you were there. Totally saw you. Come, please, in the correct direction. Thank you. That's better. There we go. Okay. I think now, as we've seen areas that we've gone around to in the past, we've basically done a full circle around the very bright light. There are still some enemies over there we might be able to provoke. Should we do that? If you stand that far away, you can see we have a percentage still. Ziggurat stun? Is that what that said? Didn't have enough time to read it because there were other enemies who were advancing on our position. Intrigued though I was to see what it had to say. Oh, hello. Thank you for waiting so patiently. Ziggurat stun. You are taking fire damage over time from being in view of the Temple of Kopek's sun. Right now, it's not very much. Oh no! I'm melting! No, we actually will, though, if we go closer to it. Okay. So, as I was saying, I'm not sure it actually makes that much sense for us to continue further in this zone. Because even if we do make it to the end, I mean, maybe we could just face tank the boss long enough. They'll be okay. But it would be really nice if we had more damage. So I think we try to go back and grind some more, or maybe re-roll some gear, work with the firestorm that we just picked up. Big spell damage, huge lightning damage. +1 level of all spell skills. Oh, this is... I didn't even look at the item at all. I just assumed that these were still rings that people were exchanging. I was like, you can get a ring that gives +1 level of all spell skills? That's insane. Increased critical spell damage bonus. +1 level of all... Do we have +1 level from our shield? I don't think we do. So I think... I mean, you can get some offensive stats, like +1 level of gems, from your shield. So that certainly could be a high priority for us. I mean, 40% fire damage and 15% cast speed. I think that's one of the reasons why it's been hard to replace this. But that is still improvable. This is definitely improvable. Even if the lightning resistance is good. It's still possible to outdo that. 17% cast speed is a ton, but flat energy shield is very nice. But we, if anything, want to exalt this. We don't have any exalts, but that would be nice to add on top of that. There is room for improvement with additional mods. +3 fire. This... It's good. It's not incredible. We'll head back to town. I mean, we could go at one more floor. I assume there are several floors in this area. Thank you for the offer, Jer. I think, at least for now, I'd like to work a little bit with what we have here and see if we might have some tools, a little more tools to work with now. At least with that new skill gem. As to whether we can improve some gear, that is maybe the next question. Oh, I think we'll sell these rather than disenchant. Spell physical damage. And lots of physical stuff. It's not what we need, though. Okay. Good percentage energy shield. Little bit of cold res. Is a higher number in terms of energy shield. Total energy shield. Lower number. A little bit of an offensive stat, though not great. Meh. What was the second stat? Chance to... Very high chance to ignite. No. 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 It's a lot of spell damage. But I think it takes a lot more to top +3 level of fire gems plus a little bit of spell damage. Lightning. Gain damage as extra fire. 53 spell damage. 43 fire damage. 67 increased chance to ignite. Mana regen. Mana gain for enemy killed. Ooh. That's interesting. I don't know if that's better, just because those are different ways to scale the damage that are not as straightforward. It's not a like-for-like change. Also half tempted to pick this up just for the sake of stockpiling it, although we do definitely have some +3 level of lightning spell skill wands already. This is expensive. Shouldn't just buy it on a whim, but
Keep your eyes
see
shut.
what you have. In case there's something obvious we'd like to make sure we can get here. Even that, with an energy shield roll, it's still half the energy shield of our current armor. Yes, obviously this is blue and the one we have is fully crafted, but still. Oh man. +1 level of all minion skills. Wish that said spell or fire. Life, lightning res, that's hybrid dex int. No energy shield. Lot of life, even if only a little bit of energy shield. Yeah, I think our current one is still probably... Current one's probably still better. What do we have here? No movement speed, no thank you. Okay, so it does seem like of all the potential things we could purchase outside of gambling with Alva, the thing that would be most intriguing would be that wand that we don't even know if it's an upgrade or not. How expensive are the gambles? So I actually did do one of these, I think, off stream once. I did it on, I think it was a random ring, and the art looked like this, which is what? Plus physical damage to attacks on the ring, I think, or something along those lines. Something that's not relevant at all for our current character. So I purchased it, hoping that, oh, it says random ring. Maybe the art we see here does not necessarily reflect what type of base ring you get. And then it was still the base type of ring that I got. So, yeah. Not sure that's something we want to take too much of a chance on for that base. Guild stash? Okay. Maybe we'll take a peek. It's a dump. What is this? Unique. Increase critical hit chance, dex, int. Critical hits poison the enemy. Black Gleam. That's a Path of Exile 1. Well, it's a quiver, but Path of Exile 1 unique. 30% movement speed. These are all way too high level for us anyway. Levelin, they say. +1 charm slot. Movement speed, rarity. Lot of life. Fire res. Lot of life. Or, well, less life, but resistances, should say, actually. Melee skills. Life. Too high a level. Lot of life. Ton of spirit. Fair bit of rarity. Hit chance, lightning resistance. What's our amulet look like? It's energy shield, less of it, although we have enough energy shield scaling that I think our amulet actually amounts to more effective life. Yeah, it was just RNG, it does change. That's what I figured was probably the case. Sanguine Diviner Bone Wand. Big spell damage, life gain per enemy killed, chance to inflict bleeding on hit. 25% spell mana cost converted to life cost. Ooh. Unfolding Dawn. Increase armor energy shield. Big spirit boost. A little bit of resistances. Intelligence provides no inherent bonus to mana. Interesting. Okay. I feel kind of bad about taking a very clearly powerful item here, so I feel like if we have something that is just horrible gear-wise that we want to replace, like maybe this ring, and we get a fairly modest improvement, then I'd feel okay about that, but anything more than that feels a little bit cheating-y to me in a way. Like this, maybe we could use instead of our existing lightning ring, topaz ring. We lose 1 lightning res, or actually we gain 3, because we'll get the all resistance, which includes lightning res there. We lose a little bit of fire, gain a little bit of cold, lose some dex, lose some mana, but the lightning damage to attacks means nothing to us. But the 16% cast speed is the main reason why that's an upgrade. Unless we want to turn to Magic Find build. No, I don't think so. Don't think so. Ooh, that's a lot of life. Even if the base is for rarity, dex, all resistance. So for survivability purposes, that's very good. All attributes, all resistances. Well, that might technically... Well, defensively, it's better than this one, although, again, we're kind of looking for the offensive stuff more than anything, so might take this. And this is not even worth putting back in there. Let's see. Shield is the other category we're very much looking to replace. This is very low level, though. Spell damage, what is the special thing here? 20% chance for energy shield recharge to start when you kill an enemy. Oh. That's interesting. More, also low level, but... Energy shield, mana regenerate, light radius, spell damage per 10 spirit. Interesting. So you can turn yourself into a spirit scaling build and use that for damage as well. This looks really cool. Dancing Mirage? Oh, the art almost looks familiar from Path of Exile 1, but I don't think that's the case. I think this is new. It requires too much dex force, although that's probably an achievable amount. 20% less damage taken if you have not been hit recently. 100% increased evasion rating if you have been hit. Oh, it's Kintsugi. Almost. It's functionally Kintsugi from Path of Exile 1, which is one of my favorite items from Path of Exile 1. If you haven't been hit recently, you take less damage. If you have been hit, you get way more evasion, which means it'll likely be a while until you get hit again. Which is just really clever design-wise for an evasion-based build. Now, it does have some energy shield, but it is mostly about the evasion there. It's not really what we're trying to do, but is very cool. That was melee. We saw that. Okay. All right. I think it's a modest change, but one that does improve us slightly. And then, as we were saying, it, technically reduced one of our resistances, I think fire, by a little bit, which actually might be the one that's most relevant, at least for that most recent zone. We gained a little bit more elsewhere, but most importantly, 16% more cast speed, which is nice, although pure damage is what we really want. As for you, as for the Firestorm, though, that we definitely do want to add. Did we? What aura have we been... Oh, we've been using the Cast on Ignite, right. Because, yeah, Blasphemy Flammability is theoretically helpful for us. Curse applies after 1 second. Curse radius is 1.9 meters. That's pretty small. Duration, 6.8 seconds. Cursed enemies have minus 34% fire res. So technically speaking, from a single target standpoint, if we are more or less face tanking the enemy, this is better than our Cast on Ignite setup, because reducing enemies' fire resistance by 34% is a pretty big deal. So I'm pretty tempted to say cast on Ignite was a fun little experiment, and maybe we'll get back to it in the future if we get more spirit to work with, but in the short term, when we're just all about the single target damage, or just damage in general, I think this is probably the way to do it. And you can see we have this little aura around us now, that little semicircle circling us slowly, and that is the blasphemy curse effect. That might actually be indicative of the radius. It is absolutely tiny. So, yeah. I mean, if we do think that the safest place to fight bosses is right in front of their face, then maybe that's okay. But, out of curiosity, what are we using increased area of effect on right now? Magnified effects? This one, we're using it on Frost Wall. Can we afford to put it on you instead, and will we have enough spirit to still activate this? Apparently. Still says the radius is 1.9 meters? Is that right? No. Well, that's the default blasphemy. I think that's not indicative of... Or that's the default curse. That's not indicative of the blasphemy. So I'm noticing... Hold on. No. Is this working? The increased area of effect? So I'm not positive that it is. That also might not be the best for pure damage. Cast speed is nice. It does scale up the debuff for Incinerate pretty quickly, but let's see. What are we dumping to create room for Firestorm? Oh, Mana Tempest. Honestly, I completely forgot about this. That does give us a little bit more damage. Potentially a fair bit more damage. Does this affect any spell while you're inside of it? Okay, let's dump Arc for the time being, just because it's been a while since we last used it, and it once upon a time with Mana Tempest was very nice, but Firestorm, certainly at least now that this is a higher level than Arc, which has lived in the past a little bit, this is probably going to be more useful for us. Don't think it can chain, though. AoE sustained fire duration payoff. Let's... I'm just looking at our existing support gems to see if anything might work, but probably makes sense to just do it this way, wherever we can find the support gems. Oh, they're not going to show up in level 9, though, right? Sphere it. Sphere it. There. Okay. If we do this, and we do this, what do you recommend? Hourglass, we saw previously. Supported skills deal a lot more damage, but have a big cooldown. +1 limit. Oh, I do like this, because Firestorm you can usually only have one of active at a time, so it does make it a little bit hard for that to be your primary skill. I think that's why it had the little payoff tag, because it's sort of supposed to be a finisher, similar to, what was it, Cold Snap a while back? Supported skills have significantly less duration, though, so it's a little debatable as to whether that's worth it. more... I mean, you could do this and then give it more duration with persistence. I don't remember what we have that's using that right now. Otherwise, bludgeon, supported skills knock enemies back. I think we're looking for damage, though. Less cast speed, but more damage with hits. Fire penetration. This is probably, of the skills we've picked up thus far, one of the ones that makes the most sense to use fire penetration on. It hits, so it can penetrate fire resistance, simply put. So I feel good about that one. Although the combination of overabundance plus persistence does tempt me a bit. Let's go here. And let's just see... What do we have that has the extra duration? Not that. What is using it? Wait. Oh, yeah. Wait, huh? What is using that? Did I just completely gloss over it? Because they changed the... It used to just be called increased duration. It might not be called that anymore. I forget. I think they changed the name. So I might have just been breezing right over it. Look at the effect, not the name of the skill. That could be something we throw on as well. We want to ignite for sure. What is the crit chance for Firestorm actually? 7, which I think is lower than almost anything else we've used thus far. This is what has it. Flame Wall, which makes some sense. I don't know that that's necessary. Well, actually, here's the thing. The odd thing about Firestorm having a limit of 1. So this is something that's new to Path of Exile 2, having skills that have an outright limit in terms of how many times you can use them. Maybe there's some that kind of work that way, Path of Exile 1, that I'm just not thinking of. Or at least, you know, duration skills you can cast in an area. So it's a bit of a new idea, new limitation for me to wrap my brain around. But even if you increase the duration, sure, it means 1, Firestorm lasts longer, but you can only have 1 Firestorm in the first place. So functionally, all you achieve by doing that is you make it so that you don't have to cast it as frequently. But you aren't actually increasing your damage by doing that. I mean, I guess indirectly you are, because that means you can cast other things while your Firestorm is ongoing. Also, what is this thing in the corner here that I'm just looking at for the first time more closely? Because there's multiple arms coming out of that rock? Okay. Anyways, I digress. So, that is to say, unless you were to increase the limit of the Firestorm, I'm not sure that persistence makes a lot of sense. So I think that actually can stay on Flame Wall. I think Controlled Destruction I have a little bit of mixed feelings about, because good for damage, but we probably do want to at least have Firestorm able to crit. That's her 6 The other interesting thing, now I'm just thinking of Firestorm support gems that are often used in Path of Exile 1, because Firestorm is a Path of Exile 1 skill, even if it's been reworked a bit for Path of Exile 2. Straightforward fire damage related stuff, of course. Concentrated effect, reducing the area of the skill, actually is deceptively one of the best for it, because what that does is it makes the spread of the little fire mortars that drop from the sky. It makes them, is that Nugget? What? Does he have a name? Anyways, concentrated effect makes it so that the mortars that drop from the sky are more closely clustered together, which makes it better for hitting the same enemy multiple times with a firestorm, because otherwise if the spread is too wide, it covers a lot of area, but any one enemy is probably only getting hit once, maybe twice, across the duration of that firestorm. So if we are looking for this to help us for single target purposes, then actually making it have a smaller area of effect, especially if that comes with a damage boost to go along with it, would be very helpful. Now, that being said, in Path of Exile 1, concentrated effect reduces the area of skills and gives a very sizable damage boost. I don't remember if that's the case in Path of Exile 2. It may not be, and in that case, it may no longer be all that interesting to us. Duration. Less area of effect. Oh, but do it multiple times. I assume this just outright does not work for Firestorm. Here's concentrated effect. More area damage, less area of effect. What's it on right now? Incinerate. I mean, yeah, we're using it on Incinerate for good reason. I'm a little hesitant to throw it there. I don't think you can spell Echo for this either. Freeze buildup? No, that's not going to work. Yeah, I don't know what the best next option would be. I mean, we could check another support gem, but less cast speed, more damage with spell hits. The high damage multiplier, but less cast speed is a big penalty. I don't want the knockback. Is overabundance the answer? It might be. I mean, in this case, for the same reason we were saying increasing the duration is not that significant for the skill, reducing the duration might not be that significant either. It means you're casting it more often, but you can still keep 2 active indefinitely if you consistently do the cast. What is the difference between a level 1 overabundance and level 2 overabundance, though, is what I'm now wondering. What? It's the same? 50% less duration plus 1 limit. There's no reason to do a level 2 overabundance, it seems. It is functionally the same. It is functionally the same. Okay, well, I'm glad we double-checked this. So we have plenty of level 1 support gems to go around. Okay. Where? Huh? What? He's over there now. Do you have a face? Excuse me, why have I never noticed this guy before? And then he runs off. Okay. Very interesting. All right, so we have actually made a few changes here. We have the Firestorm, and we have a curse setup, an auto curse setup with this aura that could be quite interesting as well. We also were reminded that Mana Tempest exists, although we have actually had some mana issues even without Mana Tempest active. I'd like to at least see a little bit of this Firestorm in action. Not necessarily sure that's going to be my key binding setup of choice, but let's pop out there and give this a shot. Oh, before we do, I just want to see, what does it say? I think the DPS for Firestorm listed here is going to be really deceptive, because does it even show us the preview? has a series of projectiles that rain down from the sky and in an area. So how much damage we do to a single enemy depends on how many of those projectiles happen to hit that enemy. And it could range in any of a number of ways depending on that. Just want to double check. If we go here, can we fast travel still to the checkpoint that we got previously, or are we locked out from that because we've now exited the zone? So we have explored this previously. Obviously not on this go. I think we would have to rerun it. It's a little unfortunate. We had to rerun one or more zones anyway to level up more, get stronger. Let's just see. Just want to try. Maybe once we get this, I have no idea. One checkpoint? Does that end now? I don't think so. Well, here's what Firestorm looks like. Well, let me actually get to an area where you can see it in full. Oh, it has a big area of effect. Okay. I can only cast it twice. So, very large area of effect is my first reaction to it, which means pretty hard to hit the same enemy multiple times, which is why concentrated effect does seem like that would be very useful. The little icons you see over the enemy's head, that means they're standing close enough to be cursed. Fire flammability, which reduces their fire resistance. So that is tempting. Or that could be very effective. It looks like that could be useful. We know we have to do this. So I'm not necessarily sure we're about to take on that boss again right now, because I'm not sure that we have enough damage yet to succeed on that front. But it just seemed like this was as good a place as any to test out our stuff. And it does seem like we've already learned a lot about Firestorm. That being in a very crowded area, sure, it might be helpful, but it seems like it would take an awful lot more for it to become a single target skill. What? Oh, hold on. That's actually very significant. This, let's see. This the one that just dropped? Yes. This is another key to the Ascendancy trial. One of the reasons... Oh, no, but it's the... Wait. It's the trial of the Sichemas. Not the Ultimatum trial. So one of the reasons why I was reluctant to do this at this stage was because... Well, I wanted more damage, yes, but with only one key, it felt like if we screw that up, then we're not going to be able to get back there anytime soon. Whereas if we have two keys that we could use, then suddenly we have a little more flexibility, and we can take a chance on one of the trials, and if it doesn't go well, okay, at least on a future occasion we can circle back. Oh, it also consumes ignites to damage more. I did forget about that. But that's Trial of the Sichemas, which I don't know if that can serve as our second trial, because I thought I'd remembered hearing them say, oh, also, again, key bindings, I need to figure out what the best way to do this, because I tried to set them up such that it kind of makes sense going first this, then this, or really, first this, then this, then this. Really, for that purpose, I should probably switch those around, but having Firestorm all the way on the end is just kind of awkward. Both physically and mentally working out what the right order of operations is, because basically you open up with something like Incinerate, then you do that. Theoretically, it deals more damage because he had Incinerate, or he had a Ignite on him. But yeah, so this is obviously a higher level zone that would give us, or it's the next tier up for an Ascendancy trial, so it would give us additional Ascendancy points. I thought I had heard that it is possible to do any of the types of trials to get subsequent Ascendancies. You just need to drop a high enough level version of it. But does it distinguish anywhere here whether this Trial of the Sekemas is a high enough version for us to still get Ascendancy points for doing it? I mean, it's a higher level than the Ultimatum one, so that would suggest to me yes. But it's not like it still says number of trials 1, number of trials 1, so I don't know if that means anything. It's not like it says on here, you know, good for tier 2 Ascendancies or anything like that. First 2 keys aren't consumed when you fail. As in, you basically get 2 free tries with a key, and then after that, the key is actually consumed. So if that's the case, I'd be more willing to give it a shot. Still might want to fine-tune a little bit further with the stuff we've been experimenting with as of late. Not convinced we have the right setup for Firestorm yet, at the very least. Not the first 2 tries, first 2 trials. The keys never expire. So basically, like the one that, I don't know if you technically get it for free, but it kind of seems like for each of the initial ones, the first Trial of Sekemas and the first Ultimatum drop, like the game kind of just hands you that one at some point when you start getting close to it. So that one basically never expires. One for the Trial of Sekemas and one for the Ultimatum trial. Because if that's the case, then even more reason to give it a shot. Oh, hello there. This seems like the perfect opportunity to do that. One other little bonus of using Flammability Blasphemy Curse is having the little icons above the enemies' heads does make it easier to see when there are enemies. Might seem like a small thing, but I assure you, especially in zones like this, it's not. I do appreciate that. Also, I didn't mean to pick up whatever that was. Like, honestly, the Firestorm basically just takes up the full screen. So it doesn't even seem like aiming it matters at all. It's a little strange. It has a big area of effect in Path of Exile 1, but not that big. Okay, so that is very interesting in that case for the key. I think let's head back to town. We tested out a little bit of the Firestorm. As I said, I think adjustments are probably necessary here to make it behave the way we want it to behave, and we need to figure out what we want to use it for, because I did not realize the area of effect was going to be that big, and that makes it seem like it would be really hard to turn it into a single target skill. So I'm not sure that should be the end goal. Maybe the end goal is just having it be an effective supporting area clear skill. In which case... What is the right order here? Let's go. You. Maybe like that? Okay. Oh. Do a little bit of this stuff. Those worth crafting? Probably not. I mean, it's the same base we have right now. Chances of us outdoing that... Oh, sorry. I also kind of punched the microphone there.
Quickly.
Hey there.
Some odds and ends we found my tribe could use.
Honestly, I think we just sell this. I mean, maybe the dexterity is relevant on the rarest of occasions, but that should be easy enough to find that elsewhere. Also, I did not mean to pick that up. I guess we could have sold it, but... Okay. Why don't we dump these? I would put concentrated effect onto Firestorm, because I feel like that would be a good way to use it. Even for area clear. Just so that it's a little more controlled with where it goes and deals more damage in the process, has more of a chance to hit the same enemy twice. Because it's not like it's hitting hard enough that one hit is going to one-shot the enemies, and that's kind of what you would need for it to be a really good area clearing skill. So, I think, you know, if we didn't kind of feel like we need concentrated effect on Incinerate, I would probably put it on Firestorm, so perhaps once we eventually graduate from Incinerate, we would let the concentrated effect go. But if Firestorm is not the thing to replace Incinerate, I think it would have to be Flame Blast, which is even higher up here still. Level 52, level 52 requirement, tier 13. So it's not like we're really anywhere close to getting this. But it's a channeling skill that makes a big fiery explosion. Can we see the preview even when we can't unlock it yet? No, it doesn't let us. Also a Path of Exile 1 skill, but one that I think could be the thing we're looking for to replace Incinerate, but it'll be a little while, unfortunately, till we get there. So that can't exclusively be the answer, or at least we need to find a way to still get the job done until then, and that could be a little while. So what if we give the Temple of Chaos a shot? Off to get some Z's, Jared. Thanks for stopping by. Chi-Chi's. Ooh, speaking of which, it is getting pretty late for me as well. I don't know how long the Temple of Chaos might take. I am also getting a bit tired, but could it be worth trying to pop in there, since we know the stakes are a little bit lower than we had originally thought? So it's not quite as scary. If we mess up the Chaos Trial, we can always come back, give it another shot on a later occasion. Maybe that means we give it one attempt now, and if it doesn't work out, we can circle back, and next time, you know, we can do a little bit of grinding, and then on our next attempt, we can potentially fare a little bit better. I think this one also might be a little RNG centric for reasons
Take your time.
we may soon find. We also, what was it? We were a little bit intrigued by this. Chance to ignite. Again, doesn't really make sense for Incinerate at least, but it does work well to set up Firestorm more consistently. So Fireball ignites more regularly, and that makes Firestorm better. It's basically the way that would play out. But in terms of just basic damage, I would think this would still be inferior. Need the key? What's up, Ismail? How's it going? For Path of Exile 2, you mean? Or for specifically the trial that we're considering trying right now? Let's see. Let's take a look here. Let's give it a shot. Testing grounds for the Vol High Priests. So theoretically this will be level 38, which is the same level as... I don't even remember what zone this was, to be honest with you. A little while back, before the waterways, obviously before all these things down here. So the enemies will be a little bit weaker than the ones we've been fighting as of late, which is a little bit encouraging, but it's not like we are right on the verge of having enough damage to be able to fly through. No, our damage is very lackluster. So even enemies being just a, like 3 levels lower, that might still not make that much of a change for us. But it's something. It's something. Offer an inscribed ultimatum to undertake the Trial Master's challenges. Oh, also, for what it's worth, we should probably establish what we're planning to get out of this. So it could either be we further upgrade here, more mana, and more importantly, 1% increased effective arcane surge on you per 15 max mana, which right now we have 481. Obviously that would go up a little bit from taking this. Pardon my 12:30 a.m. still partially concussed mental math, but what is that? That's 10, 30, 32% as things currently stand. 32% increased effective arcane surge. Maybe 33 by the time we get this. Which improves our cast speed. It's not like it's a game changer. Otherwise, go here. Targets affected by 2 of your shot, or targets can be affected by 2 of your shocks at the same time, but 50% less shock duration. So I wanted to take this because eventually it does kind of require that we go here. All damage from hits contributes to shock chance. We could then be using fire skills and still get shocks. And if you shock, that makes enemies take more damage. And then if you ignite, because you're still using a fire skill, you can ignite. Your ignites are dealing more damage as well, so it's a bit of double dipping effect there. But that means we are 2 Ascendancy trials away from doing this. So it requires a little more patience, and if we're feeling like we kind of need something that's going to help us immediately, then this is probably more what we'd be looking for then. Otherwise, I mean, technically, we do have exposure that we are applying from Incinerate. I don't even know if it is possible to respec your Ascendancy points in Path of Exile 2. You can in Path of Exile 1, but it's just more expensive than typical nodes. There's a chance you just can't respec at all. So, I mean, if you can, then you can start to say things like, all right, well, we'll do this initially, and then we'll respec it later when we do want to go this route, or we'll do this one initially and then we'll respec later. So I will admit that I'm not 100% sure which one of these we would want. You can respec Ascendancy. I assume they're more expensive, but just the ability to do it in general means that opens up some options for us. We could just think short term with this. So that's tempting then. Because yeah, this... Unless we go back to using Arc or some other thing to apply the shock. Something of the lightning variety just to apply the shock, which would be a little bit annoying mechanically to throw that into the loop that we're doing. That would be pretty tough to make this useful short term. So yeah, I think it probably would be either this or potentially even this. I was not even considering that initially. Actually, hold on. Don't think this counts as exposure. That just counts as a curse, but I think Incinerate does? Yeah, fire exposure. So it would specifically be Incinerate that would benefit further from that. Additional 20%. So Incinerate can already debuff minus 50% fire resist. It would get all the way up to negative 70 fire resist. So that's a lot, especially since we also have the flammability debuff on top of that. So that's pretty tempting, to be honest with you. Until we do respec Incinerate, but here we are saying, or until we do use a different primary single target skill. But as we were saying, it might be a little while until we replace Incinerate, so that might actually be best. Short term. Okay, let's pop in.
That rejected her destiny comes to forge another.
Here goes nothing. I did just change the key bindings that we were using, so, you know, might be worth taking a second here to just remind ourselves where things stand. Okay. I tried to basically put them in order. The sequence in which we'd like to use them. Outside of Incinerate.
Only favors those who are capable.
Okay, so, for what it's worth, we will find, I believe, that this area mimics a League mechanic that was once a thing in Path of Exile 1. So this may look kind of familiar.
Long have I awaited a suitable challenger. My master, Chaos, has charged me with this task.
So this is the
Many
Trial
have
Master.
attempted my trials in search of greatness. Scholars, criminals, heroes, and the meek. All have stepped forward, and most have fallen.
His face is basically a Chaos Orb.
The rules never changed for them, and the rules will not change for you. Bring only that which you can afford to lose, including your life.
Okay. So, it's interesting because his face is basically a Chaos Orb. And his mechanic, as I think we're about to see, is very chaotic. So it is fitting in that way. But I remember from that League mechanic in Path of Exile 1, people were wondering, like, oh, are we eventually going to get the chance to fight him and fight Chaos himself? That would be awesome. And so, well, it'll be interesting to see if something like that comes to pass here. People thought, though, that I think for the most part, people assumed that the Trial Master might have been masquerading or, you know, undercover as Chaos him/itself. But the Trial Master here just seemed to refer to Chaos as a separate entity.
My master is the essence of all that might be. They are the flip of a coin, and they are the roll of a die. Whether you win or lose, their purpose is still served. And yet, your chances can be influenced by your skill, by your intellect, and by your might. That is what fascinates Chaos. Skilled mortals can bend their chances, for in the headwinds of the unknown, the arrow of a master falls more assuredly than the arrow of a novice. Show them your mastery, and they will smile upon you. Surprise them with utmost talent, and they may even laugh. Fortune will rain upon those who bring humor to chaos.
Okay. So, as for what we have here, it's an item. Carrion Glance Veiled Mask. It's a rare helmet. Level 28. Dex, Int, Hybrid. Half decent rolls. It's corrupted, so you can't craft it further.
We will meet again.
So this is the item that we, I think, can potentially stand to gain, but we have to choose one of these challenges to face. Monsters either all have plus 40% to all resistances, not so great for us doing elemental damage, although we do have ways to reduce enemies' elemental resistance. Less area of effect and projectile speed. For Firestorm, that's actually a benefit. For Incinerate, that's a problem because we're already reducing its area of effect. Flame Wall, Frost Wall, it's a little unfortunate. Fireball, it doesn't matter because that's not an area skill. Blood Globules. Globules of blood manifest nearby, tracking you. When above you, they will fall, dealing physical damage. I think we might have to do... Oh, projectile speed. That would affect Fireball. I think we have to do this. We might have to. So this is why it starts to become a little bit RNG-y. Because it depends what you end up with there.
Challenger, prove yourself worthy of chaos.
I thought he said jump, not challenger. Oh, there we go. Oh, that's big. And also, I need to remember what the key bindings are again. Okay, so yeah, there are a variety of enemies here. For sure. Including some rather intimidating ones. Including ones that curse us, and that's, you know, basically a dragon. He is a tricky stomp attack. And I'm pretty sure there's another big enemy over there. He has a lightning horn attack. And there's another one of them. And I don't think we want to stand there. Oh, what? That one's a lightning one. Okay, there's going to be one for multiple different elements. I see how this goes. Siphon's last charges, I don't like that. How much damage do you do? A fair bit. That's your... Oh, it's a charge. Never seen that. Nope. Knew that was coming, but... I also don't know what happens to the things we pick up if we die mid-run. I don't know if we keep them. There's a chance we lose them. Is there still the big dragon dude elsewhere? Or did we kind of get rid of him? Oh, these are the dudes we were seeing in the previous zone. The one that we just recently left. Okay, I'm really struggling to get the hang of these recently reworked key bindings. I probably should have just kept them as is. But just combining the walls, both of the walls plus fireball does seem to be enough to get rid of the basic enemies pretty promptly. Oh, okay. Apparently this direction. Oh, we go up. Now what? More enemies? More chaos stuff? Oh. Okay. Don't yet know what this means.
Don't get overconfident just because you beat the first room.
Okay, so here you see round 2 of 10, I don't even remember if it told us there were 10 rounds at the very beginning. But, did we get the item in question last time round? I don't even remember. Oh, preview rewards? Let's see, so monsters gain 20% of damage added as chaos damage? No. So I believe, if I remember correctly, all the previous debuffs stack from one round to the next. So you need to be really mindful of that, because you might think initially, sure, I can handle one of these bad debuffs at the beginning, but if you start adding on multiple of those really bad ones, it becomes really difficult toward the end. Challenge area contains several statues that petrify you if you stand within their gaze for a duration. Deadly volatiles on death. Rare monsters leave larger ones. Volatiles give me PTSD from Path of Exile 1. I hate the chaos damage, though. I think that's a hard no. It might have to be this. Oh, these are all not good. Maybe we can deal with that. Maybe we can. Oh, okay. So this is what we got from the round 1 completing it. This tells us basically all the various rewards we've gotten along the way. So the more rooms we make, the more of these we will have. I don't think we can... It allows us to cash out there. I assume we have to do all 10 floors, but I actually don't know. Because although this did exist in Path of Exile 1 in a way for the purpose of getting item drops, it was not the way in which you got ascendancy points. So you could always leave early in Path of Exile 1 and just settle for what few rewards you had gathered. But I don't know if we still benefit from the ascendancy stuff, because that seems way too easy if we could just cash out after the first room. We'll try this.
Until you have perished.
I already forget. I did volatiles, right? I didn't like any of those. That's why it's RNG centric. Oh, and also this only starts once we do this. Oh, live for a minute and a half. I'd like to know which one is the frost wall again. Thank you. Feels like the frost wall would be very significant.
Not yet.
Okay, I'm not sure that we can just do that indefinitely. In fact, I would venture to say that it's definitely not something we can just throw up all the time. Although I have definitely still leaned a lot more toward just dodging and not attacking and letting the enemies further accumulate, which is making me increasingly concerned. Those are volatiles, alright. Yeah, I want that. If nothing else. Ooh, I got trapped for a second there. I got the chaos orb. Yeah, I'm just gonna dodge. Also, running is faster than dodge rolling, I remember. Except if we get stuck in a corner, which, you know, not to say we're about to get stuck in a corner, but... Ooh. Okay. So that's one way to go about doing it. Generally would not advise going that route, but, you know, if you're like us and you have basically no damage, even against lower level enemies, we could have fought more, for sure. But, alright, that's room 2. Yeah, enclosed area with volatiles. If I'd realized it was going to be that small an area, that might not have been what I would have gone for. The petrifying statues, I don't know. If we were continuing to run around, maybe we still would have been fine. So in theory, the drops may continue to get better. Not that this was necessarily better than this, but the rarity of the drops might increase the more rooms we complete. Let's see what we have here. Globules of blood track us. When they fall, they deal fizz damage to us. Monsters always inflict bleed and poison. Buffs expire 3 times faster and debuffs expire 3 times slower. We don't really have much in the way of buffs. Debuffs on enemies expiring 3 times slower is annoying, though. I mean, at this point, I mostly just want to know what happens if we walk away at any point. This is probably what I'd like, nonetheless. If we had big boss enemies, that'd be a problem. Outside of that, though, that's probably passable, whereas this we're very susceptible to as an energy shield character, and this, I don't know just how bad that's going to be, but combined with volatiles, that feels like that's kind of a nasty 1-2 combo. So let's try this. I assume if we fail one of the challenges, then that just very plainly... Wait, escort the idol? Okay, wait, this is also new. I assume if we fail, then we just don't proceed, of course. Or we don't get the ascendancy points. Whereas... If we choose to end early... Oh, we have to stand close to it. I would like to have that, though. Don't like the volatiles. Okay, we can take this one slowly. We absolutely need to, though. I haven't actually seen how much damage the volatile stuff does, to be honest with you. Does the totem deal damage if it lands on them? I kind of want to see that. Couldn't tell if it did, though. Slowly but surely. Maybe. Not so fast on the whole surely thing. Huh? Excuse me? I'm directly underneath it. Excuse me, sir? There we go. I don't know how long we need to escort it for. Whoa! Oh, you're rare, aren't you? Or at least you're much bigger than the other enemies were. And you have purple stuff around you, which is just chaos-related things, which I don't like. Saurian Servant. Hello and goodbye to our energy shield. Says superior. I would like to get our energy shield back. Looks like that might be the end spot right there. Also would rather not get exploded by volatiles at this stage. That. Well, not setting any land speed records, and I'm pretty sure that's not our first time saying that. But it did work. Oh, wait, hold on. What about the switch? What does that switch do? No. Oh. Oh, never mind. It just is for this. We're good. We're fine. What happened there? Ooh. Another dude of the dead variety. Oh.
This is just a warm-up.
I mean, that is true. I also didn't even realize we were not getting our flash charges back. What is that? Soul core of whoever that is. It's a crafting thing of some variety. Martial weapon. Attacks with this weapon penetrate 15% elemental resistances. Whoa. Armor. 15% increased elemental ailment threshold. That's interesting. We've never seen anything like that before. I did not even know this thing existed. Nor do I know where or how it drops. Or if it can drop from anywhere else. Less defenses. Does that include energy shield? Monsters inflict grasping vines on hit, slowing us down. Stalking Shade. An invulnerable shade stalks you, inflicting ruin with its melee hits. Fail the trials on reaching 7 ruin. No thank you. No thank you. So, as I was saying, I don't really know what happens when it comes to what, if any, ascendancy points we get if we cash out. I don't know if we have to make it all the way to 10 waves. But this feels like an absolute no-go, especially if you get this early, because if that is the case for the entire run, and you activate this at the very beginning, and you have to go 10 rounds without getting hit 7 times, that seems like that could be pretty horrible. And if that affects Energy Shield, that's really bad news. Now, this could be horrible in combination with other things like volatiles, which we have chosen. But outside of that, it might be the best option. So I guess we're going to do this one, and then if we succeed, this will probably be our last. I mean, because this intrigues me a lot. I would like to get that.
Restrict your every move.
It also depends a bit on what objective we have here, because that does vary. From one run to the next. One round to the next. Just kill X number of enemies? There are no enemies here right now. What are we doing? I don't like the suspense. Oh no. What's the deal with this zone? Hello? What are you doing? What's the deal? Oh! I don't like this.
This one.
I don't like this. I don't like this bird. I don't like that either. Oh, that ground effect stays, doesn't it? Doesn't it? At least for a while. What are you doing? Spitting out enemies. Naturally. Did I even need to ask? Ooh, that seems like a very bad place to stand. Oh, and that's technically a mini boss of sorts that you spit out. That's not just a basic little ad. I assumed that it was. I think I was wrong. What? Okay. Those are normal ads. Oh, those are your fireballs? Oh my god, what? I was all distracted by its fireballs because I was like, that's usually our skill. Then I glanced over at the bottom left corner and saw our health was just plummeting. I hit the life flask, but too little too late. Wow. Okay. Interesting. Okay. So that takes us back to the beginning. We keep the items we picked up. We do not keep the items that we had gambled with Chaos. I mean, that makes sense. We didn't succeed. But, okay, I was not expecting a boss fight. In terms of how much damage we were dealing, it was pretty decent, which might have given me a bit of a false sense of security, because I also didn't know what that boss was going to do offensively, and it threw me for a bit of a loop. Okay, so I'm gonna be honest with you. I think... I mean, yes, we could kind of just abuse this. You can use this one key however many times you want to repeatedly try to farm this for other drops and what have you. But I'm kind of tempted now that we've gone through several rounds on that previous run to just see this time round if we cash in very quickly. Do we get the ascendancy points? What happens? Cannot rejoin this area after dying. So, what does that mean then? That technically open a new one? That did.
Where will your choices bring you this time?
Oh, I mean, not that any of those things we picked up were amazing, but just throw it in a tab where we can vendor it later on, or turn it into crafting materials, what have you. Okay, so yeah, this one I think we'll make this one quick, and we'll see what happens if you cut it short. I mean, obviously, if it happens to give us good items early, that'd be great. This looks pretty familiar. It's the same base, at least. Less defenses, rings of doom appear on the ground, which grow over time, exploding for physical damage once they reach a maximum area. Bubbles of blood manifest nearby, tracking you. Maybe we try this one. We saw it pop up a few times last time. I did not choose to take it. Also, does it always give us the same objectives in the same order? Like, is this one just going to be kill a bunch of enemies first?
Prove yourself worthy of chaos.
Looks like that might be the case for this one. Theoretically, globules of blood dropping from this. Oh, well, yeah, I see them. I do see them. I was like, maybe they'll be kind of hard to see with all the red from the fireballs we're throwing around. No, I don't think so. Oh, okay. No, but they do track us. They do track us. That much is true. Okay. I don't know exactly how it works in terms of, are they technically coming from the corpses of some of the enemies? Because it kind of seemed like it. Oh, that's pretty hard. All right. That's actually kind of strange. That's excuse me. Now I understand why you need the switch. Okay. That time we didn't have any rares or even blue monsters, I don't think. So in terms of the types of enemies we faced, way easier than the first time. Even if the overall objective of kill all the enemies in the area was still the same. So that's interesting. That means more variables. Seems like, again, is this the same base we saw last time as well for the second round? I think it is. Bloody hearts appear that apply tethers, slowing you. Breaking the tether will stun you. All these things that slow us grasping vines do as well. Various forms of physical damage or various forms of slowing us down, or we just cash out with what is not that great of a reward. As I said, I was kind of thinking we'd go out early this time. What was the second round last time? Was that the escort? No, it was the survive X amount of time, wasn't it? I think it was the survive. Which feels like all these things would be a bit of a problem then. I guess
Where you stand.
But this, as I said, I think this will probably end up being our last one. I mean, I said I think we might even cash out after the first one, but we'll try this one. I think I went the wrong way. But now you also see why this was something that I had thought might have made sense for us to wait until we were a little bit stronger before we did, just because it very directly ties to, okay, that's really bad when the arena, when it fits the entire arena. Yeah, we just straight up can't avoid that. It turns out. But, you know, having more, oh, unless it starts in a different corner depending on where we're standing. Okay, I see now how it works. That's a three-headed dragon. Okay, yeah, it's trying to walk around the corners so that those circles initiate in the corners rather than in the middle where they can take up the entire arena. Ooh, dear. Yeah, so wait for that to go. Almost got caught activating that more central location. Another one, unfortunately. And it did kind of happen in the spot that I didn't want to happen in last time, just then. Yeah, the big guy shows up. There's only a little bit of time left. Ooh, I got stuck for a second there. I did get stuck. And you are very scary, but you are gone. Okay, that also seems like that could be a combination that is bad for the escort. So we're learning more about how the various downside, you know, debuffs, whatever you want to call them, how those work and how they interact with the various objectives you might have, which is all useful information to have.
Don't give up so early.
Again, it's the... I think it's consistently the same base. Definitely don't want that. Monsters, volatiles, yep. Oh, blood globules too. Globules of blood manifest nearby, tracking you. When above you, they will fall, dealing physical damage and creating damaging blood ground. That's what's different now with the level 2 version of it. It creates a damage over time effect on the ground. So I am probably going to cash out right now, I'm going to be honest with you, because as I said, I kind of wanted to see what happens if we cash out early. Oh, and you can see here in the 2 rhombuses, it shows you the ones that you already have in effect. So you don't forget, especially as time goes on, you add more and more of these negative aspects. It can get easy to forget. But yeah, I want to see what happens if we cash out. I mean, I guess that means, you know, we could with some reliability assume that after this one we would see another one of those interesting ones. But, I mean, again, I'm not really thinking we're trying to super optimize this for returns. We're mostly just trying to get the ascendancy. So, let's see what happens when we do this. Taking rewards early will end the Trial Master's Challenge. Yes. Are you sure you want to proceed? Okay, so it does give you this warning. The key question I had is just, do you still get the ascendancy points? And this doesn't answer that. I assume that we do, but let's see. Press version of the... Oh! Well. Okay. I suppose that answers that question. Alright. I don't know what I want in that case, because we have a whole bunch of things that chase after us and try to kill us. One way or another. We cannot leave early for quest purposes, so I take that to mean this first one that you do for the ascendancy points, or maybe any one that you do in the future for ascendancy points, you cannot cash out early. However, if you are doing this an additional time, not for ascendancy points, but just for these drops, you do have the option of cashing out early. And does that mean we have to go all the way? Oh, that might not mean escort. I don't think it does, actually. I am surprised. Okay, so that actually tells us things we did not previously know. Those are the volatiles. I forgot about the volatiles. Somehow. Oh, our damage against single target is going to be pretty hard when we have very strong reason to not stand still. Especially if the next enemy is a boss, which, to be fair, might not actually be the case. Oh, excuse me? I would like this. I don't know what that does. It seems to have opened up an area to do something. I don't know what it just did, but it did do something. I may have just made things more difficult, unknowingly. I potentially have summoned a more powerful enemy. Vol Soul Core is applying a debuff that is apparently becoming stronger as time goes on.
You have improved your skills.
Okay. We're learning. That was a thing. Didn't really have time to figure out the details. I just saw that it said Vol Soul Core. The number was getting bigger, and it seemed like that was a debuff of some sort. I wasn't sure. This seemed to be the big guy who spawned in. It was technically not a rare, so probably was killable had I gone straight for him. But, I don't know if that meant if we killed him, if it would have ended that effect. Well, those guys look pretty freaky. Or if there was something further in that direction where it opened up. I don't know. But that was interesting. I'll be honest. At first, I saw the word Vol and the icon on the ground for the item, and I thought, oh, that looks like the crafting reward that we saw after the next round, or, you know, as the round 4 reward from the previous run. And, oh, if we can just get that for free, that'd be great. Then I realized, no, that says Vol Soul Core, which is the same name of the quest item that we saw on 1 or 2 prior occasions. That's probably not a crafting item. And then, obviously, once I picked it up, we saw, you know, all Vol break loose. So, I wish we learned just a little bit more about that, but at the very least, we know it makes things more difficult. What exactly the reward for succeeding with that is, I'm not sure. But it does mean... Okay, so yeah, here it says end current trials. Okay. That seals the door, and then since this is an infinitely reusable key, we could then just plug it back in and jump back in once again. And with that in mind, yes, we could just try to brute force this and just do run after run until we find the right combination of weaker debuffs and easier objectives for us to do. Like, the objectives that time were definitely easier. We might have gotten a little bit unlucky with the relatively early boss last time around. I don't know. That might be more likely to be the final thing. But it seems like it may make sense if we can manage, as I was saying before, to get a little bit stronger first. So that it doesn't have to be the perfect set of circumstances for us to get through here. Oh, I also totally forgot that we have a few stray attribute nodes over here, which we may or may not need for gearing purposes, but if not, yeah, that's actually 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 points, which if we could respec into more direct damage improvements, I mean, that's obviously more than we're going to get from just a level. That's 5 levels worth of skill points. So, could be worth taking a more critical look at the skill tree this little point we have here for crit chance for spells. I mean, it's just 10% in and of itself. We haven't really been scaling crit chance outside of this. So, you know, that's 6 points, which means 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You can at least start getting to this side of this fire cluster, and if you needed to sacrifice some attributes over there, you can potentially make some of them up on this side. You can also look at, you know, are there other places? This looks like an elemental damage cluster. Increasing the exposure effect, which again, we get from Incinerate. So that is something. Duration of ailments. Chance to apply the ailments. Even more exposure effect. Increased damage for each type of elemental ailment on the enemy. Okay. So yeah, it may actually be that that could be a reasonable way for us to get a little bit stronger offensively, because we lose very little by unallocating these. A little bit of mana, a little bit of life for the intelligence and strength respectively. The bigger question is, does that require us to unequip some of our gear? But the other thing we could do is, or even apply this so that we're connecting here, and then you can unallocate the cold and freeze stuff. It gives you a little bit more fire damage and points you can spend a little bit elsewhere. But could you unallocate some of the defensive stuff that is still useful, yes, but maybe overkill in some cases, just to eke out a little bit more of the damage, whether it be here or if we find some other place. Duration. Here you get more crit chance, so maybe it is possible to actually get enough crit for that to be more meaningful. Wow, crit chance against enemies affected by no ailments, blah. So yeah, some combination of leveling, maybe reallocating some skill points, and of course gearing. And we could try to potentially purchase some new gear. We get any? Oh, we got basically no drops at all from that one. Yeah, I thought we picked up something. No, I guess not. I guess not. Oh, that was our first Chaos Orb drop. Wow. That we got earlier. Removes a random modifier and augments a rare item with a new random modifier. That's actually different than what a Chaos Orb does in Path of Exile 1. Interesting. In Path of Exile 1, Chaos Orbs completely reroll the mods of a rare item. But as we saw with the removal of Alteration Orbs, which completely reroll the mods of a magic item, those no longer exist, and Chaos Orbs, although they do exist, the function is different. So basically, you can't really outright reroll an item, although this Chaos Orb does a little bit of that. It removes one modifier and then adds a new random modifier. So it's basically like a mini Path of Exile 1 Chaos Orb, which is in some ways a good thing, some ways a bad thing. If you're just looking to tweak an item that has some good stuff, you have a chance of getting rid of something bad and adding something good. Of course, you also have a chance of getting rid of something good and adding something bad. That's the risk you take, and that's why it is called a Chaos Orb. But, okay, that's intriguing. So, we may have a little bit of currency to spend to pick up some other stuff. Not really sure if we have the spending power to make any significant purchases from other players, but we can look around a little bit, and as I said, we have several options we could pursue at this point, so we have a few ways we can power up, and then I think that just gives us a little more margin for error so that we aren't just relying on the perfect, easiest possible run here. Yes, we could, of course, make some improvements just from learning more of the mechanics here, how exactly the debuffs work, how the various objectives work, and in some cases, what some of the optional challenges might do. And just realizing that they are challenges in the first place might help as well. But I think it still makes sense for us to take maybe one step backward in order to take 2 steps forward. And as for, what the right zone is to do that in, I think we have a little bit of flexibility there. We do, of course, still have that optional boss fight in the Molten Vault area, which I assume, since it is optional, that it probably gives us some kind of reward for finishing it. And we actually haven't fought him since we added our flammability aura, which does improve our fire damage functionally by reducing our enemies' fire resistance. And then we added the firestorm. I'm not sure that's really going to make a huge difference against a boss. Mana Tempest, which we forgot about and still really have not used today, despite having remembered that it exists. That could also be a way to increase our damage per second, although it does eat up our mana more, so it's not without flaws. Could also strategically swap this out for something fire-oriented if we know we're going up against a fire boss, but that's just to say, you know, maybe we're a little bit closer to being able to defeat that boss now, and although previous rewards for defeating optional bosses haven't always been spectacular, if we were to get some passive points for that, or who knows what else, it could still be just enough to at least get us through this. And then if we can get through this Chaos Trial, then that gives us the power to go even further. So one step at a time. We're looking for ways to build ourselves up. So we'll find a way to do it, I'm sure. Okay, so one day has passed, but much has changed. I have grinded one more level. I have optimized our passive tree. I have optimized our skill gems. I have gotten one higher level on both Incinerate and on Fireball. I have purchased a new shield, which very notably has +2 level of all spell gems and 44% increased fire damage, which should mean we have way more damage coming from our shield. I also made a few sales, so we are now +2 on the Exalts, and may use those to upgrade our gear a little bit further. But I think that in the grand scheme of things, the big takeaway is that, at least if you're going based on the tooltip DPS, I don't know exactly what Incinerate said earlier, but it definitely was not triple figures. In fact, it might have been quite a bit lower than this. So I think we should be doing much better offensively, and that is the big thing that we were trying to improve, because we ran into at least one DPS check that we failed yesterday. So, yeah, I'm hoping that means we're in better shape now. But the one thing we could potentially still stand to improve would be our rings / jewelry in general. It's all pretty bad. This does give us a decent bit of energy shield, which is nice. The cast speed is also very good offensively, but that rarity isn't doing us much, and it doesn't have anything else on it. And then technically, one of the things that made it hard to swap out our previous shield, it was a low-level shield, but it had a bunch of good stats on it. We also needed just a little more int on our gear, otherwise we weren't going to be able to wield our wand anymore. So I had to swap around our rings in order to make that happen, and had to make some compromises in doing so, because this ring, it has the intelligence that we need. It has a little bit of resistances, but that's pretty much it. I mean, life gain on kill, but as I think we've been saying before, we're kind of outgrowing that at this point. And then this one, 10% fire damage. This is one we had on before, but it's also not great. The one that we had to sacrifice had a fairly high cast speed roll, which was, I think, worth quite a bit more. Or certainly, this is the one that we swapped on. So the old one was definitely better offensively. So, if possible, if we were to either get a level and pick up a little bit of intelligence there on the tree, or just purchase a new ring that has the intelligence we need, in addition to better stats than this, then that would be... Oh, interesting. Hold on, we have someone who is trying to buy something from us, which I think this is the first time this has happened to us on stream. Double check what it is. It does seem like, yeah, in general, I don't know if this is a feature they added to Path of Exile 1, over the past several years, but the item that they're asking for gets highlighted in your stash. It technically did highlight the wrong item for me on one prior occasion, which was a little bit off-putting, but it does make it easier, because sometimes someone asks you for an item and it takes you forever to sort through it. Now, granted, I didn't double check to see if this actually was the correct item, so the fact that they have accepted that suggests that it was. But there we go. Now we actually have 3 exalts to work with, which should mean we have a little bit of spending power here to pick up 1, maybe even, I mean, we could potentially get 1 exalt per jewelry slot and make some half-decent upgrades there. So that's not out of the question. I think we might just poke our head in to the Molten Vault first, because this is where we ran into the boss that we just didn't pass the DPS check on previously. And if we're fine here, then that is perhaps a signal, okay, all systems go. We can then proceed, maybe go back to the Chaos trial, get some Ascendancy points, and then we'll be stronger from that. Then we can potentially go into the Temple of Kopek, which we poked our head into a little bit, but did not spend much time in. This is where we're expecting at least to eventually run into the final boss of the act. So, why don't we start here? And we can see just how we're doing, offensively in particular. So we know the deal in this place. It is 1 level lower than the... Oh, hello. That's a lot of the giant dudes. Oh, hello, support gem. Also, hello, enemies that are getting stuck on each other. Okay. So I think that just across the various things that we have done, in addition to the last time we activated our... Or was it last time when we activated the Blasphemy Aura for flammability to debuff the enemies so they have less fire resistance, or was that a little bit earlier? I don't remember exactly, but that helps. And then when needed, we can break out this to add a bunch of damage as lightning. Now, we aren't really scaling lightning damage much at all, at least not anymore, but it is functionally just extra damage. It does increase the mana cost very significantly, so it's not the easiest thing to sustain, but as long as our mana flasks are... Mana flasks, he says, plural. No, Lids, there's only 1 mana flask in PoE 2. Alright, you are correct. But with the help of a mana flask, it is possible to hopefully still sustain our skills long enough with that storm active that we can benefit from the damage without having to worry too much about sustaining. A lot of... These were both support gems, weren't they? So the main thing that we gained from changing that shield was that we got quite a bit of damage from it, because it gave us +2 level of all of our gems, and a little bit of fire damage as well, although we did, I think, have a pretty solid fire damage and even cast speed roll on our old shield. Still, the new one is significantly better. We did, however, gain a little bit of additional, a somewhat significant amount of extra energy shield as well. Oh, you are a rare. Ooh, lightning barrages when hit. Okay. Well, perhaps this is the test that we needed. That guy dropped over 1,000 gold. We'll take it. But that maybe was the test we needed to see whether Incinerate hits or not, because he created the lightning mirages when I was using Fireball and Frostwall, and then as soon as I just used Incinerate exclusively, never summoned a mirage, a lightning mirage. So I think that's pretty much all the confirmation we needed. Okay. It's two of the big dudes. Oh no, that dude is dead. Okay. So yeah, I mean, previously, we were finding that, you know, we would... Oh, where are you? Is there a rare in there somewhere? There's some fancy schmancy floor effect going on there. But we were finding previously that just using Incinerate as our measuring stick, we would fully charge Incinerate. We would watch as the enemy's fire resistance would go down, and it would reach that maximum debuff of minus 50%, and then we would still need to take a fair bit of time even after that before the enemies would go down. Basic enemies at that. Now, the reworked stuff, enemies aren't even getting down to that maximum fire resistance penalty anymore. They're dead before that happens. So that is a bit of a test that we may have passed in that way. Of course, the real test we're on our way toward now, as we're gonna see just how much damage we have against this upcoming boss. Because we only fought him once, and we were messing around a little bit during that fight, kind of experimenting with some of the mechanics in the arena since it was pretty unique and interesting. So there's a chance that we might have been able to do more damage on him before we functionally ran out of time. So we only dealt about a third of or got rid of about a third of his health bar. But had we been truly damaging him the entire time, we might have been able to get closer to 40, maybe even 50% of his HP bar gone. So that's the baseline. Something like that, at least, is the baseline. That means, can we more or less do double the damage this time around? I mean, technically it's triple the damage, but as I said, you know, had we taken that fight a little more seriously, I think we would have dealt more. So, we need 2 to 3 times as much damage as we had before. And you can... Ooh, hello. You can, yes, look at the tooltip DPS and see what that number tells you. But that's, at best, just something that gives you a general idea, but in truth does not change, or does not tell us that accurately how we're doing. So, especially for a skill like Incinerate, where a lot of the power comes from how it debuffs the enemies significantly, in a way that makes us deal more damage to them. Oh, there are other enemies there. That's why we're still taking damage. Perhaps I should have anticipated this. Oh. Hello. And goodbye. So you can hear the big hammer pounding in the background. It's a little louder as we get closer to the boss. Isn't there a waypoint up here somewhere? higher up still? Yeah. All damage ignites. Oh. Well, turns out that is true.
I have no space
Yeah,
for
that is a
that.
big item. And we do not have space for it. Can we create space through better organization? Yes, we can. Just barely. Oh, we also have now 2 stacks of wisdom scrolls, which is overkill by most accounts. Oh, hello. So, you know, we could just beeline it as quickly as possible to the boss, although I kind of would like to get one more level before we're done with at least Act 3 overall. Because as I said, just getting a tiny bit more intelligence from something would go a very long way. Oh, you're rare. Oh, I saw the life bar go down so quickly. I was like, no, surely that is not the rare in question. So
Victory is mine.
theoretically, one would assume that was a pretty tanky enemy. Took us a little while to take him down, but might give us a little bit of a better sense of how we're doing. Yeah, if we can get enough experience here, and then as we're going through the... Oh, we did not automatically pick that up. As we're going through the next zone to just get one more level, pick up a little bit of intelligence from the tree, that would make it a lot easier for us to gear up in that jewelry, multiple jewelry spots, so that we don't have to be looking at our attributes as much. Doing some PoE 2 as well, and, well, you know, some of my sounds might be throwing you off. So, like, if we did this, technically we didn't need to do that to create space, but we are using a Gargantuan Life Flask. You know, speaking of Wisdom Scrolls, just see if any of these happen to be better than the ones we're using. No. That's not, at least. Certainly not with the quality. Oh, the music also changed slightly as well. It's a little bit of a... What is that instrument? Is it a violin in the background? I do like that, actually. Hold on. Oh, oops, I meant that one. And by I do like that, I meant the mod on that, rather than the music, although that's also interesting. I think we actually may want the instant recovery and a slightly better charges gained per second. I think this actually is better. And that is, in part, for the reasons we've said in the past. Instant recovery on flasks is good, but also because, for our character specifically, we do not have a lot of life. We are... Oh, hello. We are primarily an energy shield build. An energy shield you cannot restore with flasks. So that means if something does break all the way through our energy shield, and we are starting to take damage to our life, we're doing pretty badly. We are pretty close to going down. So we might not be able to go the slow and steady, maximize the total amount of recovery route. We kind of need an instant health restoration button. And then also hope that, you know, our energy shield recharge begins soon, because that's going to be the bigger deal, but combination of those things. Okay, let's see. emerald.
I
Not
must
seen any
travel
jewels drop for quite a while. Can we make space? You know, actually, we might be able to by using some of these support gems, because I'm not sure that all of our skills are fully supported anymore. As I said, I did shuffle some support gems around a bit to optimize better around the skills that we're using most often, although Frostwall, I think I might have stolen one of them. One of the support gems here. Ice crystals have more life. Wait. That's a bit of a strange support gem, because obviously it makes perfect sense for Frostwall. How many other skill gems are there that create ice crystals, though? It feels like this is almost custom made exclusively for Frostwall. What is this? Fonts of mana from supported skills grant 40% increased mana regeneration rate to you and your allies. Objects created by support... Wait, what? Support skills which create stationary objects. Okay, that makes sense. It's a Frostwall. Objects created by supported skills generate a font of mana. Okay, so this is what I need to know. Creating an aura which grants mana regeneration. Okay. That's pretty interesting. Using the Frostwall to help us sustain our mana spend is not a bad idea. Oh, we saw this previously, but we opted not. I don't think we ever chose to take it, but it's kind of interesting. We don't care that much about the damage directly from Frostwall, although when it explodes, it actually is pretty solid. Increase freeze duration. Ooh. It also does freeze surprisingly often. So I like both these things. Maybe we do that. Okay, and that functionally created space for us to check this out. That's workable for crossbows. Not for us, but... Okay, obviously we can start to hear, or at least I can start to hear the hammering of the boss more audibly now. We're just gonna pass on that. Oh. Oh. Oh, interesting. So this is... I can't remember if this dropped on stream or afterward. Oh, and this is apparently a bug where it happened to me a little bit. Sometimes it just doesn't let you invite other people to your party when it should. Oh no, there we go. I just lied. Anyways, but that was a key to the Chaos Trial. Not the quest-related one that we can use an infinite number of times, but one that just dropped in addition to that. So, I was not sure to what extent people would be interested in purchasing those, but hey, if we can get an Exalt out of that, then that's again a little bit more of a budget. How was my New Year's Eve dinner? I don't even remember what I had for it. It was not a thing, is how it went. It was a perfectly average, normal dinner. I do not recall what it was. But I hope you had a good New Year's Eve dinner. Oh, also, I forget if I mentioned this, but for those of you at least who are perhaps watching this after the fact on YouTube, we are recording this on New Year's Eve, and it's not that far away from New Year's itself. So there may be some fireworks going off at some point in time. I don't know if that's as common in other areas, but it is definitely common around here, despite it technically being illegal. So it might get a little bit loud around that time, or at least you might hear some faint crackling and explosion noises in the distance. Don't worry. It's just firecrackers. It's not actually anything dangerous. but might be a little while until those start coming out. Okay, well, we did stop off at town to make that trade, so I guess we'll just, while we're here,
Anything caught your eye? I'll take it.
see what we can sell. Might hold on to that one that we were using previously. So yeah, in general, as is generally the case in Path of Exile 1, I've just been using a particular tab in our stash that just automatically prices something at 1 exalt, and occasionally if something looks good but doesn't seem like the type of item that we personally would like to use, I throw it in there, and at least I started doing that more today, and I've had half decent success making a few sales that way, and a few exalts there. This shield I think only cost me 1 exalt, which I think was a pretty good deal, but just to give a sense for, I think we can get some pretty decent stuff for just 1, maybe 2 exalts, so could be able to make some pretty big upgrades there. Like, is this gonna sell for 1 exalt? I wouldn't think so, but throw it in there, maybe, don't know. Lower level skill gems? I don't know. Maybe you just see if anyone bites. Okay, oh, this, I mean, throw you this in here? It's probably overkill, but who knows? This was our old shield, for what it's worth. The one that took quite some time to replace. And it was the intelligence that we dropped there that we technically needed to find elsewhere, and only could get by throwing on a not-so-great ring. So that's sort of the makeshift fix that I'd like to be able to no longer need by just throwing on, 1 additional int point here or elsewhere. But anyways, let's head on back, because we did pop out to make that sale. Come back and just see a pile of dead bodies right where we're standing. I mean, I guess it shouldn't come as that much of a surprise, but it was kind of funny. Okay, so we, I think, are getting quite close to the boss now. Was pretty expensive from a gold standpoint to do the respecking of the tree, just because I respect a fair number of points, and then I also went back and reworked a little bit again, so it was not necessarily as if all of the changes I made were final, but just by doing a little bit of grinding in this zone and the starting of the zone we poked our head in, the one that's 1 level higher, got enough gold that more or less made up for the gold spent on the respecs. Yeah, okay. Basically there now, I think. Yup.
So that's who's responsible for all this noise.
There you are. Make sure we activate the checkpoint. Okay. Is there anything? Oh no, we're good. Okay, for a second I thought we overcompensated or overreacted and had basically no wisdom scrolls on hand. Not that would be an emergency, but okay. Let's give it a shot. So the big difference is this time, the straightforward thing is just plain and simple, we have more damage than we had before. But we also want to try to make more of a point of consistently face tanking the boss. Actually kind of curious what he does if we keep on standing here. But other than that, we want to face tank him more so that we can keep the incinerate damage up longer and use this Mana Tempest to hopefully significantly increase our damage. This does require that we stand pretty still, and technically the arena is rather, well, mobile. Dynamic is the word I'm looking for. So that might not be the easiest thing to do. But we'll see. We'll see how we fare. We also know now, definitively, yes, if you go into the lava / molten gold, you do take damage. It's not a crazy amount, but it exists. And you will run out of time if you don't kill the boss quickly. So here goes nothing. Apparently this boss is optional, but I mean, I assume that means it gives us some kind of bonus, which could be quite helpful depending on what it is. Passive points would probably be the most useful for us, but who knows? Okay, wait, I don't want to be, yeah, I don't want to be using our mana when we aren't technically able to hit. Okay, turns out, the molten gold does deal a little more damage than I remembered. Okay. Oops. Well, I did commit to standing in one place and going all in on the damage. Maybe need to be a little more mobile than that, though. Alright, well, in that case, let us try again, shall we? Excuse me? I would like to... Oh. My character's really confused about how to enter this arena. There we go. What's up, Itachi? How's it going? We are going into a boss fight right now. One that we did not succeed on yesterday.
So that's who's responsible for all.
Because it is functionally timed, this boss. And we did not have enough damage to complete it quickly enough. We have made some damage improvements, such that I hope we now do have sufficient damage, but we are gonna see. Oh, also there's the phase, I totally forgot about the phase where we're kind of having to dodge side to side. Okay, I don't like when you're in there constantly. Can I get you further out? Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna just try to face tank this. I don't like when you're there, right on top of the lava, magma, whatever you want to call it. Now we have to this phase. So I don't know if we can hit you at all during this. Okay, we can. We can. A little bit. Not easy, but it's possible. Did I step outside that? Not quite. Yeah, I'm just base taking those. Okay, so this is already more damage than we did last time. The last, like, real time, that is. Not the one where we basically died immediately. That didn't count, okay? But I don't know exactly how much of the arena we have left. We're about to end up in the lava anyway. Oh, that I do not remember seeing. But it doesn't look good. We are out of Mana Blast charges, which is unfortunate, and out of ES, which is very unfortunate. I assume you're about to do the... Oh, nope, not that. That's not what I thought you were going to do. Oh, you're going to do the one where we have to dodge side to side? Now you're going to do it. Yeah, mana is going to be a bit of a problem. Into that while we're at it. Uh-oh. Okay, yep. Assuming that's a, you must move. type of situation. Still right at a flask. Okay. Oh, that's the end. Okay. We're about to run out of time. Out of BS as well. Sort of. Okay, well, we did better, but we are about to die for reals. This is the guaranteed death. No, is it even letting me damage? I'm just spamming the life flask, but not even sure. It let us damage them at this point. So much better relative to last real full attempt, but still not quite enough. I mean, you could see, like, I think we got to about there-ish on our previous full attempt. And could we do a little bit better just by trial and error? Maybe, but I don't think by much. So I think ultimately we do still need more damage. He does get bonuses when he's in the lava. Interesting. Yeah, definitely progress, for sure. So the question now becomes, I don't think this is close enough that we can just brute force our way and still succeed. I think we do need to make a little bit more of an improvement, either, I mean, most likely from gear, because that's enough that, you know, just a point or two in the tree is not really gonna do it, unless if we can now pull off the Chaos Trial now that we have more damage. And then we get Ascendancy points, and those could be more impactful for us. So that's one option. The other thing is, like I was saying, especially now that we've made more sales, we might have enough currency that we could make some improvements, likely in the jewelry area, and it is possible to get offensive stats on jewelry. So that's, I feel like that might be the next step. It does mean we'll have to, in all likelihood, assuming that it's not an instantaneous process, that we just immediately find the ideal pieces of jewelry and pop straight back in, we're probably going to have to run this zone. I don't think that's going to give us enough experience to level, but it'll get us closer, so I mean, it's not the worst thing in the world. But let's go here. Back to town. We'll spend a little bit of time on the trade site seeing what gear we can pick up. I mean, defensively, outside of when we just chose to stand in the molten gold, we were doing pretty much fine there. You know, I think our fire resistance is good. It could potentially still be better. So there were one or two times where we ran out of energy shield and it might have gotten a little bit dicey, or nearly did, but doesn't seem like that's an emergency. Which is all to say, offense is the priority. So let me get the trade site up here real quick. All right. So let's see. We are looking for, I think rings are the highest priority. Our amulet defensively is decent, so we need to make sure we don't purchase an item that requires that we be more than level 46. Then what do we want? Let's see. So we do count 2. Now we start seeing a bunch of things. Because fire damage and cast speed, those both can roll. Okay. Okay, so what we can do now is, so these, basically what this has turned into is we are searching for a bunch of rings that have the combination of fire damage and cast speed, and anything else, the other stats could be anything. But what we can do here is we can prioritize the highest possible fire damage roll. Now that means, of course, that most of these are going to be really expensive. Like, really expensive. But if we find that there are one or two mixed in here that actually are coming at a decent price, like this one, the price, I don't know exactly what Divine Orbs are worth in Path of Exile 2, but I think they're worth more than Exalted Orbs. Unlike back in my day, Exalted Orbs were worth far more than a Divine Orb, although that may have actually changed more recently. But anyways, this 22% fire damage, 12% cast speed. That fire damage roll is high, that 12% cast speed, as you can see, could be higher still. But to add 85 life is pretty nice. We're not scaling that, oh, and it's 10% cast speed on the base as well. Ooh, okay. Hold on, that's pretty good. Yeah, this is a tier, like a bottom tier cast speed roll. Now this is interesting, because this is only a magic item. It's blue. So there are many more stats you could get on this if you regal it to turn it into a yellow item and then exalt craft it from there. And this also has room for 2 more mods if you exalt it. Just obviously it costs an exalt to buy it, so if it's gonna cost multiple exalts to upgrade it further, then you might just want to buy an item that's already ready to go. Whereas this one, a Regal Orb, is a lot less expensive than Exalted Orb, or at least I assume it would be in Path of Exile 1, so, that feels a little more reasonable to throw something on there, or even there are some essences that function as a Regal Orb and give you a guaranteed mod when you turn it into a yellow item, which would be a little bit intriguing as well. Ooh, could this be a bit of the best of both worlds? Cast speed, fire damage. Okay, because bear in mind, we do have 2 ring slots. So we can use 2 rings, and we would like to upgrade both of them in all likelihood. So if we were to purchase 2 of these things, we have, 4 exalts at the moment? 4 exalts. So we could definitely afford to pick up a couple of these 1 exalt items. The other thing to bear in mind is, although that we are ideally looking to prioritize offense with these rings, usually the thing that rings are best for is stacking lots and lots of elemental resistances, because many rings have that implicit, that top roll that has a guaranteed resistance on it, up to 30% in the case of the rings that are specific to one element, or up to 10% for the all elemental resistance base of the prismatic ring. We could get both of these. Technically right now, as I was saying before, we do need this +7 to all attributes in order to give us enough intelligence to equip our wand. Worst comes to worst, we could despec something. Unfortunately, just about all of our pathways on the tree end in a notable, which means getting rid of 1 point somewhere is pretty impactful. That's not great. So yeah, getting 1 more level so we can get enough int so we don't need int on any of the rings would be helpful. Otherwise, technically speaking, we might need an intelligence roll of some variety on one of these guys, which is why it becomes trickier. Because, we could set it up so that it's looking exclusively for items that have that, but obviously that will significantly limit the number of things that pop up. So if we didn't have that need, it would become much easier for us to do this. Here's one that has an intelligence roll. Chaos resistance, not currently the thing we are most concerned about, although in general it is the type of damage that we have the lowest resistance to and are most susceptible to as an energy shield character. So it's not a bad thing. 22% fire damage, seems like a lot of them are at that roll. 10% cast speed is not great, but it does have the intelligence we would need. Tell you what, let's get a little bit pickier. Let's say cast speed, we're seeing a lot of things that are rolling just 10%, so let's get a little greedy there. Try to get that up to 15. fire res, we're seeing a lot of things that are upwards of 20. I mean, at least when we're searching on the high end of the range there. So now what I'm going to do is outside of the count, just as its own separate category, I'm going to say that it must have, just double check exactly how much int we need. Hold on. Yeah. Wait, this drops us down to 102? Oh. No, we're fine. We actually don't need the intel. I don't know what I got intelligence on elsewhere. Apparently I did that at some point. We don't need intelligence anymore. Oh, okay, we actually didn't need to have this ring. And then I'm pretty sure I did sell our old ring for an exalt. So, it did have a nice cast speed roll, but maybe we can still outdo it here. Okay, watch our old ring pop up. Alright, well in that case, we don't need intelligence. That's fine. We'll just be a little pickier on how high those rolls are. Let's see. So yes, even the cheapest stuff is coming in at an exalt. This is not that surprising, given the prices we were seeing before. But now we should have a little bit of a, could be much more concentrated what we're looking at here. Okay, so fire res, cast speed, these other things are not great. Here's the one that I think we saw before. Is that what we saw before? It was a blue one that we were saying might be worth regaling. That's not great. Cast speed. Mana regeneration rate is actually kind of helpful. Though I don't like the implicit there. That's useless. And the implicit on rings is really good. Wait, what? Oh, it's a breach ring. That's interesting. Dex, mana on kill, mana implicit, mana regen, fire, cast speed, flat mana strength. And strength does actually, this would amount to quite a bit of life. This also potentially gives us inspiration for other types of mods to look for. Although, not seeing much outside of defensive things. It's one additional skill slot. Huh. And the unset. Well, yeah, I guess that is pretty much the closest thing you can have to the equivalent of the Path of Exile 1 version. That's a lot of flat mana. A lot of cast speed. A little bit of chaos res. There's a lot of resistances to the point where that's a little bit tempting. Okay, it is actually loading in more than I expected here. So we could get pickier still if we wanted to. And start adding in some requirements for defensive stuff. Like resistances, life. It doesn't look like it's possible to get energy shield in any way. But mana regen, given how, especially when we're sitting in the mana storm, or the what's it called? The mana tempest, we blow through mana quite quickly, so that wouldn't be the worst thing. Pick up some extra mana of some variety. Okay. Alright, let's do... Tell you what. Let's go here. The count... I mean, sure. It's a count 2 with only 2 stats, so it's functionally saying you need to have both those things. Let's add another stat group. This one we're actually going to make a count. For reals. This one we're going to say for defensive stuff, or nice to have stuff, some of which is going to be defensive, some of which is not. Resistance. Do you have a pseudo... total resistances? No, that was a thing in Path of Exile 1 trade. What I'm trying to do is basically say I don't need any one particular resistance. Oh, I did choose fire before. Oops. I didn't remember. Cold resistance? Nope, not like that. Cold resistance. Lightning resistance. So now I'll just do them all independently. Mana. Oh, strength, let's throw in because it's functionally life. Mana. Mana regen rate. Okay. So you cannot have this many stats on a single item. Someone made a mod that brings Pinnacle Station DLC to the Legendary Edition. Yeah, that was the one that I actually am not a huge mod person myself, but I tried that one out and it worked great for me, and I otherwise would not have been able to play Pinnacle Station and had never played it before. So it was a lot of fun. But as for this, we cannot get this many mods on a single item. So this is where the count comes in. We're going to say, if possible, if you can get 2 of those things, that would be incredible. This might start to get expensive if that were the case. The other thing is that, you know, some of the rolls that come in might be absolutely tiny. So putting in a minimum value for some of them, but again, is going to make it harder for these things to actually show up. So those that do make it through the filter are going to be more expensive. But let's see what happens here. So now we're getting stuff that just doesn't have empty stats. Like this has fire damage, very relevant. Cast speed, very relevant. Huge life roll. Lightning resistance, very relevant. All good stuff. Huge mana, cast speed, cold res. I don't like the implicit though. If not for that, that'd be nice. Mana, cast speed, strength, life regen, that's a dead stat, but largely dead stat. As is that. Accuracy is also... Oh wait, no, that, yeah, that's dead. That's dead. Huge mana though. Lightning res, cold res, strength, cast speed, all elemental resistances. Okay, so yeah, we're definitely in better territory here. But as you can see, okay, so there are several that cost 1 exalt. We start getting into the 2 exalt range though, before too long. So I think I actually might like this one best, this very first one. Now we aren't guaranteed to get one of these, but we've now sent that person a whisper. We've magically... What is that, Korean? We've magically learned Korean.
How can I be of aid? Move swiftly.
Oh, hold on. They're ready. It looks like we will be good to go. So I think this can be a really good ring for us. And I think we're getting it at a very solid price. So that's a good enough item that we could use that for a very long time. Resistance-wise, way up there on cold now, practically at cap, which hasn't really been relevant in the past, but for what it's worth, there is a resistance cap. You cannot go higher than 75% resistance unless you do one of a number of sort of unusual things. So that means we don't benefit much from getting big cold resistance rolls anymore. We would like to focus more on the fire and lightning side, though. Oh, also, out of curiosity, hold on. Let's just see. This says 1222. Now it says 1296. Not a humongous dramatic change, but it is an improvement, and you know, as we were starting to see a bit as we were searching there weren't quite as many offensive rolls as perhaps we would have liked to have seen from the rings, so it's definitely a defensive upgrade, but some marginal offensive improvements as well. We can of course potentially purchase another one of those rings though, get a little more marginal improvements, and you know, add up a few marginal improvements, and suddenly starts to become a little more significant. So let's pop back over to the trade site real quick. Let's see. Oh, come on. Let me tab out of the game, please. Okay, so we bought this one. I liked that a lot, so that's good. The extra stats we ended up getting were life and lightning res. We could still benefit a lot from lightning res. Cold res, I'll tell you what we could do. We could drop cold res here. It's going to be many of the same items, but we're going to filter out the ones that have cold res, since that's basically maxed out right now and not something we are as interested in anymore. But if we could get mana is another one that I feel like would be useful to us. Is that the one we just bought? That looks very similar to the one we just bought. Is it? Yeah, that is it. Okay, it just hasn't updated yet. Yeah, because the cold res was coming from the implicit, not the explicits down here. Let's see. More life. Lightning res, mana, this is pretty good. The rolls aren't quite as high, but everything here is relevant. Oh, the implicit is chaos resistance. We might have been looking at this. Oh, it's 2 exalts. Oh, we can afford it. We have 3 exalts right now. We'd still have 1 more remaining if we wanted to try to get an amulet upgrade, which might have a little more offensive room for improvement than the rings do. 17% cast speed is nothing to snuff at, but I think you can get more offensive stats in total on an amulet than you can on a ring. So, at least for what we're trying to really focus on, I think that's actually... you know what? Tell you what. We're going to keep this search up, but I think that tells us that what we really need at this point is to go the amulet route. So let's see... Because if we're going to spend 2 exalts on an item, I think we want it to be the amulet, not the ring. Is where I'm going with that. Oh, there you were. Amulet. Okay, so again, level, it's what, 46 is what we can't go any higher than? I'd love if the game didn't insist on having my toolbar pop up, blocking the information that I need to see. 46, okay. 46. So then we get back to the stats, and the thing here is, well, let's add a count again. Cast speed, we know, is definitely a thing. Here, spell damage, I think, is a thing. Fire damage might be a thing. Not the flat, but percent. What else? No, we did cast speed. Offensive. Those are the big ones. Let's just try this real quick. Count 2. Is it possible to get all these things showing up on an amulet? Cast speed, spell damage, cast speed. Is it possible to get fire damage? Or did I just make that up? I've seen a lot of spell damage cast speeds. I mean, if so, then that's already solid. Or also, look a little more closely, see if there are other stats that I didn't think of the offensive variety that could be worth looking at. Also, where yeah, these are all starting at 1 exalt. Okay. Damage taken, recouped as mana. No, I don't think so. Probably prefer something a little more straightforward on the mana side. Accuracy, don't care. So this is not going to be our final search. I'm just looking for other criteria that we want to add to narrow our search further. Make it more precise. Oh, crit-related stuff? Yeah, I mean, you could. but I don't think that's gonna be that meaningful for us because we haven't really done much on the crit side. Percentage increase maximum energy shield is really good, as would be flat energy shield. This is kind of insane. If that were a higher number, that'd be even better, but this is not bad. The rolls... Yeah, the rolls, in terms of the value of them, leave a little bit to be desired, but the types of mods, very nice. And flat energy shield on the implicit is also very nice. Okay. Alright, I'm not sure we're learning too much more here other than just this doesn't exist. They're basically saying you must have these two things. And as for an actual count, let's throw in the other stuff that is nice to have but not a need to have. Mana regeneration rate, I think you can still get on an amulet. Life, not cold resistance, but fire and lightning. Actually, throw chaos resistance on there. That probably is possible. Strength. What else? Let's go with that. All that account to throw at least some minimums on there. Probably for both of these, throw some minimums on there. Be a little pickier when it comes to the offensive stuff. It's pretty low on the resistance side. But let's see. What do we get here? Okay. Spirit implicit. That's not bad. The 15 spirit probably doesn't really do us much good, but outside of that, those stats are all quite good. It is corrupted, so you can't mod it further, although it already has all the possible mods on anyway. Spell damage, life, cast speed, mana regen. All attribute implicit on an amulet. That's new. Rarity! No, not meaningful. I want to see what the maximum roll is for cast speed. 26 for cast speed. Spell damage, it is 22. Wow, okay. This is actually pretty close to as good as it can get from the two offensive stats, although not loving the rarity here. The accuracy and intelligence, now that we know we have enough for the moment at least, is not urgent. So what do we want then? Wish that was higher. This would be really good. Oh, it's also 2 exalts. Okay, but this is why I wanted to go amulet first, because as I was saying, if we were to spend 2 exalts on an item, I would rather it be the amulet. Wish that was a little higher. Oh, and it's cold res, which is not... I mean, technically we can get it a little bit higher and still benefit, although it's not as meaningful as, say, fire res would be. So don't overreact to that. Unless we swapped around... Well, we're not going to lose much cold res from this. It is possible to get... Yeah, wait, what? It is possible to get percentage increased fire damage. Oh, did we look for elemental damage before? Okay. Okay. We add percentage increased fire damage, and then we add one more useful thing. Had a ring with double cast speed buff so it can go higher. Ooh. Okay. Yeah, I think usually you cannot roll the same type of stat twice. However, there are some stats that are a little sneaky because they're technically hybrid stats. Let's see if there are any here. to use as an example, but there are some stats that give like a little boost for, let's see. Love if we had an example to point to. Accuracy has a hybrid one, for weapons at least. Like for weapons, there's percent increased physical damage, which for many weapons is one of the highest priorities. But then there's also a separate mod that is not in the same category, so you can stack it, which is hybrid percent increased physical damage and accuracy. So if you get both of those together, the percentage increased physical damage number shows up as one number if you're just looking on the item without, you know, looking at any of the finer details, and that number can get much bigger. Oh, one was implicit. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Oh, and now we're getting way out of our price range. Okay. So I think I'm gonna quickly go back here now that we have learned more. If we were looking at, wait. Yeah, ring. Increased fire damage. Huh? Oh, okay. No, we got it. Okay. For some reason, I thought that we completely missed that. Okay. We're good. We're good. I thought we missed a big one. Okay. So, where are we landing? Possibly here. It's probably the best item. It's not necessarily a perfect fit for us because of that cold res not giving us that much value right now, and the cast speed is a lower number than we would like to see. We'd like to be prioritizing the offense a little more than that, but it's a good implicit, and otherwise no bad stats here. Other roles could be higher, but again, it's not bad by any stretch of the imagination. I think we'll do it. And we lucked out last time. Person was immediately willing and able to sell the item to us. That may not necessarily be the case here. Oh, here's an example of a hybrid roll. That evasion rating, max life roll. Those two things are technically combined in a hybrid roll. So the percentage increase evasion rating doesn't go up that high, and the max life roll can't go up very high either. That's not a tier 1 roll, that's actually a tier 3 roll. So it's not a bad roll. It's just that since it's a hybrid, it can't go that high up. And that means you could also still get a pure life roll, and you could get a pure percent evasion rating roll. Okay, so we might strike out on this one. Might just be that the person is busy, but don't think we want to have our heart set on that. In which case, ooh, wish that was not the implicit. Bad implicits. This one, implicit's a little. Oh, did I just hear? Nope, I did not hear the sound of someone inviting us to a party or something along those lines. Implicit is not useless, but it's not great either. Spell damage, mana, rarity, bit of a dead stat, bit of a, yeah. These two were what was throwing me off. The cast speed is higher. No life, so it's the nice to haves are basically all the mana stuff. Don't love it. Don't love it. And we could try getting slightly less. It's the drums from the music. Throwing me off, making me think someone is actually wanting to trade with us. But, oh, we could potentially lower these numbers slightly on the off chance that there are some items that are just barely missing the thresholds. We would otherwise like... we're just willing to compromise a little bit on one of those fronts, it might not change anything. This wasn't showing up before, I don't think. Not sure why it's showing up now, to be honest with you. Oh, that one we saw previously. Huh. Might be leaning that route when we get over to Exalt territory. I don't think 15 Spirit does much of anything for us, but a little bit of Fire and Lightning Res, those are actually meaningful. Non-insignificant amount of life. Mana. Cast speed roll is good. Spell damage roll is slightly off. I mean, both of these are slightly off the maximum. Yeah. Think. And then this doesn't have any resistances. If it did, that would probably be top of the list. It does have room via exalts, but again, if you're going to use an exalt on the item, then you might as well just increase your budget in the first place. This is the one we were eyeing before. Ooh. Hold on. What about you? Slightly less spell damage. The energy shield is what catches my attention here. Oh, did I forget to add flat energy shield as a count stat? I did. Hold on. That's a good thing to have for us. That could give us some more ones here. So you can get both flat and percentage. Okay. Hold on. Hold on. That could give us a few more options appearing now. So we actually like Energy Shield more than Life, so we are scaling it much more. Saw this. This is the one we were looking at before, actually. 2 exalts. Cast speed roll is low. Cast speed roll is also low. 3 exalts. That's too much. Okay. Alright. Enough dilly-dally. Just get one of them. I think the answer... it's either you... and you sacrifice the implicit, or... yeah, you only cost 1 exalt. Sure, let's do it. Potentially this, if that other person doesn't get back to us. And so perhaps we will do that now. Oh. Still playing tricks on me. The sound effects / music. Okay, so we tried you. Tried you. Were you next on the list? Or one of the 2 exalt ones? In which case, we were saying... that one has more lightning res, even if the cold res is not that useful. Oh, but this had the energy shield, that's why I liked it. Okay. Come on. Somebody bite.
Welcome. Some odds and ends my tribe could use. Bye-bye.
We could try the one that we didn't like quite as much. Just hope that... Oh, that might be one that we already asked people that... Yeah, it was. Okay. Just want something here. Oh, that was... I definitely did not make that one up. Which one was this? Yours is 1 exalt. Okay. Make sure we don't accidentally give them 2 exalts when they're only asking for 1. There we go. Okay, so that's the one we ended up with. Okay, so we're actually losing 1% cast speed for what it's worth, but we're gaining 20% spell damage, gaining life, losing it. We're actually on net probably losing effective life at a pretty significant amount. Because this amulet wasn't horrible, this one we were working with already. But again, we're prioritizing offense over defense. We have enough defense for the most part at this stage. Okay, and now with the... Now we know we have a 2 exalt budget for the ring. We were not necessarily sure about that before. Hop back over here. Let's refresh this search. And now we know cold resistance, not a huge deal. Fire and lightning resistance, or chaos to a certain extent even, a bigger deal. Fire damage, cast speed, chaos res, mana. I'm kind of anticipating that the next big boss is going to have fire damage, like the final boss of Act 3. So if anything, I'd like to prioritize that over lightning resistance. It's a bad roll on the implicit. Wow. Lightning res. Okay, we're at 3 exalts. Darn it. $49 fire, which is certainly passable. I mean, against a fire damage boss, you'd probably like to have that even higher, or at least would stand to benefit from that. 38 lightning is a little lower than I would like to see. We actually... we could craft a resistance on here. We only get offensive things if we craft on you, right? And physical damage, adds lightning, adds fire. We could try using one of these guys to give you added fire. I just don't know if it's going to be added fire to spells or not. Because if it's not, if it's added fire to attacks, it does quite literally nothing for us. So I would not be thrilled about that. I mean, honestly, the best use for our exalts right now might be exalt slamming this and hoping that we get another useful stat on it. I feel like subsequent search here for the rings was not as good as the first one was. we're already into 3, 4 exalts. Yeah. Darn it. Darn it. Okay. In which case, we could throw this in here, and this might sell for an exalt. So this I thought was especially good. I put it in for 2, but maybe I'll drop it back down to 1. So if any of that stuff sells, and we increase our budget slightly again, and okay, we might be able to make improvements. I don't think this is worth an exalt, but definitely not. Throw it in there though, I guess. Okay. So I'd rather not spend an exalt on what seems to be a pretty lackluster ring for this spot. Especially if this already is one of our main sources of fire resistance, and that's one of the things we're prioritizing most. So why don't we... I mean, I feel like the best thing to put on this would usually be the percentage energy shield, since this has a pretty high energy shield number to begin with. But for us, we kind of need the fire res. We did actually sacrifice some energy shield previously. You know what? We'll do the energy shield. Long term, that would be more beneficial in all likelihood. If I could find where it is. Wait, where is... Oh, here. Okay, so it goes from 71 to 86. Okay, I think we did still lose like 40 energy shield by taking off our old amulet. But... Wait. Well, oh, yeah. Okay. I think we're like 50 effective life lower than we were before. Okay. Let's... Oh, I think we can
Here to help.
sell you.
Odds and ends we found in the jungle. It's a deal. Don't eat anything
Okay.
colorful.
So... I don't think we have made that big of an offensive improvement, to be honest with you. We gained 20% spell damage, and I don't remember how much we had going on this ring offensively, to be honest with you. So, still don't think that's enough of a difference maker to be able to beat that boss that's been a bottleneck for us. So to be honest, I think the trial, Chaos Trial, might actually be the next most likely thing for us to be able to succeed on, because I was just thinking about this a little bit more, and we did go through it, and we saw that it did not allow us to cash out early, because this is the initial quest-related one that we're doing specifically for acquiring the Ascendancy points. However, in the trial, it suggested there were up to 10 waves, but here you see it says number of trials 4, which makes me wonder if there are actually only 4 rounds that we have to complete, because we got to the 4th round on one of our attempts. That was the one where I think we got to the boss fight, and that is the number of rounds. And I had said afterward, like, oh, I'm surprised that the boss is showing up at the 4th round. It seems like, you know, we would have found that at the end. Well, yeah, it turns out that actually was the end, I think. And we got absolutely clobbered by a humongous hit. And so maybe that was just kind of unlucky. And this, in general, is quite luck-based, the Temple of Chaos. So I think we can give this a shot, and we've not seen yet how our improved damage might work out here. Because we were doing okay on a damage front here. It is lower level, this zone.
The challenger returns.
We've not been here since we made those upgrades in between sessions, and certainly not, of course, since we just made those gear upgrades right now.
Concept of strategy.
Ouch! Alright. You got me, Trial Master. Alright, area contains turrets that will periodically fire lightning projectiles. Pyramid objects appear, projecting 4 rotating lasers that inflict corrupted blood on hit. Oh, that's another thing from Path of Exile 1 that gives me PTSD. Corrupted blood will absolutely shred you. Monsters release deadly volatiles. We saw this before. These two things were like every hardcore player's worst nightmare in Path of Exile 1. I mean, as is the problem with all of these things. Sure, if it's the only downside, it's something you can be mindful of and avoid. Once you add a bunch of other things on top of it, it becomes much more of a problem. We haven't tried this yet. I feel like we give it a go.
A song for a soul.
And we also saw that although the specific objectives were fairly consistent from one round to the or it seemed like the first round was always, defeat this number of enemies, was not always the same. Also, don't mind me. There we go. So here you see, we're taking out these enemies pretty quickly. Those are the lightning turret things. Okay. Good to know. So even just from the fireballs. Okay. They, like, snuck up behind me. That's elite. But again, it seems like, yes, it's, no. Do we not need because you're on the stairs? If so, that's kind of annoying. Oh, also, get rid of my energy shield, which I don't like. I would like to keep my energy shield, please. Okay, what is that effect? The blood on the ground. I did not choose the corrupting blood option, I'll have you know. Yeah, what? Excuse me? I don't understand how you're dealing so much damage to me so consistent. A lot of fire explosions. Oh, we'll nab the chaos one though. Even if it, requires that we take a fair bit of damage to do it. Yeah, so those guys leave some sort of blood on the ground when they die. Or just in general, maybe not specifically when they die. And it hurts. That might have been the kind of thing that dealt a bunch of damage to us during the boss fight last time. Oh, that's... We just went in a circle? Oh, there are 2 enemies up here. Thank you, because I would have never known that. Okay, now the turret stopped because we've killed everything. Okay. So yeah, damage-wise, we seem fine. In terms of damage we take, the issue was mostly just whatever the heck that ground effect is. And if that does appear in the boss fight, which it kinda seems familiar,
This is just a warm-up.
then that is something we need to be very mindful of. Okay, I don't like you. At least conceptually, I don't like you. Volatiles, elemental resistance penalty, and maximum resistance penalty. So if we had a whole bunch of resistances, we might feel okay about that. Cold resistance, we'd be totally fine. Fire... be kind of close. Lightning would be kind of bad, and chaos, if there are any enemies dealing chaos damage, we'd be in serious trouble. So if we were better geared, we'd feel that would be potentially one of the better ones. At least at this stage of the game, where it's not really balanced around the assumption that we have max resistances, unlike later on in the game when that probably will be the case. I think we might be going volatiles here. In part because we don't have a better alternative, which is usually the case when it comes to these choices. Is this... Oh, this is going to be survive. Survive for, what's it, like 2 minutes? Okay.
Try not to die.
Minute and a half. Oh. Okay, don't love the number of different things we have to dodge here. You're the one creating the flame walls, and you shoot 3 fire blasts. Okay, there also will be more and more enemies spawning as time goes on. Those are the volatiles. I mean, we can, if we choose to, as he eats all of those, we can just run in circles, kind of, sort of, a little bit. Not that that's, you know, the best strategy, per se. Also, if I could find this button. There we go. Seems like that could be useful. Apparently I killed something with crosswall. Oops. Wasn't necessarily the intention. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Please don't do that. Also, you look really cool. We have seen you before, but I'm also trapped. Oh dear. Ooh, okay. This is what you get from not fighting the enemies anymore. Halt. And also stopping with the crosswall action, which I should have been doing for the entire time, but I forgot. Oh, look, it's superior. Sure. So, probably not the textbook way to do that, but we did do it. So that's round 2. We're halfway through, theoretically. So this is the last one before the boss, we think.
This is just the beginning.
Blood hearts appear that apply tethers, slowing you. Breaking the tether will stun you. Rare monsters have 2 additional modifiers, 30% increased rare monsters. So that's an interesting one, because the downside of that depends a lot on what objective we have for this next one. And does that affect the boss fight at all? Because the boss is unique, not rare. And the boss summoned a other unique that I did not initially realize last time around was an actual full-blown boss / companion boss. I just assumed it was a normal ad, but it wasn't. Bosses deal more damage and take less damage. This feels like the wrong time to do that. I feel like we're going lethal rare monsters.
Natural selection breeds the
I think it's going to be a factor for whatever we do in this round, but the boss fight for the next round, I'm thinking it won't be as big a deal. Follow the path. Is this, escort? Yes. Okay, so will be relevant for the escort. I'm pretty sure that looks nasty. Oh right, we still have the volatile stuff. I'm pretty sure this is the one where we accidentally significantly increased the difficulty last time around. I'm gonna take this nice and slow, especially since we are under the impression there aren't just staring at the item. There aren't that many more rounds to this. We don't need to set any records. Ooh, that was a very bad place to start. That was also a very bad thing to do. Whatever you're doing, I don't like it. Those guys look like bosses, or look like rares, even if they aren't. Walk straight to that while I'm at it. There were some enemies there, as it turns out, including this ginormous dude, who might be dead. Also, oh, those are all volatiles. Okay. Apparently we did kill some stuff over there. Guess that's That's something to bear in mind. If you do just throw some fireballs around and try to hit stuff from off screen, it might come back to haunt you in a way. You are not a rare, despite how you look like a rare. You do have some special skills, though. Did kill a few normal dudes. Let's just run away from the volatiles real quick. Beat that. Slow and steady. I'm pretty sure that's the end, right? Oh no, that was a spawn. That was not the... Okay, oh, that is a dude up there who exists. Looks all dramatic and boss-like. Because he's on a high elevation. Now he goes down. Fire resistance. I don't like this. I also don't like the purple circles you're creating. Especially if they involve chaos damage, which they probably do. Also volatile. That's the end area. Okay, I'm not sure we faced a single rare. So it seems like that was a good choice. Again, depending on if that makes any rares show up in the upcoming boss fight.
This is just a warm-up.
Okay, so that's the final reward. Don't want the invulnerable shade, I don't think. Oof. This is interesting. How much do we trust our damage? In a slightly lower level zone? Maybe we can get away with this. Maybe we can't. Is that something we took last time? And maybe that's why the damage started to become more significant? This, I know we ended up taking at one point, and it's huge, the area that this affects. And in a relatively small boss arena, I'm not thrilled about it. Can we kill the boss quickly enough and avoid the stalking shade enough that that doesn't become an issue? Because here's the upside of this. For the same reason why it's a bad choice early on, it's a good choice late on. It's only going to be here for one round. Don't know how fast it is. Also, those are largely irrelevant. Let's do it. Okay, so it can't hit us at 7 times. 7 times we lose if it hits us. This is the boss fight.
Yes, let's begin.
Don't stare for too long.
I don't know where the shade is. I don't, oh, that's the shade. Okay.
I'm tired of this farce.
Oh, okay, apparently the shade just absolutely annihilated us. Okay. Have we recently been having boss damage issues? Yeah, we have. I guess the only way to avoid something that would have punished us for having low boss damage would have been the one that created damage in a large area, which would have basically filled the entire arena, but maybe that would have been okay. Yeah, I mean, we had the icon above our head, I just didn't know what that meant. I know that had something to do with the shade, but it seemed like we had 3 icons above our head almost immediately. That made me think, oh, okay, surely that isn't the number of times the shade has hit us. It wouldn't have been able to hit us that many times when I haven't even seen it yet, right? It also just might have been basically in/on the boss so that we couldn't see it at all. So I just was under this false perception of us being safe from it because I thought it was only gonna, you know, like spawn in later on or hit us once and then temporarily disappear and reappear. I don't know. Clearly it was not a good choice to do that. Fortunately, though, we do have enough damage now that even if we do take this slowly, we are good enough damage-wise that it doesn't take an eternity. Volatiles, reduced recovery of life, mana, energy shield, turrets that fire lightning projectiles. So there were a lot of lightning projectiles in the boss arena, but outside of that, that wasn't a huge problem. This I feel like we might be able to get away with. The energy shield recovery rate, yeah. It doesn't affect the energy shield recharge start, but the rate at which it comes back once we are regenerating energy shield recharging, technically. I feel like volatiles, although stressful, have not been a big issue. We've been able to mitigate that risk for the most part. And if we're thinking long-term boss fight, that should be a relative non-factor. This seems like more or less exactly what it was the first time we did this fight, because I remember there was one of those dragon dudes of every element. I feel like I also am using too much Incinerate and not enough Fireball. This Fireball has significantly more range, and although the damage is technically lower, in a lower level zone, I think we can still be okay and get away with it. We technically do have that invulnerability aura that you just put on that guy. Thank you. I did not appreciate that. Also, I ignored the volatiles.
I must travel light.
Oh. Yeah, I probably could have stashed some stuff in between rounds. Oh well. Yeah, let's dump you in case something pops up quickly and we only have limited time to acquire it before we need to be on our way. Yeah, so the Frost Wall plus Fireball is much safer. You want to look at it that way, he says as he walks into volatiles. He says as he walks into more volatiles. That seems like that's ultimately the way out, but there's still enemies here. Oh, there's the other elemental dragon, or two. Hello, volatiles. Hello, other volatiles. Hello, more volatiles. What? What did that come from? Like, you see the basic enemies, when we have the chance to incinerate them, they do get incinerated. Hello, sir. Now I'm thinking about, like, oh, we're gonna see one of those bonus optional difficulty things popping up here? No. Nope. I think we're just good to go. We may or may not be picking up a little bit of experience here. It's a lower level zone, so it's not going to be giving us as much there. But again, if we can get one more level, I mean, we don't need the intelligence anymore. But there's at least a little bit of damage we can pick up on the tree elsewhere. Not a dramatic amount, but some. Even with 1 point, I think we can get 10 or 12%. Increase.
Don't get overconfident just because you beat
Pyramid
the first
beams or rotating lasers. Oh, less defenses? No way. It's gonna have to be the rotating beams, because this is going to cut our energy shield down by 40%, and that means no good. This, I suspect, will be very bad, especially in the boss fight. This is going to be another one that's going to be a real pain, but might not actually be that punishing. It's going to be very... I think it's going to be very clear where it is. Unlike the entrance to this zone. Oh, it's a corruption time. Oh, okay. No, this is not the best time to have the circling stuff of doom. Also, maybe not the best time to throw a crossball in front of me. Maybe you throw the frost walls behind. Volatiles. Volatiles. Heard you like volatiles. You were wrong. It's almost like when you attack during this fight, this objective, that there are far fewer enemies left to attack you. He says as all the volatiles approach. Excuse me, please don't spawn directly on top of me. Also, please do not have the laser beam follow directly next to me. Well, that was a horrible place to stand. See, the funny thing about geometry is such that if you take a shorter circle, you don't have to cover as much ground. Is that the second or third round? I'm already losing track of the... Oh, excuse me? I'm already losing track of the ground, apparently.
We are only getting started.
Okay, this is round 3. So this I feel like is a death sentence. Anything that slows us down I don't like. Ancient Fall Machination will deploy attacks against nearby intruders. Blood globules tracking us. Fall, dealing physical damage. We have seen this before. At this point, though, we've done so many of the things that, if we added this, so many things that deal damage to us in an area, just movement and positioning becomes really tricky. I mean, that's also going to be the case with the Vol Omnitect, which is also a throwback from Path of Exile 1. I mean, it was a full-blown boss for part of Path of Exile 1, so I'm not entirely sure just how impactful it's going to be here. I feel like we might have to do this, though. I don't like it, but that's kind of the whole thing with this type of trial. There aren't really many gimmies. Stay close. Oh, gonna be another escort? Yeah.
Fire, thank you.
Now the circling dooms. What? Excuse me. Who's using a spark? Really off-putting. Yeah, you see how many things we need to dodge here? Please pass through the circling beams of death. You're not making this easy on me. You're not making this easy on me. Okay, the way the beams work, this is interesting. Technically, they have stacks of debuffs. It hits you briefly, it actually doesn't even apply any debuff stacks. Hits you multiple times, and the debuffs do start to add up, and it means you take significantly more damage over time. It functionally looks like Corrupting Blood. There was a different thing that was straight up Corrupting Blood. This is technically not that, but very similar effect, actually. It seems. There. Yeah, it is Corrupting Blood. There you go. Try, bear in mind, there might be, yep, creating some volatiles along the way.
I'm carrying enough already.
Please don't shoot your fireballs in my direction. Please don't do that either. There's gonna be a lot of volatiles right there. even when there are no enemies. It's like, not things that I need to dodge. This escort still doesn't go as quickly as I would like it to go. There we are. Okay, well, we can fairly consistently get to the boss fight. We can say that much. As for the boss fight itself, that probably does come down a fair bit to what debuffs we have on us. Obviously, the shade last time was a mistake, so we don't want to use that here.
Don't give up so early.
But what will we get? Monsters have plus 40% to all resistances. Sounds bad, to a certain extent is bad, because we're doing elemental damage. However, we do have a lot of ability to reduce our enemies' resistances. Volumnitect, Globules of Blood. Oh, 2. They create damaging blood ground. This, I feel like, is what got us our very first time. Because there was some ground effect, it seemed like, that just dealt crazy fast damage. It might have been combined with one of the boss attacks. I mean, none of these things are good. They're never good. Because this is going to make the fight go longer, but it doesn't directly deal more damage to us. This directly deals more damage to us, as does this, and makes it more difficult for us to maneuver, which is something that I think is already going to be a challenge.
Adapt to your assault.
So go the resistance route. Would like to be able to kind of just face tank the boss so that we can really focus in on the incinerate damage and use the Mana Tempest. But seems like that's... Oh, wait. Is it this one? Am I a zone too early? Or is it just in that area there? This was round 4, right? I think it was. Yeah, it was. There are actually multiple different bosses here. So this is the boss we fought the first time, but I'm not sure if it's the boss we fought most recently. That, I think, is what we got stuck in previously, and it dealt an absurd amount of damage to us. Now that is actually a full-blown second boss. It looks like an ad. That circle. Don't stand in that circle. You might think you can, you can't. And that, no, this attack is what annihilated us. Oh my god, it's that. And it goes on for a while, and I'm not even sure which one of them did it. It's that. Okay. Don't want to stand there either. Back this way we go. Did the little boss go away? Now he's back. Don't stand there. That chases us for a while. That's a bad place to stand. Circling back, except I don't really want to circle back. That's gonna do stuff. That's a bad place to go as well. Just actually hit you. Okay, that's actually dealing significant damage, more than I would have thought. That doesn't look good. Oh gosh. Even though Fireball is not our highest damaging skill, it's actually dealing half decent damage, which is encouraging. If nothing else, we've learned that much. That was greedy. It was. Oh, I don't like this. Bad place. Bad place. Settle for the Fireball. Fireball's okay. Don't need to get greedy with Incinerate. Fireball is okay. But don't like that. Or that. It's this. It's callable. Oh, hold on. Huge volatile. Okay. We did it. We did do it. Ooh, okay. Well, it wasn't exactly easy. It wasn't exactly straightforward. Fittingly enough, we got Vol Orb, of course. But we did do it. Totally not tense at all. Okay. It's okay. We can go without that gear. I know one of those has a socket on it, but that's all right. The big thing is we made it through. Treasure Room of Chaos. Those who dare and succeed will be rewarded. Whoa. Oh, right. Stuff that we saw before. To be honest, most of which is pretty bad. I mean, sure, they're rares for the most part, so they're probably... Oh, didn't mean to pick that up. Oh, it has a socket. I guess I did. Happy New Year, also! Some point during that run. Happy New Year. Oh, that can also go. Okay. All right. Well, this is our New Year reward, I suppose. Okay. We technically could reshuffle and make room for one more thing, but it's okay.
Your merits are not without reward.
Okay, I just wanted to click on the... I didn't want to risk that we potentially crash or something like that. This gives us the ascendancy points. This is the important part. So we were wondering... We took the Arcane Surge, which gives us better cast speed. We can improve that further if we go Force of Will here. However, longer term, we are interested in going Strike Twice for double shock and then eventually Shaper of Storm, so any type of damage can apply shock. So that way we can use fire damage, or maybe even cold damage, to shock, double shock, so we're getting big damage bonuses on the enemy. Imagine that, right? So that's interesting. However, if we were to go and think just short term, apparently it is possible to respec the ascendancy points. I imagine they're probably more expensive than the basic passive points, but exposure we inflict lowers the effective resistance of enemies by an additional 20%. We do consistently inflict exposure through Incinerate. That, however, I think I found does not work quite as well with increased exposure as one might think. Because it seems as though Incinerate is hard capped with that up to a maximum of 50%. Even if through external sources you improve it. At least it seems that way. Well, because when we attack enemies with Incinerate, you can see the Incinerate debuff show how much we're reducing their fire resistance, and you see it stop, or just plateau, once it gets to minus 50%, which I have interpreted to mean that it is capped there and it is not benefiting from... At one point in time, I had spec'd this, making it so that they should have an additional 5% fire resistance lost. But that number showing up on top of people's heads seemed to suggest otherwise. So I'm not 100% certain about this, but there's a chance that the 50% cap on fire resistance reduction on Incinerate trumps other forms of increased resistance exposure. If that is the case.
Approach the altar and receive Chaos's blessing.
Thank you, Chaos. That would mean this is actually not that useful for us. Because the thing is, short term, this doesn't do much, because we're not really using lightning at the moment. So maybe we go Force of Will. It's not incredible for us. We have almost 500 mana. Means that's what? 150 would be 10%. 300 would be, or 450 would be 30%. Another it's like 32% increased effect of Arcane Surge from this. Oh, and we get a little bit of mana in the process as well, so yeah, we probably will reach about 500 mana. Okay. A little more than 500 mana, in fact. So, I don't think it's going to be an incredible boost for us, but it is a boost. And we have ascended. Out of curiosity, did these numbers update? I'm not sure that they did. Again, the tooltip numbers there are not particularly accurate in the first place. What does this do, though? Attacks with this weapon penetrate 15% elemental resistance. Armor increases elemental ailment threshold. Huh. Can we stash this? In that spot. Okay. Alright, let's head back to town. Why does it really... Oh, this is Act 3. I was like, why does this really want to send us to Act 1? No, that's not Act 1. So we are stronger. I mean, well, I'll tell you what we could actually do. If we really wanted to, we could dump the Arcane Surge altogether, de-spec out of both of these Ascendancy points, and go all the way into Shaper of Storms, and make it so that our fire damage can also shock. This would require that we hit, and I've gone back and forth when it comes to whether Incinerate technically hits or does not. In Path of Exile 1, I looked it up, and it looks like it does. But Path of Exile 2, I'm not as certain. Okay. One other thing is now that some time has passed, I'm just going to update this search and see if there's any other ring that was not previously popping up here that looks intriguing to us. Additional skill slot, don't love that implicit. Cold res, don't love it. If chaos damage, fire damage, cast speed, those are the big things. Life, mana, another implicit we don't really want. Then you get to the 3x, and that's out of our price range, right? We have 2 at the moment. Yeah, I don't know what the conversion rate is on these currencies. There's a chance that if we were to convert things into exalted orbs, that we would be able to get 3 or 4 total, and then maybe at that point that makes it a little bit easier for us to afford some better upgrades.
Still alive. Some odds and ends we found.
All right, these are already identified.
I'll take it.
That we want to disassemble. Oh, that actually is a... The corruption gave a new implicit, which is a thing corruptions can potentially do. It's kind of interesting, but don't think that's good enough to actually warrant holding on to. That we want to disassemble. That we want to disassemble. Okay.
Take care.
Oh, actually, very minor thing, but what do we have? One more armor scrap we can use. Oh, actually, we should use it on. This is our highest energy shield piece of gear right now, I think, not our shield. Though I did start to throw a little bit on this. We did also, after I did some respecking to optimize the tree more, we did get a node that gives us 70% increased energy shield from our helmet specifically. So technically that does make our helmet more important than it would otherwise be. for defensive purposes, like right now, 715. 722. 2 energy shield, I think, turns into 7 energy shield with our scaling. Nice. Okay. But what were... Was there anything... Oh, right. Could we convert? Hold on. I thought I had heard some people say that at least in Path of Exile 1, they added a basically automated currency conversion NPC, because I'm gonna be honest with you, in Path of Exile 1, the majority of the time I was spending on the trade side, it was converting currencies. Let's see, I want Exalted Orbs. I have, what do we have? I don't know, is 5 Alchemy Orbs enough for an Exalted Orb? It might be. That doesn't look real. Oh! Hold up. It's more like 2 to 1. A little worse than 2 to 1. Okay. So we might actually, if we're willing to part way with a few alchemy orbs, there used to be a little slider you could use to say, I want to trade 4 alchemy orbs for 1 exalted orb. Ah, there it is. This is what I was looking for. Okay. So if we do this, we get 2 exalted orbs. Suddenly, we're doubling our budget. Alchemy orbs are good for crafting purposes, going straight up to a rare. I don't know if this person will trade, but they will. And I like that. I hope this was the person we wanted to trade with and not the one who just got kicked from the party. It was the person who just got kicked from the party. It's okay, they're still here. All right. We'll take it. So now we have 4 exalted orbs to work with, and might be 5. If we could actually invite that person to the party, which the game doesn't seem particularly keen on letting us do. Let's see, what was it that they were looking for? This, theoretically? You want this? Okay. I mean, that's what I mean. Sometimes people bite on what seem to be pretty bad items. I mean, to think, we just sold that for 1 exalt, and did we pay 1 exalt for this? And this is so much better than that item that we just sold. So, I don't know. I mean, it's early days still in the grand scheme of things, so it does seem like some trades are a little all over the place in terms of just what people are looking for and what price they're willing to pay. I mean, we have big volume on transmutes and augmentations. Is there a chance we could actually convert some of that stuff into exalted orbs? Because if so, then okay. That again could mean we actually have a little more budget than we thought. 80 for 1. I don't think we have 40. Yeah, not gonna work though. Augments, are those worth more or less than transmutes? I honestly don't know at PoE 2. Less is the answer. Okay, what about a Mirror of Kalandra? Just stumbled across one of those recently. Chaos Orbs. Also don't know what those are worth relative to Exalted Orbs. Oh, did I clicked on Regal? Oops. I meant to click on Chaos. We do have 2 Regal Orbs. We could I do like the Regal Orbs, though. Those I feel like we've more of a use for right now than we do Chaos. That's what I meant to click on. Whoa! Wait. Yeah, Chaos Orbs are worth more than Exalted Orbs. Okay, so also this is weird because in Path of Exile 1, Chaos Orbs are usually the standard unit of currency that people use for trades, at least for relatively basic, not crazy expensive trades. Exalts are then probably the next most common, but those are significantly more valuable than Chaos Orbs. So for that to be reversed, I mean, not to the same extent, it varies over time, but could be on the order of, 70 Chaos Orbs equals 1 Exalt. So for 1 Chaos Orb to equal 3 Exalted or something like that is weird. That messes with my brain a little bit, but didn't we get a Chaos Orb drop? Oops, turned global chat on accidentally. Here we go. So in that case, I mean, if we were to convert all this into Exalted Orbs, then we'd get 6. Or no, wait, was it 3 to 1 or 2 to 1? Yeah, 3 to 1. We'd get 6. We'd be at 11 total. Suddenly we actually have some serious spending power. I mean, I don't want to go and absolutely drain our coffers completely and make it so that we're completely unable to purchase upgrades once we progress further, but one would hope as time goes on we'll continue to find more stuff to sell and more direct currency drops. I mean, with 5 Exalted Orbs, we were definitely stopping well before we got to 5 Exalts. Fire damage, mana, cast speed, strength, regen. I mean, if we find something now that happens to be more cost effective, then obviously we'll still take it, but we can look this far down and still have the option of taking it. Fire resistance, that would be nice. So we're a little bit low on fire res right now. Chaos res, accuracy doesn't matter. Little bit of fire res, rarity, it's not a huge deal. Don't really get how maximum quality is 50% works on a ring. Does that mean other gear can go up to 50%? And then how does that work if we then unequip the breach rig? Well, we are now wearing things that have over 20% quality, the usual cap. Accuracy, small life, big cast speed, fire res, mana regen, light radius. That's a bad roll. Doesn't do anything at all. That's a low enough roll that it's not very helpful, and that's also... This is a hybrid roll. Is why, despite this being tier 2, it still is an extremely low percentage. So it could have been significantly better. It's still pretty good, but this might be the best. It's also low. Cast speed roll isn't that high. The life regen isn't that good. It also costs less, though. I mean, nothing is ideal, which I suppose shouldn't really come as a surprise, given how we still aren't paying an exorbitant amount for this stuff. Although we could go all the way down to 5 Exalts. This is pretty good. That cast speed roll could be a little bit higher, but otherwise, there's not much wrong with this. The evasion rating doesn't really do anything for us, but and then here, this does nothing for us, but better cast speed. Mana instead of evasion is good. Fire res, no chaos res on that implicit, but I think we live with that. Apparently this person is AFK. Lightning res, fire res, that might be the right balance for us, at least as things currently stand. Might even go for this, to be honest with you. Fizz damage to attacks is useless. Other rolls are pretty solid. Still more at 5 Exalts, though. Deliberately avoiding breach rings. Then we start getting to 6 Exalts and don't know what the conversion rate on Exalt to Divine Orb is, but apparently it's more than 6. So now we're priced out. Okay, I think best option for us is one of the ruby rings. Might have been this one at 5 life mana. Better implicit. What is our fire res right now exactly? We only need 26% fire resistance to hit cap, for what it's worth. Oh, but bear in mind we are using a ruby ring here. Okay, so we're gonna lose 35 just from unequipping this. So it's not as overkill as it might seem. In fact, we actually lose... Oh no, we don't lose fire res. We still have 2 fire res rolls here. Okay. Especially with this person being AFK, I'm leaning toward this one. This was pretty good too. It's a high mana regeneration roll, which actually is big enough that it's influencing me a little bit. All resistance is nice. But we're actually coming in negative on fire res. I think it's you. That's a big enough sale that I would hope we have their attention. And they would be looking to sell this to us. But we'll see. I mean, again, there are alternatives if this person isn't completely sold on selling. But have we bought into buying? Let's see. What would be our runner-up? This one, which is less expensive because it has double fire res, so we're probably capping that. It's the low-ish cast speed roll is the sort of downside there. Yeah, it probably is that though. Yeah, then I think the quality does go down as you start looking at those 1x options. Okay. Oh. Oh. Okay. That's new. To me, at least. And this does have, like, that life roll on it. It is a life roll, but... That must be the person we just messaged, right? Was it? Was that actually the first person? That was actually the first person. That's weird. Huh. Okay. That's very strange that the first person came through right as we messaged the second person. We'll message the other person something. Except they may not speak English. Sorry. Got another one instead. Okay, so this is a combination of both offensive and defensive improvements. And again, is a good enough item that hopefully we could find ourselves using it for a while. Or did they just get... No, there we go. Oh no, not the guild. I want to leave this apartment. There we go. Okay. So, here. We gain 12% fire damage. It's not a huge number, but it's something. And more significantly, we gain... Wait. Oh, 24% cast speed? Oh, I did not remember that the cast speed roll was that high. Okay, that's good. That's very good. Oh, no, we will lose fire resistance on this. That's a fire damage explicit, not fire resistance. Okay, fair enough. Lightning did go up. Cold actually went down a little bit because this had an all-res roll on it. Would like that fire res to be a little bit higher. We could find a way to do... I mean, we... Oh, no, we didn't save any exalts. I was going to say we could potentially exalt slam something. Might be able to sell that for an exalt. Who knows? Maybe someone will bite. But, yeah, since I think the next little boss, one that we've tried to fight on several occasions, of course, does fire damage. We know that definitively, but I feel like the Act boss is gonna do fire damage as well, because Act 1 was fizz/cold. Act 2 was mostly lightning. And then that would seem to suggest Act 3 should be fire. It's not definitive, but that would be my guess. Looking for a fire charm here. I don't know. Sure. Nice thing about this ring is it does have room for an exalt. Although actually, we shouldn't though. Because this is an item level 68 item. Which means if we exalt slam this, it could get a mod that has a high enough tier that it would make this item have a higher level requirement and we would lock ourselves out of using this. Likewise here, we actually can't exalt any of those. This can't exalt. Items that we have dropped, we can still exalt. Yes, but okay. All right, you know, that's just a good little reminder. Good little reminder. Okay. Don't remember if any of those changes affected our energy shield, but we might have actually gained a little bit of life. Okay. Why don't we head over to that fight with the smaller of the two bosses, or at least the one we fought many times that is not the Act boss. I don't think we're going to get enough experience just going through this zone for us to level, but if we do, then I'm thinking since we don't have an immediate need for intelligence anymore, we'd probably pick up this 10% elemental damage, which is something. Otherwise, energy shield here, into jewel socket, into eventually making our way over to this fire cluster, potentially, or other elemental damage clusters, which are actually closer. Maybe. Elemental resistances, a little bit of that. Potentially a way to get it a little bit of that stuff. Okay, here we go. So our damage should once again be better than it was before. We haven't even tried doing anything since we ascended, so there's that as well. Pull the lever. Wrong lever! Mostly using Incinerate, at least at the moment, as sort of a check for how much damage we're doing. I mean, it's kind of hard to tell against the basic enemies. They do go down pretty quickly, but that was sort of already the case. I think we need to see a tankier enemy before we have a better sense of just how much of a difference some of our improvements might have made, like this guy. But some of our improvements, actually a lot of our improvements, came from cast speed. So I mean, that will still affect damage over time in a positive way, yes, but also please do not remove all of my energy shield. I don't like it when you do that. You are rare. You have 60% reduced life recovery, which bypasses energy shield, I assume, or something like that. I don't know. I don't know what the bypass was. I assume we don't like it. Always poisoned is also a thing that I don't like. But you are dead.
Break a sweat.
So the thing that makes me a little concerned is that even after all of our upgrades, technically speaking, We do have lower fire resistance than we had previously. By what is actually a not that insignificant amount. So, since that is, at least in the immediate future, and potentially the medium-term future as well, the most important resistance, that would be an issue. I'm hoping it doesn't become one, but it would be one. This checkpoint. This is a dead end. Okay. At 82% experience, I certainly won't be enough to level up by the time we get to this boss, but this rate, assuming we head over to the next big thing after this being the final act boss of Act 3, I would imagine we would level up at that point. Ooh. Don't mind if I do. You're gonna come to life. I should have done that before I opened the door in the first place. Oh, there's a lot of you. What are those same minion? Is there a rare in this group? Is it you, secretly? That guy's going down pretty quickly. He's a basic guy, normal enemy, but tankier base enemy. He's big. He has a decent amount of health. Go through that as quickly as we did is hopefully a good sign. Oh, also worth noting, we have Culling Strike, or rather Power Siphon, which has Cull, which does work against bosses. So technically speaking, when it comes to this boss that we've been struggling to kill quickly enough, we don't need to get him down to 0 health. We just need to get him down to, I'm actually not sure what the threshold is for Cull in PoE 2, which seems like it's more along the lines of 10%. But I had not really thought of that before, and that is kind of encouraging. If you look at it that way, and we actually weren't that far off last go round, and we certainly should be stronger this time. Offensively. I think we already found an optional side boss who gave us additional fire resistance. So I don't think this guy's about to do that, but wouldn't be the worst thing if he did. Would be thematically fitting still. Is this gonna be a waypoint? No, will not be. Or not, checkpoint, I should say. Gold Melted Sentinel of Obstruction. That is an accurate description, yes. This is where checkpoint is. Okay. Here come the light. Oh, I also just remembered what actually could have been, and can still be, an absolutely huge damage upgrade that we probably should have considered a long time ago. We'll see if it's necessary for at least this fight. Now that we've made various forms of improvements. Ooh. That's nice.
I have no space for that.
I would like to make space for that, though. Hello. I see you have a rare chest in the area. Actually hurt. In part because there were numerous enemies hitting us simultaneously. Technically speaking, a little more space efficient. Oh, I did not even see the big dude there. Oh, someone wants to buy something for an exalt. This is, I'm pretty sure, the crossbow that I got a little earlier today to drop, that I had at one point in time listed for 2 exalts, because it's quite well rolled. Oh, I need to create some space, though. One moment. There we go. This is what you want. Has over 100% Fizz damage, which is why, along with plus 2 level of all projectile skill gems, that seems like that should be pretty good. That's why I thought we might have been able to get away with selling that for 2x, but 1x will do as well. You really won't let me interact with this guy at all, will you? Only once he's left the party. Alright, so now we are no longer broke, at least from an exalt standpoint. We were saying there are some things, although they might be tempting to exalt slam, they actually could backfire in a big way. Could that be sellable for an exalt? Feels unlikely. It's definitely not as good as what we just did, but oh, also. Probably rather do this.
My tribe could use
That we want to disassemble.
Bye-bye.
Throw that in there. Maybe someone will bite.
Need a guide? Some pretty things, yeah. I'll take it.
I mean, if someone really needs intelligence as a level 8 character, who knows? Maybe they're willing to spend an exalt on it. Have we seen this type of charm before? I'm actually not sure if we have. This might be our first time picking one of those up. don't remember if you can disassemble flasks. I thought we saw it. Yeah, it doesn't let you. No baubles out of that. Sad face.
Here to help. Some pretty. I'll take it. Bye-bye.
Okay. The thing that I was alluding to before would be to throw a lesser jeweler's orb on, most importantly, Incinerate. Basically means we can add one more support gem to it, which should make it a fair bit stronger. And I was a little protective of those. I don't know how valuable these are, so they might be worth a lot. Oh. This is good timing, though. Just as long as we don't take long enough that the zone resets, I would like to actually get to this boss fight. What is it that they said they are looking for? Can you invite me? Stop. Invite you. I don't remember when this dropped. That's okay. It's not amazing. But apparently, worth an exalt. We'll take it. Okay. So now, even after having spent a bit, you see we can get some cash back, and worst comes to worst, you know, we could potentially reinvest a bit in some other stuff. Oh, hello there.
Haunted machine.
You are, in fact, a haunted machine, as it turns out. I mean, we're actually pretty close to leveling up. It's not going to happen in this zone, because we are quite close to the boss, but it's not that far away before we level. You guys look like they were just making their rounds. Like they were guards. Not like they were necessarily coming over to attack us. Just that we were interrupting their shift. Or something like that. What? Oh, that's just the sound of the boss further down. I thought that was an enemy right behind us that I ignored accidentally. No, this is the entrance to the boss, or the preview of the boss.
So that's who's responsible for all this noise.
Hit the checkpoint. Okay. So this is the moment of truth. As I said, technically speaking, we do still have one more potential ace up our sleeve. One that we probably should have resorted to earlier. But hopefully, especially once you factor in the cull that we also have with our default attack, I'd like to believe we have the damage to do this time round. We ascended to get more cast speed. We upgraded our gear with even more cast speed and some additional fire damage. We are lower on fire resistance than we were last time, so we might not be able to face tank quite as much as we did in the past. That is the potential downside. Also, it would help if I actually hit the end. Yeah. Be good if I let you get out of the fire a little bit. Oh, and some people were saying he actually gets stronger when he's in the fire. I don't know exactly how, or Mog magma, molten gold, whatever, again, whatever you want to call it. But please come out of that area. Thank you. Yeah, I just chose to ignore that. And now he does the sort of dodging stuff. I feel like I did not do a very good job of maximizing the damage in that spot there. First section. Now you can come out. Do this. Okay. Might have still been able to face tank that. Damage certainly adds up on our end. He also started to do a bit of damage to us. Okay, no, well, that actually doesn't hit as hard as I would have thought it would. Okay, another dodge phase, which is a bit unfortunate. Shouldn't have to waste so much mana on this, to be honest with you. That's kind of what this is. A waste of mana. Choose to face tank that. I choose to face tank this. Life Flask. Also Life Flask. I think we're getting close to the end now. I'm a little concerned. Also, I actually do need to be a little mindful of dodging when we don't have energy shield left. Could be close to call range. Come on. There. That was the end. Down there. So we weren't that far away. Bring the hammer to Oswald in town. I didn't catch what it said the reward would be, but it was a little close. I'm gonna be honest. But life goal accomplished? Perhaps. Perhaps. Oh. Technically, it was an optional boss, so we actually didn't need to fight that guy, but after having spent so long using him as a barometer for just how much, or really how little damage we had to. We had to.
Came back alive, did ya? I'll organize the men. We'll start carting the gold out of here. No sign of old Kamasa, eh? Well, then he won't miss it. Keep anything you're able to lift out of there yourself. Let's call it a finder's fee, eh? I'm feeling generous today, considering we actually found treasure and all came out alive.
Well, I mean, eventually we came out alive.
A taste of the life of a treasure hunter. It has an appeal.
That is very underwhelming.
If you hear a click, duck.
Hold on. Level 10, you say? Yeah. No, we were getting level 11 from the zone that was one level higher up. So, I mean, yes, we can get a very marginal upgrade on Frostwall, I guess, or Mana Tempest, either of those, but it is still possible for us to get an even better still upgrade by just going to the other zone. So we're just gonna, you know, kind of ignore the fact that that reward was bad.
How can I advise you?
As I said, I think my top choice would have been passive points or fire resistance, although I was pretty skeptical we would have gotten fire resistance, given how, as I said, I think we did see that from a somewhat recent boss. I sell, not disenchant.
I'll take it.
still haven't leveled, but we have
Beware.
gotten enough experience that that should happen soon, and then theoretically, the shops will update a bit. Okay, so the thing is, presumably, the boss that we just defeated is by some accounts easier than the final boss of the act. However, presumably, the final boss of the act does not have a pseudo time limit, unlike the one we just fought, so we can benefit more from being tanky and worry less about our still somewhat lackluster damage. Although, we really should use one of these Jeweler's Orbs. Let me just quickly check. Where was the one where we were doing currency trades? I just want to see how many Jeweler's Orbs to an Exalted Orb, so I have a sense of, are we about to use a very valuable piece of currency, or is this something we can feel pretty comfortable using a few of right now? Let's see. Transmute sharp. Well, hold on. Where is it? Huh? I don't think I saw it. Is it not tradable? For some reason? Weird. I don't know what to make of that. But I guess we'll use this then? Okay. So I think it's going to be on Incinerate, because again, it's our primary single target damage skill, at least for now. One of the reasons why, at least, I was initially hesitant to do this was because I've been on the fence as to just how much of a long-term skill Incinerate is going to be, but then I also just forgot about this. So there's that too. So it gives us an extra socket, which means we can use one more support gem, which means we can get a fair bit more damage. Oh, we still have an unused level 11. Hold on. Oh, I thought I got Fireball up to 11. Apparently I only got it up to 10? That might be the highest priority then. Yeah, Mana Tempest, of course, give us 6%, or rather 4% more lightning damage, which is kind of nice. We could try out one of the new skills, which we have not yet gotten, Comet and Ball Lightning. Comet is completely new. Ball Lightning existed in Path of Exile 1. This one seems cool, because I remember I was looking at it a little bit before the game started.
Pulls down a massive icy chunk from the sky. Target close to your character to dodge backwards as you cast. Comet.
Long
pulls
cast
down a
time,
massive icy chunk
but
from the sky.
that seems like very high base damage, and I thought I remembered seeing from the little preview they had that it has a 100%, or it's basically a guaranteed freeze, which potentially opens up some other synergies of various varieties. Let's chill. Okay. So, I think we'll hold off on that for the time being, but where'd it go? I think we'll just upgrade what we're working with right now, which is mostly Fireball. How much damage do we gain from it? A little bit.
Launching.
Okay. Oh, and support gem, though. Support gem. We can use one So we should. Let's see. On Incinerate. If Strip Away, exposure applied by support skill has 30% increased effect. So this would suggest there is not a hard cap for how much fire resistance we can debuff with Incinerate. What does Eternal Flame do? Increased ignite duration on enemies, but less chance to ignite. I think Incinerate just has a straight up guaranteed chance to ignite. So that's basically no downside. So that's why it's particularly good on this skill. The duration, though, is not that long. I think it's 2 seconds base. Well, turn into a 4-second base. It's a little interesting. It's also a level 1 category, so we could just use a level 1 support gem for it. So let's probably go with the Strip Away, and then we could try Eternal Flame with a more disposable skill gem later on. Okay, so that probably doesn't show up on the DPS preview, because this number is never going to factor in enemies' resistances, which is just another reason why it's not particularly accurate. It's probably one of the least accurate skills for the preview, because the damage varies so much depending on how long you channel it for, and just how much of a debuff you're giving the enemies. Okay. So that should definitely help. Maybe makes up for how the reward from that quest was very underwhelming. Oh, also, I think we technically don't use the waypoint. I think we go down here. This would be the last convenient time, at least, for us to find some way to manufacture a little bit more fire resistance, which I would kind of like to do. Though it's not the easiest thing. I don't think... Let's just check. Oh, that's... Enemies have less fire resistance. And there was a node here that gave us 5% all elemental resistances. That's far enough away that that's not really feasible. This is penetrating enemies' resistances. Yeah. Usually you wouldn't really get much in the way of resistances from the tree. It's kind of just a little bonus when it does happen to pop up. Not something you really want to go out of your way to get, because that's usually something you would handle with gear in and of itself. Oh. Huh. Could do that. Don't know how impactful that really is. And it's, again, it's not fire resistance, which I don't know definitively. I'm just making an... Maybe you could say educated, maybe you could say wild guess that the next boss is going to be fire damage. 36 is not great. It's not atrocious, but I would, if that were just 10 higher, that would go a long way, I think. Ideally more than that, but... Do we have... I mean... In Path of Exile 1, there's currency that can re-roll the implicit, the 22% fire res, because that could go up as high as 30. It would be a blessed orb. Do such orbs exist in PoE 2? Just mouse over everything multiple times. Moments. Not seeing it, no. That might be final, that 22. Which again would just go... I mean, it wouldn't be dramatic, but it would help. Otherwise, you can exalt, slam, and hope, but... rather not go that route. Is there any other gear that we just haven't even looked at all that looks clearly out of date? I'd be kind of curious to see if we could improve our boots. They're not bad by any means. It's a good life roll. It's just that we aren't really a life character. If that were plus 75 energy shield, these would be amazing. They've no resistance outside of the glyph we put on, which is one of the main reasons why I am eyeing them as a potential place we could improve. I don't know. Maybe we just proceed and we see. Okay, so for what it's worth, I had been grinding in this zone of bits. In between sessions. This was the highest level zones. This is where I was able to get some of those better skill gem drops. Rude. These guys also are pretty nasty. Hello, fire. They have multiple skills that are basically very similar to skill gems that we theoretically could use. And they're good. They're powerful. Or these skills that existed in Path of Exile 1. I don't know if there's an equivalent for Path of Exile 2. Alright, and this is also our first time trying the newly improved, once again, Incinerate. Let's see if I actually see that number go up to, yep, 65. Minus 65. Fire resistance. Hello. Enemy who is very clearly a rare. Who I was trying to find the, there we go, crosswall button to slow down. Explodes nearby corpses. That's a little concerning, but you're dead.
Thank you.
You are also a rare. Couple of regal shards. Support gem. Now there's support. Oh, no, that's an active one. Okay, so there's level 11. There you go. What were we saying? Frost Wall, upgrading that. Mana Tempest as well. Both of those would be nice. Flammability. How much stronger does this actually get? It's very hard to tell from this preview, because I imagine that's because of the, yeah, also disappointing that his corpse didn't explode. I was half expecting that to happen. No, that's the volatiles, in a way. Let's see, minus 33% fire res. Oh, it was minus 29 right now. That'd be a pretty huge upgrade, actually. No, minus 34 there. Oh, both of those were active. Okay, so we could definitely do this. Yeah, this is 33. So, hopefully we aren't downgrading flammability by doing this. No, it goes up 1 more percentage point. Then here, we can go Frost Wall. More damage. The crystals themselves actually have a fair bit more life before they explode. That's kind of helpful if we're truly trying to block enemies off with it. And then probably Mana Tempest we'll want to upgrade as well. That might be next on the list. Tell you, this happened a bit. I've talked about it a little bit before, but targeting with Incinerate, what the heck is that? Speaking of targeting, No, targeting with Incinerate. Sometimes pretty wonky when the enemies are right next to you. This game is a little confused about which direction you're facing, which direction you're trying to attack. Siphons mana and deals lightning damage, trails of lightning. You got a lot of purple going around you. Maybe with all of your mana leeching stuff, using the Mana Tempest was not the right choice. But you are dead, and we did level.
I'm carrying enough
Okay,
already.
well, let's do this. Okay, so in terms of what we're looking to add here, we're looking for immediate returns. I did unallocate some of our defensive stuff, the energy shield here, some of the energy shield recharge. I did reallocate some stuff here, basically just so that I could get a notable rather than just basic ones there. But if we're looking for offensive stuff, there's 10% elemental damage there. There's this one I don't actually think is that useful for us, at least not on Incinerate, because it already has guaranteed Ignite, and again, I'm not entirely sure if we actually get 5% additional fire resistance reduced on enemies. It really should work. And then, but this is actually pretty solid as well. Magnitude of Ignite you inflict. That should definitely work for Incinerate. Technically, that number is 12 rather than 10 here, although this is a little more universally applicable. This, yeah, I mean, it is a notable, but the 40% chance to ignite, that's a big part that we're missing out on. Oh, this also gives us energy shield and does get us closer to this fire cluster, which I imagine is probably our next big destination. That gives fire res. Not that we're particularly close to this spot. There's also elemental damage here of various sorts, or more exposure. That could be really good. I mean, combine this with all of these as an ascendancy that can do shocks and potentially chills of any element, and that can actually turn into a pretty nice way to scale damage. There's also this notable. That's actually a lot of effective life, because we have a lot more energy shield, base energy shield than we do life. So we should benefit a lot from that, even if there's a bit of a penalty there, technically speaking. So there are a few things. Oh, also getting around this side to do area of effect fire damage. It's mostly area of effect. Chance for enemies to explode. Increase damage with hits against burning enemies. Again, depends on if Incinerate hits. Fireball, it would work. Okay. So maybe we do go do this. We have enough gold that we can respec a bit if we want to. Cost goes up a lot for not much gain on flammability. True. Oh, well, the cost functionally stays the same for us, at least, because we're applying it via blasphemy. If we were manually casting it, then that would legitimately be a concern. Maybe to the point where you would say it might not even be worth doing it. Oh, you're still there and still alive. And yes, we were saying that we'd be kind of interested in getting that level, at least before we face the final boss of this act, and we did get it. Okay, that's one of the skills that I was alluding to before. Looks pretty cool, right? Functionally a skill from Path of Exile 1. Yeah, that's also what I meant, where it's kind of hard sometimes to actually directly hit the enemy you're trying to hit. Okay, so technically there's more enemies in there that we didn't go after, but I think we can we can say we're okay with the not necessarily full clearing all these zones, since again the level was kind of the threshold we were looking to reach, and we are there, and so I'm highly doubtful that we will be able to get another level before the boss. I mean, maybe. After me, this zone to be very, very long. I'd rather you not stand. That's another skill of some interest. But yeah, I'd rather you not stand right in the fire. Hey, friends. Please note, I'm assuming that's the armor base that gives. Ooh, hello. That gives. All right, the belt that gives armor as the implicit. We can go this way. A little further away from fire degen. Like that. Yeah, so that doesn't look great. It's another one from the fire priest or whatever its name is, and then he does the other skill. Just to rub it in our face that he has all the moves. Oh, you're over there. Root? Oh, that's actually not somewhere we can go through. We have to go around. But it's hot. Go.
We humbly await your return, O great Kopek.
Oh. Isn't this called the Temple of Kopek or something like that? So that's probably going to be the final boss we face. It sounded like some dude praying to Opek. Is this going to be the arena right here? It's looking like it's opening up into a boss arena. A lot. Precipice of Power, the burning glory of the Vault. Certainly looks like a boss arena to me. Altar of the Sun?
Let the sun
Oh.
your
Yup.
flesh.
I mean, it's certainly
You are
a
mine.
fire boss. Is it the final fire boss? Or the final act boss? It might be. You have energy shield, which I don't like. Our damage, though, does already seem better than it's been in the past. Against prior bosses, if I actually stood there, that doesn't seem like the place I want to stand on. Oh. Yeah. So, you know, as... Uh-oh. Don't. Just stop getting your energy shield back. And I can't hit you when you're in that phase. It does look pretty cool. But at the same time, stop doing that. And I do wish that I, you know, had more fire resistance. As we anticipated. Might have been an issue. Oh, that looks familiar.
Touch of Kopek.
If you are the final boss, then you may very well have multiple phases.
Euphoria.
Oh. It's dramatic, I'll give you that. Can you stop doing that? Can you just chill, dude? Like, seriously. He's all tired out.
Touch of Kopek, the gaze of the Exile. Kopek's
He is dead.
Servants, not our masters.
Summon Alva.
I'm carrying enough
Okay.
already.
What was that? The final boss? Because maybe it's just that our damage is much better now, which makes fights go much more quickly, but that felt much more straightforward than previous boss fights.
Val ingenuity never ceases to amaze me. Hello.
Let's investigate the platform. Was that just a precursor to the actual final boss? Are we about to unleash something far worse?
Symbols for blood and offering.
Yeah, Alva, are we about to sacrifice
Blood,
you?
offering, it's someone
Alva!
of Val blood. Perhaps if I... It worked!
Oh, Alva.
Now this is truly something!
Someone of Val blood, and
Apex! It's opening!
apparently Alva was of Val blood, and yes, it seems like that was just a precursor to the actual final boss, who we may be about to face, or we might be going to have a larger zone leading up to him.
In the encampment?
Oh.
I can't believe it! We were right on top of this device the entire time.
Excuse me? Enter the time portal? Oh. That
Gateway.
time portal.
How incredible!
Yeah, you don't say. Alright, you know, maybe while we're here, we'll just take a quick moment to empty out our inventory. You have anything to say about the large time portal that just appeared in front of you? Or is this just, you know, another day at the office? Oh, she's up here now. I would prefer if you didn't stand right next to portal.
Great darkness comes. You meddle with what has been, and who knows what will happen because of it. What is dead should stay dead. Close the gateway and leave it alone, I say.
Okay. You know, it's a very valid thing to say, I think. Ooh. Spell physical damage plus 2 level of all physical spell gems. That might be sellable. Don't know if that's good enough to sell. And by sellable, I mean to another player.
Farewell.
Put you in there. Stash some of that stuff. Oh. We were saying what? Mana Tempest probably next on the list. And then, do we have anything in particular that really needs another support gem? We might be good for now, at least. Stash you. Okay. So, well, there's one good thing about that the like preliminary boss that we just fought. The mini boss ish. It being fire damage was that maybe that means the final boss won't be fire damage. One of 2 fire bosses in a row. What the heck?
Living heart
Oh.
in the flesh? Hello! My name is Alva Valai. It was I who... No, don't run away.
Something tells me they're not going to be happy to see us.
I think they pose a threat. Let's go after them.
Oh, that's a player. Wait, what? This actual town? Actual city? Oh, this is interesting. This is very interesting. Huh. Looks amazing. Reign of Queen Atsiri. Oh, I did look back at our previous fight with the Queen of Filth to see if there was any confirmation as to whether she was actually Atsiri or not. It didn't seem like there was anything actually definitive on that side. It seemed like Jer from chat was saying that there was, but it didn't seem like it. But I had said at the time, yeah, if we were to encounter Atsiri, surely she would be the final act boss, right? Well, I mean, that might be the direction we're heading in. Might be. All right.
There they are.
The Cradle of Vol Ambition. Again, I assume these guys are gonna get.
Don't touch me.
Yep. Mad. At us. We have had Alva fight with us before. Did not. Oh, okay. Hold on. Ooh. Okay. So that. Ooh, Chaos Statue. I wonder if that means it's basically a free Chaos Orb that allows us to corrupt an item, and if so, I don't know what we would choose to use there. We got very lucky with a Corrupt on our chest plate a while back. This presumably means we can trade there. This is a mini-boss. Wait. That's the name of someone that was just mentioned in Path of Exile 1 in the flavor text on some items, / there's a unique named after them. So again, subtle little nod to Path of Exile 1 that might just totally fly over some people's heads, but I'm pretty sure that's the case. That is cool. Is that a blue pack that disappears with Shroud Walker, or was that just that gonna be every one of those types of enemies? Yeah, this place looks amazing. If you could get a hideout like this, that would be really cool. I mean, to be fair, our hideout is pretty cool as well. What? A jaguar? Excuse me? What? First I thought it said execution, but I don't think that was the case. Wait, is that us? I did not remember. Oh, you. That was really off-putting. At first, I thought that you were the friendly NPC that was going to trade with us. Gloom-na? No, wait, is that Gloom or Gloom-na? Important distinction. Oh, poison damage. Okay. Yeah, the Vol are kind of big on that thing. Based on, you know, every single Vol enemy and item from Path of Exile 1. That would be a concern. Looks so cool. If enemies have... If this boss has a bunch of chaos damage, then that, of course, we have much lower resistance for that than we do fire. Even if we still want to add some fire res. Maybe don't continue dodging into an area we haven't been into yet. Probably won't end well. It's a bow. Okay. Stop using just little incinerates. Because I've been meaning to turn those into, fireballs. You are a rare. East aura, always poisons. I don't like that combination, so please die. Thank you. Very considerate of you. Is this a loop? Back to where we started? Okay. Fair enough. I get the feeling this is going to be an absolutely humongous zone. Which at the moment I'm fine with, because it looks cool. But that is subject to change. Oh, that's a dead guy? I thought that was the shadow of the statue or something. That it was gonna come to life. Oh, also, so I'm thinking of, you look really cool as well. You are definitely a Goliath. It reminds me of the other, at least layout-wise, reminds me already a bit of that other zone we were talking about a little while back, earlier in Act 3 that was also ginormous. Somebody here is a rare. That one, I think we were fighting solo. We did not have Alva teaming up with us. Which again, it's a small thing, because damage-wise, I don't think she's going to do much of anything, but defensively, just having her distract some enemies can be helpful. Look at that. Just sit down. Have a picnic. Everything's fine. Don't worry about all the enemies that are probably trying to ambush us. Oh, you're the dude. Unleashing the light. Okay. Also, ow. Oh, we've seen that. Okay. Here's a new zone. I assume this was a higher level than the previous zone we were in, so there's a chance we might see some better base item drops. That's a really cool animation. Purple snake, ginormous snake, just pops up out of the ground and tries to bite us. I mean, I'm sure it hurts, but you definitely win style points. Oh, they're all dead. Right. I knew that. I feel like it's been a little while since we were able to upgrade flask tiers. Maybe it's just that we were in those previous zones for so long, and that's why it feels that way. But I guess I wouldn't be that surprised to see if we were able to upgrade some flasks soon. Well, the other thing is that sometimes when a lot of stuff is going on, I'm mistaking Alva for an enemy, I realize. Ooh. That's pretty nasty. That guy basically ropes us and slows us down a ton. Yeah, there are a bunch of... Every enemy in this area looks really cool. Not only their art, but the animations they have. One thing we haven't tried supporting at all was our default attack, Power Siphon, which, you know, might be worth giving a little attention to, because I have been using it a little more often now for culling purposes. But not really for anything outside that. I don't even know if it can deal damage outside of when it is possible to cull with it. 'Cause it was a full-blown active skill gem in Path of Exile 1. So it's has some similarities. The context is just a little different. It's a little off-putting. Would use it as a full-blown primary skill in Path of Exile 1, and obviously it'd be nice to activate the cull on a regular basis, but you didn't have to have that to deal damage. A lot of looters. Maybe it's just that all the enemies have such fancy skills that it feels like there's a lot of them. It's these legionnaires, the ones that seem like they can create a smoke cloud even when they are not a blue mob. So that's a good example. What? You see this? That guy roped us. And is still roping us. Even while he's dead. There we go. Okay, I'm pretty sure that was a bug. But that was kind of hilarious. Especially when we're all the way over here. It was lined up such that it was... It looked like an awning on this building. I was like, oh. Was us attacking causing the awning of the building to move? And make the building fall down or something like that? That's cool. Nope. Nope. The dead guy had roped us. That's cool, though. Freezing him mid-jump. Take that. See, all of them roped us. Does also give us power charges, or can give us power charges when we use Power Siphon, which gives us extra crit stuff, but I'm not sure how significant that is, at least at this stage when we are not doing that much on the crit side of things. So I was expressing some concern when it came to us taking some fire damage, because we did actually lower our fire resistance. On the other hand, our cold res is very high right now. So, it happened again. It happened again. We got roped by a dead guy. Look at this. I can't run away. Oh. It actually might be not a bug. If it happens consistently like that. It seems like if you run away far enough, it breaks it. I don't know. That can't be intended to still apply when the enemy is dead, right? Surely that's a mistake. Oh, it's a checkpoint. Okay, we got the checkpoint, at the very least. That was one of the reasons why I was so concerned in that other zone that I was referencing before. Because there were not many checkpoints, and having to rerun large sections and refight a whole bunch of enemies was not something I was thrilled about. At least in this case, at worst, we would just head back over here. If we look at the layout, might still be more in that corner, but we started heading more down this side. Let's, well, okay. Frostmaul did do something. Did eventually serve a purpose. And on the second occasion, that purpose was to block us. Not them, us. Viper cap. Oh, it's Dex. It's evasion. Okay. I saw that start to drop only very recently. Hello? Their damage is definitely feeling much better. Just in terms of clear speed. That's very nice. This sort of looks significant. No, maybe not. Probably reconnects up there. Guess maybe we'll close the gap. Close the loop. Confirm. I know you're there. Oh, okay, there is a rare. Pretty sure that's definitely rare. These guys first. Extra chaos damage? Uh-oh. Conjures flame walls. Chaos damage. I don't like your chaos damage.
I'm carrying enough already.
Okay, apparently all of our inventory spots are taken in that case. Oh, I thought I went for that. Okay, I'm gonna check this corner just because it feels like otherwise it's gonna be a little bit hard to double back there. And we can, at least if we get to checkpoints, fast travel from one checkpoint to the next. Could help us a bit. This looks kind of significant. Yeah, speaking of which, those are Itsiri statues. Who is the Queen of the Fall? One moment. I feel like this will be the Viper. Who I feel like it's a pretty good chance is going to use chaos damage. Oh.
Halt! Your rampage ends here.
Slows down our walk as well,
Don't worry.
dramatically.
I can solve this. This is all just a misunderstanding.
Oh, Alva.
Which one of you activated the gate? Which one of you is a Val blood?
Apparently, Alva
That was
is.
me, of course. I am Alva Valai, treasure hunter extraordinary.
Take her! Bring her to Doriani. As for you, I will pay back
Doriani,
every
that's a
drop of Val
name.
blood you have spilled.
Oh. Okay.
Yo, let's take you.
I assume we don't really want to be far away from you, as is usually the case, but... Can I get energy shield back real quick?
You will fall before us.
Please don't do that. But you have energy shield as well, which I also don't like. This is probably gonna hurt. What? What are they doing? Can I hit you when you're doing that? Yes. Ooh, okay. Okay. I don't like the looks of that. Okay. When I'm actually able to attack you and not miss, our damage is actually pretty good. Oh, the arena just got small. Interesting. I actually don't know if we take damage for walking into their sort of spear wall. Won't step into the very clearly and obviously poison ground. Thanks, but no thanks.
Bow to your queen or die.
Uh-oh. Energy shield, please. Please. Thank you. I wasn't referring to you.
Fall before us. The Kelly's web.
Yeah, I just can't hit damage you during that. Okay, you need to look at which of them are doing things, and then I just went to all of them. And that is also what makes the arena smaller. And also, I am out of life blasts and need energy shield, and this is terrifying. Yup.
Viper strike.
Please don't do that. There we go. Oh, that is also a callback
What just happened?
from Path of Exile 1. That was very interesting. What was Legacy League? Is that what it was? I forget what the name of it was. But I recognize that. I recognize that. Okay, can we make more space? Do we want to make more? Yeah, we can make more space. But yeah, we defeated her. Again, I mean, our damage was actually pretty decent. It was just or much better than it used to be, at least. It's just that it's kind of hard to hit her. And I was very cautious of taking a whole bunch of poison damage. Also, just looking at the map here and seeing that it says Alva is here. Oh, I don't see Alva. Maybe that's because there were still enemies there. Maybe that's because Alva is just dead. Did we kill Alva? We might have killed Alva. I did like having Alva, as I said, just distract enemies. Had I known that we were going to murder her, maybe I would have prioritized going to one of the other notable spots first. And just finishing on the boss fight. Oh. Sacrificial heart. A soul still clings to fading shreds of life. That might be Alva. Guess we'll dump those.
There is unique power within this flesh.
Rescue Alva. Oh, from Doriani, right. They said Doriani is who they're going to send Alva to. Ow. So Doriani is another name that came up a whole lot in Path of Exile 1. Again, on items and various lore-related things. Oh, that's not the button I meant to be pressing.
Sans, take you.
That's probably something we would rather have. But that's also int at base. That's not a bad starting point. That's potentially worth crafting. I'd like for some of these items to just be bad so I can drop them and not feel bad about it. Oh, this we could use. Huh? We already have level 11 flammability. Why are you lying to me? Flame Wall, I admittedly haven't been using as much as of late, but it is kind of sort of in our rotation, so might make sense to upgrade that before we start venturing out into other skills that probably are not going to make as much sense for this character. So it might just be that now that we picked up that heart, that we head back to where Alva died. But if we have to rescue her from Doriani, I suspect that might be another boss fight. somewhere. Did that say Vol? Oh no, vase. Okay. I was like, what? I thought it was a fruit that fell from the tree that was called Vol. I was like, huh. I mean, I guess you could name your civilization after that. Or maybe I just misread it. Okay, let's just double check. What else are we looking for here? So that was the boss we expected in this zone. Chaos statue, we think gives us a free corrupt, and then theoretically, place where we can trade. We do have some checkpoints that would allow us to fast travel to different spots of the map. That could be helpful if it turns out we're headed in the direction of something we're not as interested in pursuing in the immediate future. That's a rare chest, if nothing else. Although, it'd be kind of nice to find that shopkeeper, since we are running out of inventory space. That is a good energy shield base. Kind of just want to, at the very least, see... Okay, nope, never mind, it's junk. No. Don't you rope me again, even when you're dead. One, two, three. So, I mean, this zone could be big enough, especially since apparently there is another zone even after this, for us to still get one more level before the end. I remember some people were saying a little while back that the lead up to the final boss in Act 3 is really long. So it seems like we are approaching that stage now, but it might actually be a while. Guy was also hullable. Would have been helpful, but this kind of looks like so. Well, maybe not. I guess now that... That begs the question, is Doriani going to be the final boss of this area? Because I guess... once we started seeing all the Etziri stuff, and I think confirmed that the Queen of Filth was not Etziri, it seemed like, okay, well, probably then Etziri will be the final boss of this area. So then we heard about this Doriani stuff, and it seems like we are going to have to fight Doriani later on, but I was kind of thinking that was going to still be more of a secondary type of boss, not the actual end boss, but that may not be the case. I also like how the Blasphemy Curse makes it so even when they're in the smoke cloud, we can see where they are, which is actually quite helpful. What is it? Hold on. See that X there? What is that? Oh, that's dead Alva. Right. We're just on the other side of the water. Don't worry about it. We're working on it, Alva. Maybe. There's a chance that we just need to go back there, but I don't think that's the case. There's a lot of talk of Dorian. Watch it turn out that Doriani is just the peaceful shopkeeper. Ah, yes, for a mere 100 gold. Of course, you can have Alva's life back. No problem. Merely sell you... merely let me purchase this serpentile coat from you. You will have enough coins to then barter for Alva's life. Here's the rope. It's back. Really cannot begin to tell you how much actually having better damage changes the feel of the game. Maybe still not great damage, but significantly better than it was before. Guess that's everything in this corner. Oh. And by everything I mean there was basically nothing. Well, we got the heart. Oh. Oh. Well, that's gonna be something. Not entirely sure what, but something. What will it be? Oh, it'd help if you let me through. Peculiar fortunes? Oh, is it just a bonus area? As Kappa's quarters, home of the architect of the guild. Let's break everything. Oh, there's also a quest item in here. I thought it was just loot. It is some loot. But also this. Grand Idol, in the depths of an ancient ruin, can be exchanged with Oswald. Oh, in the Ziggurat encampment. That is not what I would have expected. I would have expected it to be something we need to help resurrect Alva.
Oswald mentioned looking for something like this.
Curious what that would give us then. And that, I don't think, showed up on the world map preview in terms of notable things in this area, so that's a little bonus. Have we seen them do fire stuff before? Oh, that's a checkpoint for what seems to be an area that's opening up a bit. Enter Agorat? Oh. Oh. This looks like the next zone. Yeah. Okay. Well, maybe that... No, I still don't think we've done that. And we definitely haven't seen this. Okay, so I think we poke our head in. And if it has a waypoint, perfect. We just go in, activate the waypoint. We can come back there on a future occasion whenever we want. But then we double back into Utsal, maybe use some of the checkpoints to quickly travel to a different section where we haven't explored as much, although there's definitely still some stuff around here that we haven't seen. Hoping this has a waypoint right near the entrance. Usually that is the case. Very dramatic pyramid. Salvation sought in beauty and blood. Okay, there is the waypoint. Now we can see blood sacrifice? Question mark with a plus. Another potential shopkeeper, and then black chambers. Okay, so this is still not the last zone in which the final boss is, it seems. 43, 44, 45? Yeah. Okay, I think we will still head back to Utsal. There's definitely... Oh. Okay, we can go via waypoint. Hold on. Or checkpoint, I should say. We can go there. I don't think so. There, that's where Alva died. Oh, technically... Ooh, I kinda hate that we missed that. That might be something in that corner there. And there is not a good fast travel point to get there quickly. Probably this is the closest? Okay. Let's get over there just because if we don't explore now, we're just going to get further and further away from it. I'm probably going to keep this up just so we know exactly where we're going. Fortunately, since we've killed most / all of the enemies around here, it's pretty quick. Oh, also we could have used that waypoint as a way to go back to town and sell some stuff. Why didn't we go all the way over here? Because this could be something. This definitely could be something. It's on the edge. Can't go up there? Okay, maybe it's just a dead end. Alright, fair enough. Do we need to be standing at one of the checkpoints in order to use one of the checkpoints? We might be. Might have to be. There is still this little section here, though. Might not have anything in it, but it does not have anything in it. Besides a frost wall, that is. Okay, well now we know. Technically, it's a little spot there, which I imagine is nothing, because that's probably a dead end, but it might reconnect there. Well, it's not a dead end. There's the place we were. Okay. So we can either go more in this direction down, or we can... What the... Oh. Not sure what the source of that fire was. We can double back here. I'm a little tempted to do, because I... Oh. Okay. It's something. It is something. Oh. There's a lot of stuff down here.
I have no space for that.
No space for that. Fair enough. But obviously we need this. Multiple things you can bring back to Oswald. Oh, almost missed this. Might be worth IDing that. I think that is the base we have for our current helmet. Which is pretty good. That's not really worth keeping. Okay. So more bonus stuff. That was near the Alva fight? Sort of? Hello. Care to actually get hit by this skill? Thank you. Another checkpoint. Another door. More loot. More loot. Home the Architect of Expansion. Oh. I also didn't read what the name of the other guy was, but Architects, technically, that is also potentially a bit of a throwback to Path of Exile 1 as well. What was the name of that league? Oh, that was Incursion with Alpha. Right? Yeah. Creates a persistent... Oh, right. Well, Spirit Gem level 11. Okay. Now this is... We've seen these before. It's not a new tier. Would make it a little bit better or cast on Ignite or whatever else we choose to use here, but we've kind of stepped away from most of those things. Oh, Chance Shard. I didn't even remember that dropping. Yeah, lots of loot. Which, I mean, I think is kind of the idea, since it's sort of all about the treasure hunting. Glorious idol. Can be exchanged. I mean, I'm thinking we might want to drop a portal.
I wonder the significance of this item.
And at least turning these things in with Oswald. Oh. Right. We're in the past. Oh. Can we go back to the present? Is that possible? I'm not sure that it is. Surely we can go back to our hideout or some other, like, Act 2 town to stash some things. But not turn in... Wait, hold on. Let's go Act 2. If we double back to Act 3? No. Okay, we'll just, go to the Act 2 town to sell at least a little bit of stuff, so we have a little bit of room to accumulate more things. Don't mind us as we casually circumvent the whole time-traveling dilemma we had previously found ourselves in.
The Ardura can take us south,
Oh,
to the edge of the jungle.
can they now?
The sunken city of Utsal is not hidden, nor hard to reach. It is protected by a different danger. But we will deal with that when we come to it. When you are ready, we should begin the journey as soon as possible.
Step ahead of you. In fact, we are 200 years in the past ahead of you.
Thank you.
Speak up.
It's a lot of stats. I'm not sure those are really good stats. Doesn't seem like it. Excuse me? 117 life? What? And attack speed? That's sellable.
Do not wander.
I also want the bench. Mostly for you, because you were taking up a ton of space. That actually might be sellable as well. Well, it's a little subtle, the value of this. Because that's the hybrid mod we were talking about with that life energy shield. Let's get rid of some stuff that is not actually going to sell.
Young one.
With that, we were wondering, I mean, I kind of doubt it, but we could try. Then stash this stuff. Stash all that. Oh, runes as well. Yeah, because just these alone take up some space. Okay. But now, back to the past. For a second, I was worried that our portal had disappeared. We're good. Okay, now, I mean, we could be a little more aggressive picking this stuff up again and actually pick things up going forward, which would be nice. So, I mean, I don't know how many of those bonus rooms there are, but there were a lot of architects. Just saying, there were a lot of architects in Incursion League. But it's kind of looking like we've done everything on this side. So I think we want to fast travel back. Should be a, oops, be a spot. Let's see. Over there looks like the best spot for us. That looks like a dead. You know what? I'm gonna go here just for a second. Confirm that that's a dead end, but then check this area as well. Real quick. This is big enough. There actually might be something here. Might be another one of those little houses for us to steal from. Because let's be honest, that is what we're doing. Oh, checkpoint. Trial Master's Challenge? Excuse me? Yes, I am familiar with the Trial Master. Though I'm not sure I'm up for one of his challenges right now. Ultimatum key? Oh, I see what this is all about. Do we have an ultimatum key? We get one here? Oh, it just gives us another one. Okay. Huh. I mean, alright. Is this maybe... That's the Chaos statue. Okay. I mean, the Trial Master said Chaos was his master, which implied the Trial Master and Chaos are two separate entities, but if this is a Chaos statue, and the Trial Master looks an awful lot like this, and both of them have a face that looks an awful lot like a Chaos Orb, does make you wonder if they are truly one and the same. Okay, so here, technically there's a little section there that we haven't been to. That's pretty much it. We still haven't found what is supposedly, we think, a place where we can trade with someone else here. This might be roughly equidistant from either fast travel point. But unless we're misinterpreting what that icon is, in other zones, that is what it stood for, but it could have just been an indicator for all the various houses that we've stolen from. Here. Huh. Okay. Really, I'm curious. Let me see if this is still a thing. Oh. It is, and that's extremely helpful. I mean, that's probably what we would have guessed, based on what we're seeing here. Which is, that there's not a lot of ground we left uncovered. Okay. Alright. Well, in that case, are we anywhere near one of the fast travel spots. I mean, again, kind of equidistant. So it seems like we are not as close to the final boss of this act as we had previously suspected. That much is pretty clear. So there's at least 2 more zones before we get there. Yeah, the thing that I thought we were still trying to find was, this. Oh. Okay, yeah, in other areas, these were friendly traders, but the fact that it's named Peculiar Fortunes definitely shows that that's, the houses we walked into, although that's not grayed out. Which kind of suggests there is still one that we missed. Maybe we just autopiloted right past it. Although they all had checkpoints. All the ones we went into. They have red spots for the doors. I would think it would be pretty tough to miss one. Wasn't really anything in this top corner here, which was a little bit strange. Again, outside of the fact that that happened to be where an enemy dropped the heart, which may or may not have been a coincidence. Okay. But I think we ought to head back to town. I know we just sold some stuff, but I think that given how we are not particularly close to the boss, well, I didn't even look at this statue. Is not one of Etsiri. No, it's one of a person? Question mark with 3 snakes for a head. That looks sort of like chaos. That person's head. Yeah, looks fantastic. Oh, wait. Duh. Okay. We can still travel back in time, back and forth through time whenever we want.
Yes?
Hey, boss, don't play on that.
Oh. Wait. Oh, that's a quest item. Okay. Whereas these, you just sell for oh. That's way less exciting. Just gives us gold. Oh, by the way, we've gotten quite a bit of that as of late. But okay. I guess we'll sell that stuff, and
Watch your step.
I was hoping it would give us something more unusual than just gold. Apparently not.
What do you need?
That's also a huge life roll. That's potentially sellable. Just from that alone. I think I still prefer the automatic charge generation we have on our current one. Okay. And we, I think, have now leveled since we were last here. There might be 1 or 2 new things. That's not that bad.
Hey, boss, get down from there.
Huh? Who are you saying that to? Not us, but I don't know who that is. Yeah, gain damage is extra lightning. 60 spell damage. 30% cast speed. I don't know if that's worth trying to sell. That one. That's a keeper. Oh, that's very old.
Farewell.
Tier.
Hey.
potentially buy that and just disassemble it relatively cheap. Chaos resistance. Okay.
Don't get eaten.
Nothing incredible.
Get down from there.
Can we reshuffle? Yes. Make room for you. Maybe even throw one of these in. That could probably go.
Yes.
Yeah. It wasn't
Don't
bad.
drink the water.
Okay. Oh, wait, what? Did I... was trying to see if I saw the person that Survey was talking to. But I saw something climbing up that, but no, I think my eyes deceived me. Okay, so I think we're basically just gonna go straight back, well, through the portal, I guess, and into the next area. The one thing to consider is that when it comes to this sacrificial heart, it actually gives us a little more detail if you read the text there. Sacrifice this heart at the proper ritual site to gain 2 weapon set passive skill points. Now we're definitely interested in that, but I'm wondering if we have yet to encounter that area, or I'm half wondering if that place where we went that had the chaos statue that dropped one of the keys to go into the chaos trial, might that have also been a place where we could have sacrificed this heart? I don't know. Maybe I'm making that up, but that feels like that could have been possible. So that would put us back in Utzal if we were to go that route, but otherwise, I would think we'd go here. Except that says blood sacrifice, which... Sacrifice this heart? That sounds an awful lot like that's where we would use this. It has the plus sign next to it, which, given how this gives us passive points, that seems like that's pretty consistent. So I think we probably go through there. And then... oh. More peculiar fortunes. Okay. I mean, that's fine. And then theoretically there's another area even beyond this, the Black Chambers. I don't know if that's where the final boss fight is, or if there's even more zones after that, but only time will tell. Okay, so what is the deal here? Salvation sought in beauty and blood. I remember, I mean, that sounds very Vol-like. Are we gonna get the same types of enemies we saw before thus far? Early stages, it looks like, for the most part, except what the heck? Oh, okay. I saw that label. Oh, I don't think we want to be standing there. Although I'm actually curious what this does. You're dealing reduced damage while in range of the banner. This right here. Okay, so he dropped that banner, which does do stuff. Oh, we can't destroy the banner. I also saw that item's name appear just below the banner, and I was like, huh? Is that the name of the banner? Bruce? Is that you? Think there's anything here? Yeah. So this could be a huge city-like area, quite similar to the place where we just were. I would not necessarily rule that out, especially if this also has the peculiar fortunes. Color scheme's a little bit different, but other than that, and the zone level is one higher. What? Spruce? Oh man, the double dad joke. Well done, Chair. Well done. Yeah, there's definitely someone who's giving a bit of a sermon over there. Not entirely sure what to make of that. I mean, in general, I feel like whenever we hear the audio of some enemy from far away, that usually means a mini-boss of some variety, although I feel like we did not see anything in the zone preview to suggest we were going to have a mini-boss here, but who knows? But how's it going, Jer? How are you? Ooh. How am I doing? Be careful these guys don't take me out. And, you know, at one point in time, I was saying how I did not suspect that we were going to gain a level by the time we got to the final boss of the act. That is looking like we definitely will. Oh, I think this is the spot where the person is giving the speech. And it's certainly opening up into a big open area that gives some boss arena vibes. That? It looks like the icon we get for when we can call someone like that, except it's on a corpse. It's a little confusing. Got Merc to Chapter 2 and Cruel, just getting another level to upgrade your weapon. Nice. Okay, so this might be a big encounter. Let me double check. I didn't think we saw anything here. I mean, unless this is the blood sacrifice, and it could be. I don't really know what that's going to look like. But otherwise, no indication of any mini-boss. Trial of Etsiri, a name that radiates warmth from the hearts of her subjects. Okay. And that's not the name of the blood sacrifice. It doesn't say blood sacrifice, but it could just be going by a different name here. I assume it's not just several packs of enemies in one area. I assume it's more than that. I assume there's something that's a little more unique to it. Rejoice? Is that oh. We've definitely seen this before with the exclamation point, but when I glanced over at this, I thought that exclamation point was a question mark. And the implications of that are pretty hilarious. It's like, okay, you know you're supposed to rejoice here if you were a member of this Vol civilization. However, given everything that has happened since you arrived here, you're starting to question whether that would actually be the right decision. Hence, rejoice? This is a very big plaza. Oh, Chapter 3 crew. Very nice. Ow. Oh, you're a big guy. By big guy, I mean not just the Colossus dude, I mean also a rare. Always bleeds magma barrier. Hey, man. How's it going? Did I say how good it is to see you? Yeah, no, don't do that. I didn't appreciate that. Right as he tried to stomp us, he might have still gotten the hit in, to be honest with you. Were we kind of ragdolling while we were in that storm for a second there? Oh, you are not in range. And you might also be a rare? You are also a rare. Wow. Okay, I don't love the life regeneration, because that does make it a little bit harder to poke you to death.
I need more time.
Ow. Oh. When advanced was the first word of this item, I was like, huh? Is that a different type of quality? Because this is superior. Maybe it was also the fact that it was right next to a superior item. I imagine we're starting to run low on inventory space, though. Surely, yeah, this plaza can't be that much bigger at this point, right? Kind of looks like this is the end of the line. As for whether this was going to play into the whole rejoice thing. Oh, hold on. But wait, there is. Man, this is non-stop me misreading things in hilarious ways. That said, what? Was it Vol Goliath? Was that what the enemy's name was? Because I misread Vol as tall, and I was like, you know what? That is accurate. I can't blame you. You're not wrong. Ooh, that's a low base item, isn't it? I think so. It is pure energy, or it is an energy shield base, but life, intelligence, reduced ignite duration on you. Wow, that is. And I punched the microphone. I'm sorry. In fact, the microphone's a little bit low and is very punchable at that height, so I'm gonna adjust. But these rolls are atrocious. Oh, there was a guy right in front of me. And there's our level. Yeah. Vol Goliath, otherwise known as Tall Goliath. I mean, a bit redundant, yes, but still accurate. I mean, as Goliaths go, this one is particularly tall. Where's the... That's the keybind I was looking for. Oh, you regenerate life. Okay. Shall we rejoice? Step forth, true believers, unto Itsiri's graceful shadow. She alone shall shade you from the pains and ills of this world. By her grace and hers alone shall you be given eternal life. Okay, that doesn't trigger some dangerous encounter in this area, or have we functionally jumped the gun a little bit and done that already by going through there? Okay, well, we do have a point to spend, and there are a few things we can do here. If we're just thinking super short term, you can throw on the 10% elemental damage here. Certainly not bad. It's not amazing either, though. Does potentially have some interesting long-term potential if we were to combine it with some of these things later on, if we're chilling and shocking more regularly, which we are hoping to do with the help of some of, at least one of our ascendancies. And maybe Frostwall to go along with that on the freeze and chill side. Otherwise, 15% energy shield. I mean, I know defenses are not our greatest need right now, but that into Jewel Socket, which takes us closer to either this elemental damage oriented cluster, or even further still, this fire damage cluster. So that's one of the, and this fire damage cluster, which admittedly I don't love the stats on. But those are the things I'm eyeing right now. So I think maybe we just take the somewhat boring option for now, and it long term will hopefully prove to be a little more fruitful. I do see a checkpoint up here. Okay, so maybe this was what the whole Edziri stuff was building up to. We just went in the opposite direction. Oh, trial sacrifice. Those with warmth in their hearts will give willingly to their queen. You know, or those who just so happen to have a spare sacrificial heart lying around. Which, you know, may or may not be us. Yeah, those guys feel like they're gonna be pretty tough for us to face tank. Especially if they are giving each other invulnerability.
Didn't break a sweat.
What is that? Fully broken armor? Joke's on you, we don't have any armor. If we do, it's so minor that it is doing absolutely nothing regardless. Okay, the ignite is a little more annoying.
I'm carrying enough already.
We are filling our inventory quite quickly, although some of that is with potentially junk items, I will admit. Okay, let's see. Just want to get a sense for if we're setting ourselves up to have to circle back for one obscure corner. Like, we keep on going this way. It seems like this is where most of the stuff is. But are we going to have to double back and get just a little bit of things over here on the exact opposite side of the map? Maybe. So our pathing might not be ideal here, but who knows? One way or another, we'll make do. That's... Wait, what? Ball form shifter? I don't think we saw those guys before, and that's a little freaky. Ruby Charm. Oh, that's a Ruby Charm. Okay. There I was assuming it was a debuff. Blood Elemental? I don't think we've seen them either. I'm guessing this hurts us if we stand in that. Oh, well, might be a little too late to test now. Blood Priestess? Yeah, we're starting to see some new enemies now. And I suppose they're playing into the whole blood sacrifice theme. What might have at first been mistakable for just a normal civilization. Yes, one that is technically hundreds of years from the past, true. But nothing outwardly strange outside of that. Now we start getting more of the details here, and blood sacrifices, and you know, maybe these Vol did have a few secrets that could be best left unexplored. Then again, as we've kind of hinted at many times before, for those familiar with any and everything Vol from Path of Exile 1, maybe these things are not coming as much of a surprise. But again, I think it's cool how, I was saying earlier, in Path of Exile 1, we get one extreme end of the spectrum, seeing basically the Vol at their worst. But what Path of Exile 2 has done a really interesting job of, an effective job of, is showing us how the Vol got to where they were. I was gonna say, it's not as if they just magically became corrupted and everything went horribly wrong. I mean, technically it was magic of a sort. So, I suppose that much is still true. But it's not as if it was some instantaneous process. There was a Vol before the corruption, and we may still see more of said corruption. Did I say too much? Spoiler alert. I think the foreshadowing has been pretty clear enough. Bases. We must destroy the bases. It is of critical importance. Oh, let's move back. It is actually, there's so much fire and blood, generally red things all over the place, that is a little hard to see where the enemies are sometimes. This looks like it's opening up into a big plaza again, which could have some notable stuff in it. Oh, hello. You, for example, just blended right in. They're like, fool, lids. Blood is my natural habitat. I'm camouflaged here. It's merely a part of my adaptations. The form I've shifted to. Okay, so that was a circle of sorts. Again, I'm kind of trying to just be mindful of not leaving this one remote corner unexplored that we then feel like we need to travel, you know, the entire map again just to get to. Ooh, that looks like a rare. Pretty sure that it is. Blood chameleons. I mean, the Vol are, at least. Not me. The Vol. I don't like the looks of that.
Big mana.
Not colorful yet? You are now. I'd like to nab those boots. They do intrigue me. Wait, are you also a rare? You are. Rude. You're not allowed to be a rare, Mr. Foul Knife. I only accept polite knives. Thank you very much. Yeah, I feel like I'm getting so many things to drop that I'm half tempted to turn back to town. Sell some stuff and make room. Sport gem level 2. That's not that special. These boots I would like to see. Again, the advanced boots. They're getting me, man. I'm curious. 1 life regenerated. Whoa, okay. Well, forget about the life regeneration. How about the 110 max life? Oh, good chest. Kinda starting to go in a different direction here, so I feel like we should double back to the plaza of sorts before we potentially miss something there. This seems to have a relatively large staircase leading up to it, and I mean, it's big. So surely there's something here. Even though there was all that talk of the blood sacrifice when we saw soon after the Etsiri statue, it wasn't like there was a specific encounter that followed that up. The enemies did start to change after that, yes. But again, we're kind of looking for a specific place where we sacrifice that heart. Or something else of note beyond just typical packs of enemies. Did that guy just resurrected, dude? Oh. Oh, peculiar fortunes here? Hold on. Take a closer look to see what form they are taking this time, because last time it was a bunch of little rooms. Hold on. Break everything that is breakable. It's necessary. And then this, I'm assuming, is... Yeah, that's what happened last time. We got what were technically quest items, but functionally behave very similarly to any other item that you would sell at the shop. But that kind of just further suggests we should perhaps head back. Because I'm not even sure we've cleared half this zone yet, and we've been able to fill our inventory several times over. Yes, it's sort of a classic trap from at least Path of Exile 1, and may still be the case in Path of Exile 2, where if you truly stop to pick up every single item that drops, then it's going to slow you down significantly to the point where it's no longer worth doing that. But, I mean, in this case, where they're giving you these quest items specifically for the sake of selling them back in town, even if they're not worth that much, it still feels like, okay, they're trying to tell us to do this, so we probably should. Let's, I mean, we did actually ID a lot of our items, but we'll head over here real quick.
How can I?
So the thing that we sold of the quest variety was worth 1,000. Compare that to... Okay, I mean, that is still noticeably more than these other items. Okay. I think initially when we sold those other quest items from the previous area, I had thought, well, I don't even know if it was worth us picking those up. We might have just been better served filling our inventory space with stuff that drops. Oh, we did level. Okay, so technically some of this stuff is new. Like if that chaos spells roll was more than +1, it's those stats outside of that are still not that good, to be honest. Fizz spells, but otherwise not great. Yeah, okay. Nothing amazing there.
Ah, a local temple.
Ooh, that's... We have a bunch of things with sockets. That's kind of tempting. About 1,000 per socket. We got a little more than that. Anything else we'd be interested in actually using? Minion skills. That is not of particular interest to us, though. That's not bad. Not necessarily for us, but for someone who is more of a life-based person, that's functionally over 110 life from a belt. A little bit of flask-related stuff. half tempted to purchase this and just throw it in and see if anyone wants to buy it off of us.
Something special about that one.
Okay, and then maybe we'll buy some of those things that have the sockets. Because we're actually starting to do pretty well from a gold standpoint, despite having spent quite a bit on respecking passive points a while back. Are you of quality? You have the socket as well? Okay. Because it's interesting how, I mean, gold here is not tradable with players or anything like that, but it is possible to buy items from the vendors, which you can then either sell to players for currency, if those items are good enough, or, as we just did, you can scrap those items for other forms of currency, which can then either be used for crafting purposes or for purchasing other things. So it's not quite as removed from the trading process, or it's not completely removed from the trading process, because there are some indirect effects. Okay, was there anything else we wanted to do in town while we were here? I think we're probably good. Oh, actually, a couple little things. I did not notice this previously, but apparently it's possible to destroy 3 similar items. I don't know if that means like items of the same category, gloves, boots, belts, chest plates, what have you, and reforge as a new item. So we've not tried this, although I am curious to give it a go. I imagine it's more or less a random item of that same variety that you get here. It might base the rarity of the new item on the rarity of the items you sacrifice. It might base the item level based on the item level of what you sacrifice. I'd be curious if we could figure out mechanically a little bit how that works. But then also there's this, Oswald's death journal. And if I'm not mistaken, Oswald is right there. So that seems a little odd that he has a death journal.
Gregory Trenowith.
Oh, okay.
They survived. 202. Heart attack from grief after burning the animated corpse of his wife.
Oh. Yeah, that'll do it. Okay, so let's head back. Oh, look at that. That's subtle, but the way that the portal is creating that effect on our character, that looks really cool. Click it again. Oh, are there more? I imagine there are a bunch. Can you go around this way? Can you sneak through there? No.
Martin Henshaw. They survived 178. Touched a vibrant flower. Screamed until he twisted into a misshapen pile.
Oh, okay, note to self, do not touch the flowers.
Jeffrey Mond. They survived 59. Vanished in broad daylight from the middle of our encampment. Strike that. Corpse found in a tree high above. Suspended by an unidentifiable sticky substance.
Oh. Yeah, that's also unfortunate.
Jacob Nesbitt. They survived 12. Climbed a tree to get a better view. Slipped, fell, and was caught by a hanging vine. Neck snapped instantly.
Yeah, you know, it's not the most uplifting of things to read about. Why don't we head back? Okay, so now we can once again pick up some items, although as I was saying, I feel like so many things have dropped, we probably already have enough stuff to fill up our inventory yet again. Okay, so that, in that direction, I'm assuming is the main way. Oh, that is a statue of Atziri, I imagine. Oh, not really. Okay, that's just a little dead. Oh, well, not quite a dead end. Okay, so there may very well be something over here. across the River of Blood. Make no mistake, I'm pretty darn sure that's what it is. And, you know, that might explain how and why it came to be that way. We'll have the Vaal Orb. From the Vaal, no less. It is fitting. Huh? Oh, it's the sound of projectiles that guy was throwing? Yeah, there's a few of those dudes. Oh, I got a little stuck there. Oh, you're still alive. Oh! Are you a rare? No? There is a rare here somewhere, though. Did we kill the rare? Would have expected more loot to drop in that case, so I don't think we did. Where are you then? Honestly, I'll take that sapphire ring as a crafting base. Sapphire is cold res, which is a little unfortunate for us, since that is, at least at the moment, the resistance we are least in need of. But if you're just looking for stuff to throw currency on every once in a while, obviously there's higher level bases, especially of the types of gear you're looking for your specific character. But jewelry is almost never a bad idea. Okay, well, we're actually a little more balanced than I remembered. Lightning is practically as high as cold. It's fire that's really lagging behind, and I still think fire is the one that we are seeing the most of, right? And fizz, but... So it would be nice to find a better source of fire resistance. Is somebody resurrecting enemies? Because it sort of feels like it. Oh, oops. Apparently we walked right past that checkpoint. Went all around the checkpoint. Oh. That's the next area. Okay, I think we'll, as we've done before, poke our head in. Hopefully there's a waypoint right on the other side. We activate that and then we go back and explore the rest of this area. Because I think we're still missing a bunch of stuff here. I guess we did find the peculiar fortunes. That might have been all of them. Looks like that might be grayed out now, but we definitely have not found this blood sacrifice yet. Or we walked past it, but seemingly did not have a way to actually sacrifice the heart. 5-to-1 recipe from PoE 1 at the Reforge. Okay. That makes sense. Okay, let's poke our head in here, though. So this will be one level higher zone than the one we were just in. Ooh. It's definitely dark. Doriani toiled in her name and his... In her name and his own. Her, I assume, is referring to Etziri. His own referring to Doriani. Okay, there is a waypoint. That's good. But I do want to double back. So now we don't have to worry quite as much about taking the optimal pathing. Should be pretty obvious when we get there. Okay, good. And how's it going, iRotor? Good to see you. Happy New Year to everyone, I suppose. Technically, we were streaming... Oh my god, that's a lot of dead bodies. I mean, it's right in front of the entrance to the new zone, which probably is not a coincidence. But yeah, we were streaming as the clock struck midnight, at least for me, local time. I think it was during the middle of our Chaos trial. So by some accounts, it's not our first stream in the new year. I didn't catch what level that was. 11? Okay. Ooh, that was a blue pack. The fact that we can be attacking a blue pack for a while and kill some of them without noticing that they're a blue pack, I think does speak pretty well to how the damage has been improving, as we said. Oh, that's a dead end. Although, cool view from both angles. So if that's the way out, yeah, I mean, head down here, see what we run into. Not necessarily sure what direction we're trying to go in. Oh, but checkpoint is promising. Okay. This does, once again, look like it might be kind of building toward a place of significance. Blood sacrifice. Okay, there we go. That's probably the main thing we're looking for still in this zone. Oh, that's a rare. Okay. That's not a great place to set that up. Which one is the rare? It's... stop running away right when I set that up. Okay, those guys... they're going back and forth between being a ranged character and a melee character, which is kind of throwing me off. Chance Shard. I was peeking a little bit at... oh, and then... it's a life regeneration base. That's not a good piece of jewelry to just start throwing stuff on for crafting purposes. But, I was starting to look a little bit more on just the trade site to see what are the exchange rates for various currencies to get a little bit of a better feel for which ones are valuable, which ones are not, especially since some of the ones that did exist in Path of Exile 1 and may not have been that useful or that valuable at least, actually have become significantly more valuable. And I think chance orbs are one of those ones that are actually kind of a big deal. Okay. What do we have here? Their obsession with power was paid, or with
The
blood.
Val also had brutal traditions.
Oh, yeah, talk about the view. I don't think it's a coincidence that we have the big sacrificial dagger and, you know, whatever you want to call this, dais, right at the top of the pyramid structure looking down on everyone. It's kind of like the image we get when we're loading into the zones. Yeah, the background design is amazing in general. Even if, like, I don't know how much the game has improved from a strictly, like, number of polygons standpoint from Path of Exile 1 to Path of Exile 2, but artistically, they definitely stepped it up. It definitely looks much better. Okay, so as for what's going to happen here... okay, this is also a quest item. Necessary to ritually sacrifice a heart at the proper site. Well, pretty sure that site is right here. As for what's going to happen when we do this... oh, that's big. Oh my god. Oh gosh. Really? Really? It just works! You're gonna have to make me do this step by step, and there's an animation for all this. Just to make it feel more... this is one case where I don't want my gaming experience to feel real, okay? Call me crazy. Oh no.
To you, Garakan.
Okay. Now what? Oh, we just... okay. I assumed that I was gonna summon some powerful demon, but apparently we just got the passive points. And no further questions necessary, I guess. Alright, well, in that case, we can actually go... I mean, the jewel socket was the thing that looked like it could be kind of interesting. I'm not sure we have an amazing jewel to throw in there right now, but we could throw something in. And jewels, unlike the glyphs that we have put in on items, at least if it's anything like jewels in Path of Exile 1, I assume you can readily add and remove whenever you want. So we could throw a bad jewel that we happen to have on hand in here in the short term, and then later on, once we either find a better one or purchase a better one, we could then replace it and not have any issues with that, I assume. There is also this notable, which, again, is going more in the defensive direction, which is not really the priority right now, although that could be pretty solid for us. Or there's the simple, straightforward 10% elemental damage, which honestly is probably going to be better than whatever we end up putting in this jewel socket, unless we do go out of our way to purchase something there. So maybe we go 1 and 1. We don't have a jewel socket in our inventory, I don't think. No. We have a couple in storage, and maybe one of them has like 2% cast speed or 2% damage. So it's not gonna be something that blows our socks off, metaphorically speaking. But it is possible to get good ES rolls. Okay. I mean, as I was saying, at the moment, offense is something we are lacking more so than defense. So it could stand to be a place for us to get an offensive upgrade, although if the energy shield rolls are better, we could always turn it into a defensive spot as well. We have some flexibility there, which is kind of nice. Okay, I think we have now... I think we've basically explored the whole area. Oh, except for that one corner there. Okay, but I think we've done all the big things, and now I think it's mostly just a matter of getting to the closest checkpoint so we can fast travel to the exit. Well, there's this whole area over here. Okay, it's probably still worth going a little further in this direction. Seems like we've done the most important things. Yes, okay, well that is a dead end. Here is a checkpoint. So do we want to see... I mean, that looks like a big opening. I feel like that is worth at least quickly poking our head in. There's a little bit of stuff down there that we haven't seen as well. Let's go to that spot. Oh, have we not activated that? It's not letting us travel to that checkpoint. I mean, it's not that far away. We could walk. It's weird, though, because it was showing up as if we had activated it, but maybe we haven't? Oh. Odd. Go this side first. Please stop throwing those axes. I'm actually allergic to axes. But I wouldn't expect you to know that because you didn't even ask before you started throwing them. Wait. Was there a waypoint there? A checkpoint? That's a tiny little dead end. I mean, we're right by the entrance now. Oh, an exceptional item. Which is probably something we can also trade. Yeah. For some more gold. Okay. I mean, not that that's a huge deal, but it's something we would have missed. Okay, so that stuff, and then if we want to check over that area there, we could. Yeah, Fireball has been, especially now that we've improved our damage more, to the point where we can throw a couple fireballs out. Can we fast travel for, oh, okay, the checkpoint is here. Use this to go back here, which I think will be a little bit faster. Since we added more damage and can more regularly just throw a couple fireballs and see most of at least a basic pack go down, it's felt pretty sweet. Especially with the synergies it has with Flame Wall and Frost Wall. Those have been pretty cool. This is also a checkpoint. Oh, Peculiar Fortunes again. Okay. So yeah, it does seem like, again, probably not dramatically impactful stuff over here, but we would have missed it. It's not bad for us to double back and check it out. Another exquisite item. Okay. How many of those do we have now? It's 2 quest items. I mean, again, well, maybe we'll go checkpoint, because this is the one that's closest to the new zone. Or we could have gone the one right next to the waypoint and then use that. Either way. Since we're about to get to this waypoint...
Ah, a statue of the man himself. I know not much of him, other than his brutality.
Hard to see him in this light.
The intruder is
Oh.
here? What of Nahuatzi? I see. No mercy then. Kill her on sight.
Oh, that was Alva.
Appears he has no idea who he is dealing with.
If you say so. But yeah, Doriani, I'm very excited to see. I assume Doriani is going to be the boss encounter that we have coming up here. Because there's another one, as I was saying before, a name that just kept on getting thrown around in a bunch of different places in Path of Exile 1, but we never actually saw who Doriani was. But given how we have the waypoint, and given how we do have at least a little bit of stuff that's clogging up our inventory space here, I think it might still make sense for us to just ever so quickly pop off in town, sell the stuff, and then double back. Can we enter the gateway from the other side? No, silly lids. That would have you travel through time in the wrong direction. You would go further into the past. Perhaps to the origin of time. You're not ready for that.
Greetings.
Still alive.
Oh, let's actually sell. That has quality. So we'd probably like to disassemble instead. And stash some of the other stuff as well. Main reason why we came back was to just dump you and dump you.
Don't get eaten.
Okay. And we'll sure, we'll throw Fanspeak. Do we want to throw an essence on it? Mana, cold mod on a cold ring? Feel like an essence is maybe overkill. Just throw a transmute, see what happens. It's bad. Okay. Well, we tried. Not worth it. Not worth it anymore. Okay. Back we go. Simple enough. Okay. Not running out of builds to try anytime soon. Well, that's good. Glad to hear you have lots of things you're experimenting with. Okay, so let's see. We did this, but now we're looking to go Black Chambers. Find Doriani in the Black Chambers. Okay. Probably didn't need to hear it from this label here, but it seemed pretty clear that, yes, Doriani was going to be in this spot. And, okay. I think that icon means that he is the final boss of the act, which is what I think we probably assumed to be the case. You know, like he wasn't going to be a small boss that did not finish the act. Oh. Oh, God. That's brutal. I might just choose not to open up any more of those. Used Swordsman of Shock. All damage shocks. So, you know, I started to use the word corruption a lot. And I said, you know, maybe that was a little preemptive to say that at the time. but I think you might be starting to see why that term is probably going to pop up a fair bit. Seems like a bunch of very tight corners in this area. Surgical experimentalist. Oh, that looks like a Fidelitis. Or Fidelitas? I forget how you pronounce it. From PoE 1. And I don't remember. Corruption's a way of life. Is Fidelitas... Yeah, like these guys. Was Doriani the person who created Fidelitas in PoE 1? Do we know? What happens if we click on that one? Yeah, you know, not the biggest fan. Oh, again with the advanced stuff. Also, it just dropped directly at my feet, and I had no choice but to pick it up. Also trying to get a little bit of a read on what element is most common in this area and what we might expect to see from Doriani. And unfortunately, the two leading candidates are probably... Well, I mean, Fizz is always a relatively safe bet, at least in some variety. But unfortunately, the two leading candidates are, as we suspected, likely fire damage and... Oh, chaos damage, which are the two things that we have the worst resistances for. Was Meligaro. Okay. Yes. That was another one that went a long time, at least, in PoE 1, hearing that name without actually meeting him. But, well, perhaps that one was a little different from Doriani.
This place is strange.
Fool! There is no time for this. Azeri will soon commune with the beast. Cease your assault.
Oh. Oh. Hold on. That just connected a whole bunch of dots. Okay. Okay. For whatever reason, I had not previously connected the whole, hey, that beast that we've been following along, or the creature that we've been following along is the beast, capital letters, one of the most powerful entities in the entire Path of Exile, if not the most powerful entity in the entire Path of Exile universe. And, hey, that beast, well, actually, hold on. We're in the past right now, so we are not currently chasing the beast. The beast wasn't even what directly brought us here in the first place. We came here to learn more about the Vol. But what about... Was 200 BC when the cataclysm happened? With the original beast kerfuffle? The PoE 2 beast was the one from the seed he still had. Okay. Sin totals PoE 1. Yeah, we know that Sin created it in PoE 1. And we hear all this talk in PoE 1 about how it basically created an apocalypse. Okay. PoE 1 spoilers. But this must be the OG beast, exactly. Because this is in the past. Okay. But did we hear from Sin or others in PoE 1 about ties between the beast and Itsiri? Because I could see how Itsiri would be interested in the beast. But I did not remember ever hearing about any sort of ties between the beast and Itsiri, other than how obviously they both are very involved with the whole corruption thing. So it makes a lot of sense from that standpoint, but yeah, that's interesting. Now I'm really curious if we ever had mention of the beast with Itsiri stuff in PoE 1, or if this is really the first time those two are linking up. So some of these guys basically place mines. Did that guy just create a force field? There are some interesting things going on here. Corruption comes from the beast, so it's not surprising. Is the beast the source of any and all corruption? Like, obviously, it's a huge causer of that stuff. But is it the only source, technically, of corruption? Because if so, then, okay, that makes a lot of sense why Itsiri would have a great interest in the beast. On Ray class, at least. Okay, the lore implications here are interesting. Has me thinking. Which I think is something they said they were trying to make more of a point of emphasis in PoE 2. PoE 1, I mean, it's kind of like what I was saying before. There's a lot of names and ideas that get thrown around in mostly just flavor text for items. And oftentimes, names that come up in the same types of circumstances. So you get kind of a sense of what those things, what those people and entities and all that stuff are all about. But you never really see it, and it's never really explicitly explained to you. You just kind of have to put the pieces together on your own and make some assumptions. But to have some of those things addressed more directly is interesting because it goes in greater depth, but also because there is something to build from there. It's not like they're just starting from scratch. It's not like these names are coming from nowhere now. Doriani already has a history in PoE 1. That they're just building on and bringing to life or unlife in PoE 2. I will admit, I'm not really sure what direction I want to go in here. Felt like either one of these directions was leading towards something significant, and I wanted to save that for later on. Ow.
Victory is mine.
That's probably big. Well, yeah, this looked like a big circle area that might be of some sort of significance. Oh, you are colorful, and I have now successfully blocked myself. It's a bit ambiguous what all the stuff in the Atlas is. Sin may have it from somewhere else. They are shocked, which is not great when we're surrounded by enemies who theoretically have half-decent damage. That certainly looks like something. At least at the moment, we can't interact with it in any way. Oh. Hold on. everything in here? Basically. Yeah, okay. Oh, never mind. You're dead. Oh, okay. Check point. I'm gonna choose to believe that means we should keep on exploring and we can always teleport back to that checkpoint. If that is ultimately the direction we want to go. Also, a lot of lightning damage here. I mean, honestly, it would be good if Doriani was mostly dealing lightning damage, since our lightning resistance is up there with cold res as our highest. So this pops up, get the cadaver. Oh, pretty decent. What I wasn't sure of was, since it goes down if you don't interact with it, does it then, like, transform into an enemy or something? I don't know. Maybe that's just my imagination getting the better of me. That's just the bridge. Another thing, for what it's worth, diving into PoE 1 to try to anticipate what Doriani might be like in PoE 2. There's at least one Doriani, or really set of items in PoE 1. There are a lot of uniques based on Doriani. There's at least one that can be any element, which may suggest that he's going to have a little bit of everything. 600 gold. Random. We'll take it. M Atomic Centertainment. How's it going? Thank you for the raid. How was your stream? I hopefully got your name right. It's several words mashed together. Something like that, hopefully. What were you up to? Were you doing some Path of Exile as well? Matomic Entertainment. Gotcha. How was your stream? Pay no mind as we casually slice corpses in half. Very, vividly. Unfortunately. Started playing this game. Oh, hold on. Let me try to not get killed first. May have picked a bad time to try to read chat. Okay. I think they're gone now. The bad guys are gone. Started playing this game. How are you? Fave class so far? Oh, okay. This game you just started playing. Nice, nice. I saw the N64 game and I was like, I thought you were saying you were playing an N64 game for the first time. I never owned an N64. In fact, I guess I owned a Game Boy Advance once upon a time. It's the only Nintendo console I've ever had. If you want to call it that. It counts as a console, I guess. So I don't have a ton of Nintendo experience. But I did play N64 sometimes at friends' houses and what have you. But it's a little... it's not like I have an N64 game that I used to play on the regular, you know? So, a little hard to answer that. I mean, there's Smash Bros. Melee, which I definitely played a few times on. Is it Melee that was on 64? Whichever one was on 64. I played that a few times. So I don't know if that's at the top, but it's there. It's on the list, I guess. And then what was the Pokemon Coliseum? It was on the 64? Oh, N64 was original. Yeah. No, you're right. I am thinking a lot of GameCube stuff, actually. Was Pokemon Coliseum GameCube or 64? I didn't play that one much, but I did like Pokemon. Coliseum was 64? Okay, throw that on the list as well then. One of those two, maybe? Might be other ones that I'm forgetting, but as I said, it's not like I was playing 64 on the regular. Here's what's Goat Game, missed the mini games. Feels, oh wait. Not sure we've tried many classes so far. Many are on the list, but only played Monk so far. Yeah, as for classes in PoE 2, I have gotten off to a slow start through a combination of getting really sick, if you want to call it sick/injured, technically, and then also just having an extremely low DPS build. So clear speed has been a little bit lacking, which has slowed us down as well. I'm gonna try going this direction next. But there are, oh well, oh no, it's not a dead end. Okay. Getting the feeling this area might be absolutely humongous. Which, at first, I didn't expect that to be the case since, I don't know, something about it having these very tight corners made it seem like it would be a very small spot. It's all, everything is crowded around in that area, but people were saying before how, oh, it's been a long time since we last saw an Essence. Wow. We could use one of those. But people were saying a while ago that the end of Act 3 is crazy long, the zone. So we might be in that spot now. Yeah, I think we overcompensated on the defensive side of things. We've also been, you know, a little back and forth on exactly how we want to prioritize things on the damage side of things. Okay, I'd like to clear out this spot before we open up the essence. Excuse me, sir. Please stop running away. Okay. But yeah, I did have I mean, before we even started playing, and when we had just very basic limited knowledge. Oh, we're back at the beginning. Okay, when we had just very basic limited knowledge of what builds were going to be and skills were going to be like in PoE 2, I had a few general ideas. We were kind of back and forth about which character we wanted to start with. Essence of Battle. That is not the name of any essence category in PoE 1, so I don't know what this does. Stun resistant. Damage taken from minions first. Extra fizz damage aura. Ooh, I don't like that fizz damage aura. That could be problematic with the large group of enemies right here. Do you want to do Corrupting Cry build? War crying your enemies to death is fun? That does sound fun. Some way to use Gemling Legionnaire for the highest attribute requirements and additional skills, sockets, Ignite Concoction, Oathfinder. Yeah, I also just haven't also looked that much at uniques yet, and how those might enable some new types of builds. Oh, and thank you for the follow as well. I appreciate that. So there might just be ideas that I've not even considered. There definitely are ideas that I just have not even considered yet. Classic D2 Barbarian Singer build. Oh, Pathfinder, not Oathfinder. Okay, gotcha. All right, let's do this. Do we want to proactively set up some of this stuff?
Desert fire.
Sure. Oh my god. The number of them that just were immediately directly on top of me. It's kind of insane. Alright, but you are dead. Upgrades normal items to match with one attack modifier. Okay. It's not very helpful for us. But for other characters, could certainly be useful. I wish these didn't consistently drop as good items, because then I would not feel obligated to click on them every time. But as things currently stand, I kind of do. And it disturbs me to click on them, so I don't like that. I really do not like having items that start with the word advanced. It really is throwing me off every time one of those drops. Want to do a shield build after a sorcerer? Some of the shield skills look fun. Maybe they have some synergies with war cries. Get used to it. Yeah. There's gonna be a lot more of that, I imagine. Okay, but so we've gotten... technically, we missed this corner here, but... okay. There's not gonna be anything in that tiny little corner, right? We need to go up this way. Well, we have the checkpoint there, so I think we'll go see what the deal is up here. If we do find a checkpoint, then we can teleport back over there. Oh, wait, what? Oops. Excuse me? Wait, huh? There isn't a way through here? If we go up this way, we can do it? Okay. There we go.
Fire, thank you.
Okay, there is a checkpoint. So we can fast travel now. Seems like it's a pretty symmetrical zone, which is making it a little hard to read which side we want to go through first. Actually, I don't want to go... I don't know. It seems like further that way, up, left-ish, northward on the map, is progressing closer toward the end, is what I'm reading from what we've seen thus far.
Stop this at once. I take no pleasure in harming one of my own, but if you persist, I will do with her what I must.
Okay. Furthest chamber. I mean, that doesn't really come as a surprise, I guess. And what exactly the furthest chamber is depends a little bit on how they've done their interior decorating and laid out their floor plans. That's also a checkpoint. Oh, is that? Okay, that's the one we have over there. Gotcha, gotcha. Yeah, maybe we connect the dots then. lot of bridges opening up. Please no. Oh, I don't like it when rare enemies sneak up behind me. That's not cool. Ooh, that's not cool. It's also generally not the direction I want to go in. Please come back though. I mean, I know I said I didn't like you sneaking up on me, but at the same time now I am trying to engage you.
Victory is mine.
Yeah. A lot of gold. But not much else. Definitely walked onto that mine, if anything. I suppose technically the jewels and the passive skill tree are both in both games have to go. So wait. Definitely want to go gemling. Just the concept of finally getting to play a gemling legionnaire is great. Though suppose technically the jewels and the passive tree in both games have to. Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, not sure we ever really asked those questions before. The rivers of blood are purely business, okay? It's part of the supply chain. It is, however, also getting very confusing trying to navigate this zone where the bridges are winding around from one side to the other, and it's not always clear immediately which direction a path actually leads. That's regal knife? Did we see a foul knife previously? Or rude knife or something like that? Now we have regal knife? I feel like this is not the first time we've seen a rare enemy with the name knife today. And it was kind of the opposite last time with what type of knife we were speaking of. How did we actually get there? Don't know. Well, I was gonna say, I don't know if we've gotten to a high enough level zone now that it's possible for us to start getting higher base skill gems, or higher tier skill gems. But I think we did get some skill gems to drop, didn't we? I feel like we did not see them as a higher level. Okay, so there's where the checkpoint was. Here is where rare is. Conjures Firewall, stun resistant. It is Regal Knife. Oh, we've been waiting for you. Oh, we sure have. What do we have here? Let's maybe clear out a little bit of room here. Junk. You. What are ya? Coat of Red. Armor evasion. No level requirements, so this looks like it's a very early game item. Increased armor evasion, good life roll, certainly at least early on. Stun threshold, chance to be inflicted with bleeding when hit. For those noble families obsessed with keeping their bloodline pure, there was a price to pay. So about those rivers of blood. You can keep your foul knife? Oh man. Was it foul knife and what was this one was like honor knife? That sounds right. Cloak of Flame was the best unique you found so far. Cloak of Flame is really good in PoE 1, and I had heard some people saying it's in PoE 2 and very good in PoE 2. That item we just picked up, on the other hand, does not seem that. Maybe there's some really niche build where you actually want to constantly be bleeding, but it's not our build. I'll tell you that much. And that just connects to an area where we were before, although we haven't been all the way over here much yet. Oh, I did not expect it to curve to the side. Alright, making me wonder if... Oh, wait, is that a dead end, though? Yes. Okay. Glad we at least confirmed that. Oh, I was just trying to break the canisters, man. I meant no harm. Wait. Oh, hello to you too. And you. Oh, this is a bridge. Okay. Saw the chest or two over here and thought, why did we not get that? Well, never mind, we broke those canisters. Your Chayula Acolyte, wait, is wearing the item we just picked up or the Cloak of Flame? Can go all in on mana, ES, converted to mana with it. Cloak, okay, yeah. That makes sense. The item we just picked up, I would have been more surprised. Ooh, yeah, okay. That's a checkpoint. That might be... That's starting to look like a boss arena. Okay, I think we're getting pretty close to having explored the full area. There's just this one corner over here that we missed, so maybe we'll check that out. Wait, how do we... Oh. Bridge curves. Oh. Okay. Yeah, I don't really want to know how a Scroll of Wisdom comes out when we slice a cadaver in half. There's a unique that bases stun threshold on mana, so you could even go CI. There's a lot of things I saw in the tree to improve your stun threshold based on your energy shield, which in past, in PoE 1 for energy shield characters, stun was a big deal. Because you could get locked in place for a long time. But it seems like there's enough on the tree that it should be possible to make some improvements there. And I'm half wondering if it makes sense for us to quickly stop off at town again to empty out our inventory here. We are probably about to head into the boss fight, I imagine. Need to base it on mana or you get stunned by every hit? Oh. Oh, it doesn't matter if your ES is converted to mana. I see. That's when you need to base it on your mana. Okay, gotcha. Oh. Why do I keep on going around to the wrong side of the gateway? Maybe it's just that my mind automatically sees waypoint and thinks, go that way.
What have you learned?
Need a guide?
Oh, actually, a lot of this is... Well, we can still sell some things, but a lot of this will be stuff we want to disassemble. I don't think that's sellable to other player. That we want to disassemble. Dump that. Maybe that's sellable to another player, but I kind of doubt it. Likewise there. That's for disassembling.
Take care.
Oh. It's a big life roll. Is that reason enough to try to sell it? See if anyone will take it? Maybe. Honestly, maybe. Maybe. Let's see. Dump that. Dump that. And we could turn this into another place where we say public zap price all items, call it 1, make this also just functionally the same thing. Oh man, we get 6 life back when it's used.
Hey, boss, get down from there.
That's a life changer. Yeah, no, I mean, either way. Seems like the mods on the charms are very hard to get excited about. Okay, let's head back. As I said, we may be steps away from taking on the final boss of Act 3. And we've speculated many times as to what this boss fight might be like, but we really don't know. But all we're hoping is that it is hopefully not a lot of chaos damage, if any. Especially as an energy shield build, we would get hit pretty darn hard by that. Fire would be kind of unfortunate as well, though I think that's pretty likely that there's at least some of one of those two things. Cold or lightning would be much better off. The testing pit. Site of Doriani's greatest creation. Is this going to be Doriani himself or some horrible monstrosity that he's concocted leading up to Doriani himself? Oh. Capture Doriani?
At the eve of the end, the demon of Atzoatl has finally come for me.
Such arrogance.
Okay. Well, he's here. There is some fire. I see all the lights around the arena.
Burden for our future.
Okay, that doesn't look like a place where I want to stand. It does seem like he has a mixture of at least fire and lightning. I'm not sure if I'm seeing cold. He does not want to stand still. I've been trying to set up the Tempest, which is one of the reasons why I haven't really been hitting it much. I don't think we want to stand there.
Sacrifice is the
What?
sheer power.
He does have energy shield, which is annoying. Oh, like the Omnitech. The Ball Omnitech from PoE 1, which does make some sense. Don't remember if he had direct ties to that, but can we like activate these early and then make them go away early by deliberately stepping on them? Or is that just objectively a bad decision?
Nothing can stand against us.
I assume he,
I can't
as, yeah, the final
save my
boss
people.
of this act, he's gonna have multiple forms.
It happened! It cannot be stopped!
Oh no.
No,
What is he
I
doing?
will succeed.
What is this? Yep.
How foolish.
Form 2. This looks like
The end
Arakali.
of the world is nigh. The destruction at Atzoatl will be repaid 1,000-fold. Full power.
I will admit, from that angle, it was really hard to tell if I was hitting him at all.
Aziri will soon begin her ascension. Out of my way or
what?
die.
Oh, I was gonna say didn't seem to actually be doing much damage.
Is nothing for the
It
greater
was a little odd. Despite it being very dramatic. Don't stand there. Well, I stood there anyway, and it didn't really hurt.
There is no escape.
Yes. Lightning. Definitely combination lightning, fire. Don't think we've seen anything else, as we were saying. Oh, well, that's cold. I'd like to be able to get up closer to you, so we can get into incinerate range. Oh, right on cue. Except I'm not sure that we actually want to be doing that. This might technically be a new phase since you have gotten to half health. Do we want to stand in this circle or out of that circle? I was not sure. Also, I meant for that to be incinerate.
How foolish! The destruction of Atzoatl will be repaid 1,000-fold. Let me show you.
So was Atzoatl?
Looks like.
I mean, it was something we saw in Incursion League in PoE 1, and Alva certainly had something to do with that. But all this talk about the destruction of Atzoatl and how he was very displeased about that.
This is not over yet.
Do I want to be in this circle or do I not want to be in that circle? I think we don't want to be in that circle.
The destruction of Atzoatl will be repaid 1,000-fold.
I just didn't realize the destruction of Atzoatl was such a big deal, I guess. Also get cold.
No! Do not fail me. Not now! How could this happen?
There he is.
Done. All that I sacrificed.
Your people cannot be saved. History is already written.
Oh.
You can stay here and die, or come with us and help save the future.
Wait, what? This is going to cause so many issues
Must be protected.
with the sacred timeline.
Do know of a way to contain the beast.
Let's just start talking then. My friend here isn't exactly the peacemaking type.
Are we actually about to ally with Doriani? But before we do, let's talk about the fight. Yeah. So, for the previous two act bosses, we had very little damage. So it took us a really long time to defeat them. And that made it more challenging, because we had to do a whole lot more dodging around their mechanics. And, you know, eventually you're just gonna get hit by some of that stuff. At least certainly with Act 1. By the time we got to Act 2, we were tanky enough that maybe that wasn't as big of a deal and we could kind of just face tank and it just took a long time. This one was faster. It still wasn't super fast, but that was in large part because positioning was a little tricky as I was kind of dancing around trying to find the best way to get up close into incinerate range while being a little bit cautious at first, and then eventually finding that he wasn't really dealing that much damage to us. So yeah, I kind of agree that mechanically and visually very cool, but did seem a little bit undertuned. The Demon of Atzoatl was Alva? Yeah, that was weird. Because when we first, or what, about midway through, no, 2/3 of the way through Act 3, we started to hear this mention of, oh, Alva, apparently she actually has ties to the Vol. She was apparently a descendant of the Vol, and that's why she was captured in the first place, and why Doriani started to take interest in her, and apparently she actually was the Demon of Atzoatl, whatever that means. So some of that stuff, it's a little, don't know that much about it, and it came on a little quickly there.
If only I had more time. There is an ancient weapon. A weapon that was used against corruption from a civilization lost to the ages. I have one piece of it. 3 others were scattered. I have been searching for them, but the Karui have interfered at every turn.
So will you help us?
I suppose I must.
I felt like Doriani needed a line before Alva piped in there.
This era is over. I pleaded with Aziri for her patience, but she would not abide me. She will attempt her communion with the beast, and utter devastation will ravage our people. But the fact that you are here, a living descendant of our people, it gives me some hope for our future. I will come to your era. Perhaps there is still time.
All right, we're really leaning into this time travel stuff then.
Let's hurry back to the time portal.
TVA would not be pleased. Okay, so teaming up with the Doriani is crazy. I did not expect that to be a thing. I can tell you that much. Just being able to talk to him in general is pretty crazy. But also, when we defeated him, Alva plus some exile just rampaged through the temple several times over. It is worth noting that as things currently stand, I believe in PoE 2 there are only 3 acts. I mean, I'm sure many people have already been through them all and seen that for themselves, but there will be subsequent acts once the game is further through development. So I'm curious to see how the plot carries on from here and how they sort of work around that, because in the future, one would go from Act 3 to Act 4, and there'd be a natural progression there. But instead, during this early access period, when there are only 3 acts, we instead circle back around to Act 1 in a higher difficulty version with everyone being a higher level. And so, that used to be the case in Path of Exile 1. There used to only be 1 act, and then 2, and then 3, and so there's a cruel version and then a merciless version, and the plot line stayed the same. It basically just reset the plot and you replayed the campaign more or less exactly as it was before, just with things being more difficult. But with us bringing back Doriani, I'm curious to what extent, if any, they actually try to continue the plot even as we circle back to the earlier acts. But let's find out. Oh, no, we end up right now at the start of Act 1. Okay. Well, that kind of answers that question then. I thought we were at least going to head back to Act 3 normal, not cruel, and there would be some concluding conversations there, but apparently not.
By the first ones, you're alive.
All right, so now the rerun of Act 1 begins, and I'm curious to what extent, if anything, has changed. We're probably going to skip a lot of the dialogue, assuming that it does end up being functionally the same.
Plaguing our men. I was fixing to go after him. Now, I would appreciate it if you could.
Like that guy still gets killed. But doesn't he... Did he drop a skill gem?
Find the pillar.
Because he did
Death comes
in the start of Act 1, or at least he...
I should keep moving.
The equivalent dude does at the start of Act 1 and PoE 1. So maybe I'm mixing them up again, but... Oh no, river hags are here now? They were not here before, and I do not like them. That was one of my single least favorite enemies. Also, Elite Ground Crawler is definitely new to this area as well. The normal Drowned, it feels like we are just absolutely annihilating them. They feel significantly weaker, at least in terms of health, relative to these other enemies. What was that? Oh, it's all these guys. Okay. Also, they're dropping 7 gold. Well, okay, that's not a fair comparison because there are still some enemies, even in Act 3, who are dropping very little in the way of gold. It's not necessarily an indication of what the average gold returns are going to be per enemy here. So I did end up skipping through the first guy's dialogue, in part because I kind of assumed it was the same, but probably should listen through at least once we get into town and See if it's truly identical. Where are... Oh, people doing the cursing. You. Stone is wider / bigger than I remembered. And I mean, we don't need to kill everything in here, but we are also kind of close to leveling up, so I sort of would like to at least get far. Oh, one of those is a rare. I'd like to at least get far enough to make that happen. You are the rare. You are apparently fire resistant. This is not cool. You have other friends as well? Just you? It's a little hard to tell when you have that smoke. Well, we can see with our blasphemy. Was one more. You were outside the range of blasphemy, so we couldn't see you after all. Okay, there is a mini-boss. Or at least there was the first time around. There's the level. Assume there is still the same mini-boss here. That's also rare. Hold on. Broke our armor. What about this little spot here? Characters in the encampment have some more dialogue? Okay. Just like new conversations you can have with them overall, rather than previous conversations that have been reworded slightly. Also should be mindful of not really been paying attention to whether there have been new bases for us to work with, but that may be the case. You know, we probably didn't need to circle back around this way. Also, we can... I believe the game pauses when we go to the pass tree. That is not the case in PoE1, but maybe we play it safe. Kill the enemies first. We'll level up once we... spend our point, at least, once we get back into town.
Out of mana.
You're blue. Double die. I would like you to die. As River Hag. Hex Burst. Trapped. Couldn't dodge out of the spot, and Hex Burst. That's why I don't like those enemies. You. More dangerous than the final boss of Act 3, confirmed. I think so. Oh, the Act 3 normal NPCs have... Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, yes. That is a different new rare. Obviously, new enemies spawned in here once we had to reset. What's your deal? Hinder Aura?
Victory is mine.
I did not even mean to click on any of those things, but apparently we picked them up. And this is the boss. Mini boss. Oh, I totally forgot about the whole hits you can't block thing with the sound effect and everything. That just completely ceased to exist. That. Yeah. Wait, that's so weird. It was a thing, it was a common thing in Act 1. And then it just basically, I don't think we ever saw it in Act 3. We might have seen it a little bit in Act 2. But even then, I don't think much. Excuse me, sir, please don't do that. Please get cold as well.
He bore the mark of corruption. I know it.
Ooh. I don't remember how those are as a base, but that might be worth looking into.
Well done.
Okay. So let's take a look.
Here, there is a small trace of hope in the air.
Let's take a look at the beginning of Act 1, but then maybe we'll circle back and see what's going on in Act 3.
Renly's the name. You're skilled with the violence, if what you did out there in the riverbanks is any sign. Another refugee from the Count's justice, I take it. Well, have no fear. This place is something of a hideaway for many of us now, and we could sorely use your skills in these dark times. I'll smith for you what I can, if you're willing to bend your violence toward our defense.
The same level we've seen before.
A particular dark power stalking us out in the felling. It moves unseen under the dirt and attacks without warning. We can't leave the walls to find food, and I've been unable to corner and slay the beast myself. Now, if you could channel your violence against this devourer, as Finn calls it, we'd be indebted to you.
Okay. So, let's,
His burden is heavy. He hides it well.
do we still have the, oh. Hold on. It might be better for us to head back to Act 3 to sell stuff as well. Because I'm not sure we have the ability to auto-identify anymore. Okay, so let's see. Apparently, people may have something to say in town now. I don't know if we've ever really circled back much after the fact to a town once we defeated the final boss. I think I might have kind of accidentally done that in Act 2 after trading with another person in Act 2. Like, the hooded one, I don't think was there yet, which does kind of make sense for plot reasons in Act 1, but it is convenient to have his auto-identification services available to us.
Someone we only talk about in our darkest tale. That man is not just a myth. Him a monster from the shadows of the past. His arrogance helped crack the world. And now you bring him here to us and expect him to help you? You would doom us all.
I mean, I would tend to agree with you. Yeah? It does not seem like someone who would be, Well, he's definitely powerful, make no mistake about that. And he does know a lot about corruption, for sure. He's a bit of an expert on that front. But on the other hand, it's, you know, not someone I would be all that keen on spending a lot of time with. Okay, let's see. You can go. Oh, we'd like to disassemble. It's a lot of mana, but if we just dump you, disassemble, dump. Oh, that has quality. Okay, don't dump that. Dump this. How does this compare to what we have right now? Does not have as much energy shield, even if it is a higher base. Attack speed is not helpful, but lightning resistance misses out on the little bit of life as well. So definitely better effective life on our current gloves. And then, you know, you get a little bit more lightning res. Or you get 20 more lightning res. You lose all the fire res. In fact, I think that might even... Fire res is the one we need more than anything right now, so I think we're probably sticking with what we have. Might be sellable. Chaos damage. A lot of that. Probably worth checking the shop now in Act 1 Crew. I think we saw most of these before. Oh, there is Doriani. Okay.
Utsal. My people. They're all long dead. It's one thing to hear it, but another to see it. This city is nothing but a grave. I can't change their fate, but the Val are not entirely gone. Alva and her Val ancestry is proof of that. I will do what I must to protect what remains, and perhaps one day we can rebuild. For that to happen, we need the weapon. We must travel to the archipelago on the Karui called Namakanui. If the pieces still exist, that is where they will be found.
And that's another place that was mentioned a whole lot in Path of Exile 1, but we never got to see it, never got to go there. So, or well, actually, is that entirely true? Did they, toward the end, add a tiny bit of stuff there? There's also technically one unique map that you could make, it's at least named after the Karui. Yeah, also our expert for all of our human sacrifice needs. I was looking for one of those guys. It's just in time.
I can't pretend to guess the consequences of what you've done here. I'm not one to give lectures. If you think it's the best course of action, I can only hope that you are right. I promise you this. If I end up dead because of this Doriani fellow, I'm gonna haunt you for the rest of time.
Honestly, justified. Because, I mean, there's the whole, yes, he's an incredibly corrupt practitioner of the dark arts thing, but then there's also just the whole, hey, what happens when you bring someone from hundreds of years in the past into the present and have him try to reshape history or shape the future? And, you know, that you would think would cause some pretty crazy things to happen. But who knows? Oh, I'd like to speak with Alva as well. Hold on, let's just stash this stuff. Oh, and I didn't. That's actually a decent base for crafting purposes, but otherwise is probably not something that I intended to pick up.
How can I help?
She doesn't have anything to say. What? Alva, after all we just went through. Oh, the hooded one does, though. Sin.
Returning with Doriani was an inspired move.
You could call it that.
The foremost expert on the beast that ever lived. He is exactly the man we need.
You were the foremost expert, actually.
I can trust him in a broader sense, but for the moment, our goals are aligned. He wishes to contain the beast, and so do we. If he thinks we should travel south to Namakanui, then so we shall. This weapon of the precursors, it may just be our best hope.
I am also curious what this quote-unquote weapon is, and if that might also be something that we've heard about elsewhere by a different name that is now going to be brought to light a little bit more.
Thank you.
I'm trying to think if there's anything along those lines, but I can't get anything, at least off the top of my head. The other thing is, yes, Doriani absolutely is a person, one of the most experienced people when it comes to the whole corruption thing. Is he the number one guy, though? Malachi probably would have something to say about that. Meligara would have something to say about that. Etsiri herself might have something to say about that. I mean, he's up there. I just feel like I'm not sure I'm ready to necessarily crown him as the numero uno. Not sure we've ever heard of the precursors. There are other games that have used that phrase, which is throwing me off a little bit. But what about the Marauder in PoE 1? Does he say the he says precursors. I think in the Karui world, that's a concept that has come up in passing. But I don't think it's ever had much of any substance. Mainly one is... Hold on, wait. Doriani's jetpack? Whose jetpack? Huh? Whose? Who has a jetpack? I want one. That doesn't look like a jet. I mean, maybe a little bit. He might just be facing a strange direction. To see it?
Speak.
Oh, either before or after the fight. Okay, okay. That seems vaguely familiar. Okay, oh, we also have a passive point, for what it's worth, that I kind of totally forgot about. And we did get this jewel socket previously that we could now use, because it doesn't do anything until you actually put a jewel into the jewel socket. In case that was not obvious. So cast speed, minion accuracy rating. That might have been the one I was thinking of, where, I mean, it's a tiny thing. Chaos damage, cast speed, attack speed, damage with crossbows. So we aren't doing any chaos damage right now. We also aren't using any minions. So take your pick. This one I feel like is more likely to actually sell. We could regal one of these. Neither one is great for us. I mean, we could maybe shop for a jewel, see if we can find anything decent there. Not really sure what kind of budget we're looking to spend on it. I don't think this would be a huge... I mean, we could potentially get an amazing jewel, yes, but don't really think that's what we're looking for right now. As for where to go next on the tree, there are a few options. Now that we're on this main pathway, we can turn in here and get to this more straightforward fire damage. Fire damage slash AoE leads to an AoE notable. And some clear speed related stuff with that explosive impact. Technically speaking, there were some items... Yeah, a few items. More than one item in Path of Exile 1 that could make enemies explode, dealing a percentage of their health as damage. 1/10 of their maximum life as fire damage. And those were actually quite good for clear speed, especially in very crowded, compact areas. So that does have some potential, although I feel like given the generally slower pace of Path of Exile 2, I'm not sure that's going to be as big of a deal. And then increased damage with hits against burning enemies. The key word here is, once again, hits. Does Incinerate hit? Didn't we recently came to some sort of conclusion on this, or we thought we had some sort of conclusion? Oh, there was an enemy that had some effect that only activated when it was hit. And it did not trigger when we were channeling Incinerate on them. Which seemed like a fairly definitive sign that Incinerate does not hit. One moment while I ban the bot.
Hey, boss, don't play on that.
You. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Jer. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Okay. So, this cluster it's okay. It could have some long-term potential, but it's not like it's going to be our saving grace. We go further in this direction, elemental damage, duration of ailments, increase magnitude of non-damaging ailments. So that would mean shock gets stronger, freeze and chill get stronger, but burn/ignite do not. So longer term, once we are looking more on the shock side of things, that could be a big deal, but it's not super helpful right now. Elemental resistance is 30% elemental damage. I mean, honestly, that's... it's not that fancy, but it is pretty useful. Increase elemental damage if you've dealt a critical hit recently, and then critical hit chance. There is something to be said for us trying to go more the crit route. Again, one of the reasons I think why we deprioritized it a bit was because you can't crit if you can't hit, so it doesn't work with Incinerate in that case. Which is one of the reasons why Incinerate is just causing us a lot of problems as a primary skill to build around, or at least if we had a more definitive answer. But we're acting on the assumption that it does not hit. But then here's another cluster we could go for. Again, elemental damage, increased duration of ignite, shock, chill. 15% increased damage for each type of ailment on an enemy. Now, if you combine this with the combination of all of these, increased damage if you've chilled, shocked, or ignited an enemy recently, we can potentially get a whole bunch of damage by applying a whole bunch of statuses. So, or ailments, I should say. So that is kind of tempting, and that is pretty feasible, at least long-term, with the ascendancy that we chose. So I do kind of like that. And then, you know, eventually we can get all the way up here, but that will take a while. So I feel like of the various things we've looked at, this cluster might be the most interesting to me. And then we have this increased exposure effect. So when we're reducing enemies' resistances, we reduce them even more. Which we also had questions about how well that works with Incinerate. It might actually be really good, or it's horrible. But only one way to find out for sure, I guess. Let's spec ints, since that has, at times, been a bit of a thing that we've been falling short on. And then maybe we just poke our head into the trade site and see if we can pick up a jewel. Daily 2, trade. 1 sec, sign in. Verify I'm a human. Log in with Steam. Yes, that's me. Yes, you are allowed to access stuff. Okay, here we go. So, we're looking for a jewel. What we are looking for on that jewel, that's a great question. Also, maybe I just type in the word jewel. That would probably help. Do jewels have item or character level requirements? Maybe some uniques do. Where's that? Trade filters? No. Equipment filters? Requirements here. Level. What level are we now? We are 49.
Hey, boss, don't play on that.
Okay, so I don't think this is really a factor, but we'll throw it in there just to play it safe. So it can't be higher than level 49. And, I mean, take your pick. Energy, we'll do a count. And this time it will actually be helpful to do a count. We'll say count. 3 would mean it's gonna be a rare, which I guess we're okay with. Let's go energy shield. I don't know if it... I think it's probably percentage energy shield, not flat energy shield, but we'll throw them both in there. See what sticks. Fire resistance, throw that in there, I guess. Life and strength we could, but we're better at scaling energy shield. Cast speed, spell damage, fire damage. What else? Maybe we leave it at that and see what pops up. Nothing. Okay. Thanks for stopping by, Rotor. There we go. Okay. There's a chance that, that was primarily prefixes or primarily suffixes, and so it just was mathematically impossible to get that many. Spell damage, cast speed, minions have critical hit chance. Okay, we're already looking at an exalt here. Spell damage, cast speed, triggered spells, deal increased. That long term could be interesting if we ever get to the point where triggered spells actually feel like they're doing something. Spell damage, chaos damage, crit hit chance for spells, cast speed. That seems really good. If we were doing chaos damage, that would be really nice. Spell damage, cast speed, damaging ailments, deal damage 5% faster. That actually is really good for ignite / burn. Minion accuracy rating is useless for us. Spell damage, cast speed, increased area of effect of curses. Yeah, see, we're getting a bunch of stats that I just was not even thinking about. Which is why leaving it a little more open-ended can be interesting. Lots of minion stuff.
Hey, boss, don't play on that.
Not really sure I was looking to spend an entire exalt on this, but damage penetrates. If we were to get fire resistance, would probably be the most useful one. Recover life on kill, recover energy shield on kill. I don't know if that's a thing, but that'd be very nice. Chance to ignite, area of... That's pretty solid. I think the numbers for the cast speed and spell damage are low. Yeah, that can go all the way up to 15. That's the bottom end of the range. That's also the bottom end of the range. That's kind of unfortunate. Just straight up. Spell damage, cast speed. Still charging an exalt for that. We could get this and then regal it and see what happens, but... Cold damage, cast speed... Why am I seeing all these things for cold damage, but nothing for fire? Can you only get fire damage on a red jewel? A ruby jewel? Rather than a sapphire? Sapphire is only cold? It seems like the only element that's ever popping up. Well, chaos or cold.
Hey, boss, get down from there.
That would be really unfortunate. So it basically means you cannot do fire plus casting stuff on jewels, since all the casting stuff is going to be on sapphire, as you can see, and mostly melee stuff is going to show up on the red jewels. It means it'd be hard to get cold or lightning stuff for melee characters. This is just higher rolls for the, I think, the same stuff we were looking at before. Oh, that's lower. Chance to ignite. I mean, I'm gonna be honest. The price of these in general is kind of throwing me off here. I mean, it may just be that almost no one is selling things for less than an exalt. For the most part. But for something that feels like it's not gonna make as big a difference as some of the gear upgrades we had done in the past, shelling out an exalt for that doesn't feel great. Unless we, like, you know, we're about to make a trade in which we made an exalt or two. That's actually not a bad stat. It's actually not a bad stat either. Life, armor, throw the attack. Upgrades normal to magic. Oops. No, it would need to be the regal kind. The greater essence of battle, I think. Right now, this is the only one we could do. Get a chaos modifier, which is not to say that would be a bad thing, but be more niche if it was going to only be applicable to people who are using... I mean, it could turn into chaos resistance, but if it were chaos damage, basically be melee chaos damage characters, which definitely do exist, but it's a smaller target market. So honestly, maybe even just that as is might be sellable. Okay. Let's head back to the Act 1 Cruel Town and just take a look at the shop and see if there's anything we can purchase there that might be of interest to us. I don't remember if the shops ever sell jewels. I feel like they don't. Don't recall ever having seen them. Wait, did I see this previously?
By decree of the Count of Ogre, able-bodied men capable of excavation must present themselves at the manor at once. Failure to do so will constitute a crime.
Because he's trying to... I mean, he was digging when we encountered him before the boss fight. But I honestly don't remember why. Because he already had the beast. Was he trying to... Wait, what was he trying... Why was he digging?
Welcome to the camp of the lost, stranger.
It's not like he had to uncover
We
the beast.
survive, but we do not live. I am Una. All this began the night Count Gino took his most loyal men into the Grellwood. After he returned, a madness grew in him. Something happened out there. Please, I beg of you, travel into the forest and begin your search. There must be some clue as to what took place. I fear this land's sickness will only deepen unless we do something.
Okay. Let's see what
I
we
like
can
to
get
hold
from
on to
you.
bits and pieces. Any that catch your eye?
I mean, we did invest in a pretty good shield. So it's going to be hard to outdo that. Mostly be a matter of, again, is it worth buying something with gold for the potential to sell it for tradable currency? +2 fire gems. That's not good enough on a two-handed staff, I don't think. That just doesn't have anything.
Goodbye. Her mind tends to wander. She reminds me of one of my sisters.
How can I help? Here's what I got.
Oh. Yeah, the 100+ life rolls are definitely much more common than they are in Path of Exile 1. So, it certainly catches your attention, but I think that might just be something that's going to have to take some getting used to. Just because it's 100+ life does not necessarily mean that is reason in and of itself to use this item, although that is a tier 8 life roll. Okay. It's definitely still not low. Ooh. How many rolls is that? One, that's... it's fully rolled. So the problem here, good flat fizz roll. Some that lightning roll is actually not great. The problem is you got that hybrid 23% fizz, increased fizz damage, which is coming along with that +29 to accuracy, but you really want a pure percentage fizz damage roll. And technically speaking, that would have been impossible with the lightning. You would need to replace the lightning damage with another pure percentage fizz, and then this would be a much, much better item. It would be very good at that point. So that kind of might single-handedly make it not useful. Although I am tempted to still buy it and then attempt to sell it to another player. +2 level of minion gems? Is that reason enough to try to sell that? I don't know. maybe? It's another one with 100 plus life. Oh, that's an energy shield base, actually. Wait, we're 49? Okay, so this is, at the moment, the best energy shield base for us. I mean, we would prefer to see more energy shield rolls rather than life rolls. It's certainly not like that. That is what we would like to see in this case, although in that case we'd like for that to be even higher still. I mean, that's potentially worth picking up, throwing an augment on and just seeing what happens for our own purposes.
A fine choice.
The other stuff was mostly for reselling, but that might actually be useful for us. And then several things that have sockets that are relatively inexpensive. I think I'm going to nab those.
Alive.
Ooh. No movement speed is a hard sell, but good life roll with the socket, probably
A
just
fine choice.
disassembling that as well.
Go well.
Boom, 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 boom. Okay, let's just take a second here. See what happens when we do this. I mean, we like fire res. We don't like 7% fire res. That's not the number we were looking for. That's unfortunate. If that were a higher number, it probably would have been worth trying to craft this further. As a potential, I mean, it's going to be so hard to replace this. This is really, really well rolled. The resistances, okay, in this case, they exist, but they are low. So that's probably the biggest knock against this, but it's going to be a while before we get a chest plate with more than 252 energy shield. Unless we buy one for the, I mean, it's a low enough base at this point. We can get something that is 20 levels higher as a base. Maybe we can make that happen. Maybe that's worth looking into. Because the other thing is, yes. Okay. So once we move into, this may have happened in other, from one act to the next in the past. We got resistance penalties, but definitely a thing going into cruel mode. Because we had what I think was 65% cold resistance and 63 lighting. Yeah, so I think it was a 20% penalty upon entering cruel. So we know what to expect for the upcoming bosses, and cold will be very relevant in the not so distant future. Okay, maybe. Sure. Let's see if someone bites on that as a crafting base. Okay. So here's the thing. We can start diving into Act 1 cruel mode. However, I feel like the conclusion of Act 3 was a kind of natural breaking point. And it's, I mean, we could go a little bit. Is there anything else that we could do that would be productive outside of proceeding with act progression at this stage? I mean, gearing up, basically, and that's why I was starting to look a little bit more into that. Maybe we do see if we can pick up a new chest plate here. That could be expensive to do so, but let's see. That's a level 28 item. 33 33. So this is the lowest item, but that's not a coincidence because it's rolled so well. All right, let's see what we can do with the chest plate. We're looking at body armor. Looking at level. The other tricky thing is, as a level 49 character, obviously we're not at end game, but we're further along at this point, at the point where we probably do need to start investing more in our character in order to be able to progress more efficiently and effectively. But at the same time, it's still early enough that whatever we buy and use now probably will no longer be usable by the time we get to end game. So it's this balancing act between having just enough to try to proceed further, but at the same time not wasting all your money on stuff that is going to eventually become rather outdated. So that's something to just have in the back of our mind as we're looking here. So we want body armor. We want level can't go higher than 49. So basically that 48 base that we saw is probably the best thing we could see. And then we want energy shield. And let's be honest, our current one has about 250. We'd like for this new one to have 250. Then have a much better sense of what we're looking for here. Well, I mean, this covers most of the prefixes, which would be percentage energy shield, flat energy shield, hybrid mods for those things. And then suffixes would be resistances. So let's look there. Lightning. And this is where I'd really like to have one of those pseudo rolls we could use, where rather than typing all these out individually and saying, you know, like count 2, give me 2 of these resistances, I'd like to be able to say, I just want in total across all the resistances to be, you know, 45 or more. You have the passes, you could do more of the trials to build up your honor resistance items. Or that, wait, hold on. Items build up your honor resist. How does one build up your honor resistance? I don't remember that being a thing. Doing trials can make subsequent trials easier? That's a thing? I do not remember this. Because that could be an interesting idea in that case, but I honestly don't remember how that mechanic works. Also, maybe just in part because we've only done one of each of the trials. But you're talking Trial of Sekema as the first one, I assume. Let's see what we get here. Did I not say minimum 250 energy shield? I did. Why are we already getting things that have less than 250 energy shield? Oh, because that's 214? Is it basically saying this because if it were fully qualityed up, it would be 257? So with technically a little bit more investment, it would get there? Check relic in-game page. We have a relic stash somewhere, don't we? Probably at the trials themselves, but I think our hideout has it as well. Relic locker. Rare monsters take 15% increased damage, 15% honor resistance. So this is basically a consumable. This is a consumable that can only be used for a single trial run. You put it in a box? What? Should we head over to one of the trials? And is it easier to kind of see it in that? I honestly don't even... Oh, it's in Act 2. You want multiple of them to get up to 75% resistance when you're in the trial. Hold on. Because what I am... So you go here. You place the relic there. But then do you simultaneously put in relics? Or is that mid-run that you put in relics? Like, does this go in, like, there? I don't remember how the relics work. Put it in a box. You want multiple of them to get up to 75% resistance when you're in the trial. Huh. Let's also check what our... So, oh! We have a level 28 one. So, like, if we do this, we do that. Okay. Oh! And these do persist from one run to the next. They are not consumed. Oh! They are not consumed. Okay. Oh, I see. Okay. We do need to get pickier, or you might be able to... Ah! If you finish more of the different rooms, that gives you more wiggle room in here to add more of these guys, because right now we can't fit everything. Uniques are consumed, though. Some of them are. Okay, that is interesting. We might circle back for that. Let's see what we can do gear-wise. I might actually raise the threshold here. Yeah, 'cause we can get 250 or so energy shield, or we can get 350 energy shield for the same price. Yeah, you know, given the choice. Some of these are going to be very expensive, but we prioritize as high energy shield as possible. Are there any bargains to be had, like this? For 1 exalt. Cold, lightning res, life regen per second. It, still has room for 1 more mod. Right? This is throwing me off, this R5 plus R3. Oh, wait, what? Oh, okay, no, it doesn't have room for another mod. There's a hybrid mod in here that is getting lumped together, I think. Yeah, but this is good. And it is way less expensive than all the other stuff here. 1 exalt for a big armor upgrade, I think is worth. Seller's not online. No! But we liked this. 2 hybrids. Okay. Do we have anyone else who has a nice bargain option? You? Wait, this is 347 energy shield. What was the one that we wanted at first? 370. Wow. Okay, so that was really good. This is still good, this other one, but it is a step down. Where did it go? This guy. Cold res, lightning res. Oh, does have chaos resistance, though. Other one did not have that. So that is one other benefit. It doesn't have any... Did the other one have glyphs in it? This one doesn't. Hold on. Is that's a thing that was not the case in Path of Exile 1. Okay. Which makes it a little bit harder to compare apples to apples. But neither of them have any glyphs. I wonder if this energy shield rating that it's giving here is based not only on if it were qualityed up, but also based on if it were fully glyphed out for energy shield. Like this one is already glyph, or ooh, has one glyph missing, and I assume you can't put glyphs in once it's corrupted. Oh, that's a divine orb anyway. It's out of our price range. I mean, just looking at most of this stuff costs a divine or more. So to find something that's costing just one exalted seems like that's a bargain. Just want to confirm. I don't remember. What is the exalted to divine orb rate? Wait, what? Oh, snap. Okay, divine orbs are way more valuable than exalted orbs. It is not even remotely close. Okay, that's very good context. Yeah, that's very good to know. Okay, so the difference in price between these is 2 orders of magnitude. That's insane. It does also mean if you want to be... I mean, it's a thing that some people do, but some people flip items. And that's their main goal as a trade person in Path of Exile. Because, I mean, just looking around at those other items there, they cost, as we were saying, 1 to 2 orders of magnitude more. So we could theoretically... please let me go to that location. There we go. Did I press cancel last time? I might have. But, like, resell this for a humongous profit? I don't know. You could attempt to do so. And then suddenly, oh, where were we? We were at the Trial of the Sekemas. Yeah, did I double check? Okay, yeah, this is the right one. I'm not even sure if I really looked at it much, but it is the right item. We're good. We're good. So technically speaking, there is still a little bit of work to be done here between quality and glyphs. We would still like to add some more things to this. It is already an improvement on what we have, but it could be even more of an improvement. Because this has significantly more resistances than our old one, I think we feel okay loading up on energy shield. And this is definitely, the chestplate is the most important item for getting percentage increase energy shield because it has the highest base energy shield, so it benefits the most from that. So... let's do this. 1, 2. Can we do 3? That's the maximum number. Okay. So then this one. 20% increased armor, evasion, energy shield. Okay, so we do this. And this. Now it's up at 357. Is that the number that it showed here? 347. Huh. I don't know how it's calculating that number. Is that just from quality? We definitely do want to quality this up. Gonna use all of our armor scraps to do so, and we still don't have enough to fully quality it up to 20, but I mean, that's now a sizable upgrade, because what was this listed as when we first got it, before we made those improvements? It was, what, high 200s? It's like 280 something. So we've added over 100 energy shield to it. So that should be a big improvement. that means that now our effective life is what? 2.9k? Throw this on. Oh. And we can't equip it because we don't have enough intelligence. Alrighty then. Well, how much do we need? We lose 11 intelligence by taking this off. I did not factor that in. Taking this off, that means we need 4 more intelligence, or 1 level, or slash point, or get intelligence on this jewel socket. Hold on, we can fix it. We can fix it. Don't panic, we can fix it. You know, might have stood to benefit from considering that in the first place, but this is a solvable problem, okay? Especially because we could also look to make upgrades elsewhere, and in doing so, potentially pick up a little bit of intelligence along the way. Although, as we were saying previously, taking intelligence on gear is... there's an opportunity cost there. It means you're not getting one other useful stat. So ideally, we would, with all of our travel nodes on the tree, use those to deal with any attribute requirements. Is there anything we could just despec in order to... I mean, this is just the obvious place to get some intelligence. I just don't want to have to pay an exalt to get a jewel that has 4 int on it. But throw it on as something we must have rather than as a count. And I assume this is gettable. No, it's not. Oh. Okay, maybe the jewel, or maybe it's the same prefix slash suffix as the energy shield stuff, or whatever it was that we were seeing here before. All right, throw it on in the count. I just can't tell. Oh, no. Okay, get rid of that. Add it here. Why am I getting funky intelligence stuff, but not normal? There we go. Normal intelligence. Does that actually show up? Ever? Is it actually impossible to get attributes on jewels? That would be kind of crazy. No attributes on jewels. They're so common on PoE 1 jewels. Right? Or am I making this up? Am I misremembering? I'm very surprised. Wow. Okay. Apparently, this is not going to be the source of intelligence. In that case, I mean, we could always, like, spec out of that. We lose a little bit of damage in the short term in order to temporarily patch up that one little gap we have. It's not the end of the world. I also like the name of this item you're linking, Jared's like, here, from the heavens. Let's see, it has... What is our amulet's pretty good, though. I don't really want to have to sacrifice that. Helmet would otherwise be the easiest place to get energy shield. This is decent, but it's improvable. It's level 40 item, we're level 49. I don't love the idea of spending an exalt or more on an item that is not going to be that much better than what we already have. But the rolls, the thing about the chestplate was, sure, it was old in terms of the item level, the base type of gear, but check guild stuff. I could. But we had almost perfectly rolled this chestplate. So, from that standpoint, it was very hard to replace. This, the base item is better because we got it more recently, but the rolls are not nearly as good as these rolls were. Let's see. Intelligence, probably on a helmet. That's pretty good. Only one of these had life. Or rather, intelligence. We did also recently spend quite a bit on rings. Yeah. I think we might suddenly be in the market for an intelligence helmet, or I think the real answer is just go and respec 1 point. It's not a huge deal in the grand scheme of things. Oh, there have been a lot of scammers recently, you were saying. Okay. We need
What have you learned?
to do
A new
this.
realm of power.
Let's take you off or take you off. We'll be okay. Now we have 1 point to spare. And with that 1 point, we can get intelligence. I think this is now enough for us to make this switch. And now we can do the original comparison that I wanted to make, which was how much energy shield do we gain from this. So 2.9 or almost 2.9k effective life. We can now equip that, and it goes to more than 3.3. So we gain more than 400 effective life and resistances along the way. Well, these numbers are misleading because since we are in a lower act, we're not being penalized as we would in Cruel Act 1. So let's head over here and get a better sense for what those resistances actually look like. 57, 54. Solid. Still could be improved, and Chaos Resistance is 14 rather than 0. We will definitely take that. Fire Res, we would definitely still like to see more of. But this... I mean, the Cold Res is nice for the upcoming Act 1 final boss, although that's a ways away at this point. Just don't know that we need to be hyper concerned about that. Okay, this chest plate is so good that I don't even want to try to sell it. I want to stockpile it for future leveling characters of our own. Okay. So, yeah. Can we get a helmet? Can we now... And what is our budget? We still have 1 Exalt? Plus other currency that we could theoretically convert into Exalts. Especially since Chaos is apparently more valuable than Exalts are, but... Let's see if we can go... So now, if we do go Helmet, we technically don't... I mean, we don't need to do this now, because we don't need to get a helmet for intelligence purposes. So it's less urgent, and we might be able to wait a little bit in that case, but let's just see what pops up if we go with a simple helmet. Definitely not going to get 300 energy shield on a helmet. Our current one has 96 with a little bit of quality on it. So I think we're probably looking at, I mean, if we're getting a little greedy here, 150. And remember, this helmet is not as out of date as the chest plate was. If we are feeling really bold, we throw those things on as well. Let's see. 1 Exalt. 140 energy shield. A little bit of life, fire res, lightning res, big energy shield roll. Mana. Life regen per second. Fire cold res. Our existing helmet has, what, a actually pretty good cold res roll and a glyph for lightning res. No fire res. Fire res is the one we need most. What if we're really greedy and we say count 3? We say we want all those. Can we get anything? Then it starts getting pretty pricey. 3 regals? Hold on. What is the exchange rate? Here? That's less expensive than an Exalt. 1 Exalt equals 6 regals. Why wasn't this showing up before as the cheapest option? Yeah, that's a really good deal. The energy shield roll is a little bit lower, yes. But triple resistance? The accuracy rating one is a dead stat for us, but it actually does have room for one other prefix, which could be more energy shield. If you were to roll percentage energy shield on this, that would be insane. It does have item level 60, so technically you have to be careful. You kind of can't exalt it. Otherwise, you run the risk of having it be too high level for you to actually use. But that's really tempting. Do we actually have 3 regals? We've 2. Well, that's awkward. We could convert the other direction into regals. Hold on. If we want to buy regals, can we do this without specifying what we have? And will you just give us an array of options? Divine Orb, 3 Chaos Orbs gives us 10 regals. I don't think we want to do that. 1 Mirror. Ah, yes, naturally, to give us 100 Regal Orbs. 1 Chaos, 8 Regals. That's just a much better conversion rate. Three armor scraps to 2. I mean, we did just use all of our armor scraps, so we can't afford to use any of those either. But, okay. Yeah, some of these are supposed to be ordered with the most favorable ones at the top. That doesn't always seem to be the case. Some of these seem like they're out of order. 1 Chaos to 8 Regal is much better exchange rate than 3 Chaos to 10 Regal. Anyways, we convert, like, 1 sec. Transmutes to exalts and then exalts to regals. It gets a little messy. $86. We don't have that many, do we? Can we go transmutes to regals? Is anyone doing that? Where'd you go, regals? There. Oh, maybe. Potentially. 28 transmutes to 1 regal. I mean, if you're up for it. Can we get 2? Or we only need 1. We can only afford 1. You'll probably lend me a regal. Doubt that guy will trade it. Yeah. Well, oh, hold on. Which person was the one that I actually messaged? It was you. Surprised he's trading low quantity, low value currencies like this, but relatively speaking. As for whether we can now... Oh, where are we? I guess we don't actually need to go anywhere in particular, but As for whether we can now do this trade. Teller's not online. Alas. Alas. Perhaps it was all for naught. Now we're back up to 5 exalts. Wait. Did they just message us? Oh no, we got kicked out of the party. That's what that sound effect was. Okay. Oh, you can also see the difference between, I think, Act 1, when we finished it, as we saw with normal Act 1, is all bright, whereas Act 1 Cruel, which we have not yet finished, much darker. I did not realize that was something that they actually changed. There is an in-game exchange also open to us on Alva. I heard some people saying that was a thing, but I have not yet seen it. Alva is the one who does it? In town? If so, I am potentially interested, yeah. Don't remember. I definitely haven't done it. But I didn't even see it on her.
Hello.
Buy or sell items. Oh, we could ask her about Doriani. Okay, it is possible for us to converse about that a bit, but I don't see anything for... Have to go farther then? Okay, maybe it's only once you get into Act 3 Cruel for some reason? That seems a little strange that they would only open that option up to you once you see Alva later on. I mean, I don't know why you would restrict that capability to earlier players. I mean, yes, probably people are doing more of those types of trades later on, but it doesn't seem like there's any reason to restrict access to that.
That man is a mystery. Though it appears he's on your side for now, you mustn't forget who he is and all he has done. There is something eerily cold and calculating about him.
Oh, you know he's going to backstab us at some point.
He will aid you so long as your goals align with his. The moment they do not, I'm just saying, don't turn your back on him.
Could be that far, actually, before you get access to that. Okay, well, as it turns out, I was being greedy trying to get all 3 stat rolls, which is not strictly necessary, but it did seem like we had one really good bargain item. Organized by energy shield roll, and then look for outliers in terms of low cost. That's what I'm going for here. As we established, divine orbs way more valuable than exalted orbs. But like, this doesn't line up. Divine orbs are way more expensive than exalted orbs. 44 divine orbs, way more expensive than 50 exalted. So that's... The trade site feels like it's getting a little confused. Ordering so... Oh, no, but we're not organizing by price right now anyway. We're organizing by energy shield. Never mind. We were not asking it to do that in the first place. 2 exalts. 216 ES. Cold, fire, reduced attribute requirements. Shouldn't be necessary, although it almost was on the chest plate. Accuracy, not meaningful. Okay. I mean, we can't afford it, but unless we were to do more converting stuff, which is potentially possible. Does seem like that is kind of the outlier, though, when it comes to price. There don't seem to be many things at a better price than that. At least not until we get a ways further down, and that means that energy shield rating. Look at how much this jumps. 235, or well, actually, you should be looking at this number. Okay. Technically speaking, here's one for one. It has int. Imagine that. Now, I mean, at this point, yes, the energy shield roll is way better than our current one. Don't get me wrong. It just doesn't feel like that's all that necessary, though, at this point. We kind of were forcing that on because we thought, well, we might need the int anyway to equip the chest plate. But, I mean, as we were saying, defense has generally not been the issue. Offense has been, and so spending all of our cash now to make defensive upgrades just feels like that's the wrong time to do that. Change currency selector on the site to regals. Oh, we could potentially do that. But you've intrigued me a little bit, Jer, with just popping back in maybe for a quick trial of the Sakemas. And the challenge here, as it technically was in the past, is that we may be over-leveled for this, and so our defenses should be totally fine. Our offenses, okay, they should be good. They might not be overwhelmingly good, given how, you know, it's not like we are at the power level we'd like to be for content that is the same level as us. But we should be able to go through pretty comfortably. The issue is the honor. Doesn't matter how much damage we take when we get hit. Getting hit in and of itself is potentially enough for us to fail the challenge. And with these runs from now on, they are not infinitely repeatable. You fail it and it's gone. He's level 28, which makes me think we should be able to steamroll through the enemies at least. You can get jewels out of... Oh, true. You can get jewels out of this. ES gives us more honor? That's a thing? Is our honor based on how much energy shield we have? Or energy shield plus life? So I don't really know how that works. This is the one I wanted. Oh, wait, hold on. What happened to... Oh, okay, that's where those guys went. I was like, did they just disappear on us? Yeah, effective life, but seems to be more scaled to ES. Interesting. Okay, so that means that in several ways this should be easier as a much higher level character. And just to confirm, so is there any reason why we should save these? Keep them in our locker for future trials? Or can we just use whatever we have? Oh? Hold on. Won't let me invite them to the party. Maybe now it will, because sometimes after messaging people... No? You... invite me? When was it? Ghoul Locket. Lunar Amulet. Oh, we were using that. For a while, in fact. They don't get used up, just hold on to them and use whatever you want? Okay, gotcha. Okay, so let's... trade here. So if we were to make other trades, now we have a little more spending power. But let's maybe pop in for one of these, and I guess we'll put you back in the relic locker. And I don't remember how the relic drops worked, because obviously we got a few of them from just that one trial that we did. Or did we get it from failed trials as well? Do they just drop from random enemies along the way, or is it as like a reward for completing a specific room? Use ones with the honor res. I think we have one with honor res. Rare monsters take increased damage, 15% honor res. What's this? Reduce critical damage bonus, and we have more life. I think we go with what we have here. It's fine. Slash that other one just also doesn't fit well with stuff we have. Randos, chest buster. Okay, basically anything can. Okay, so yeah, I guess sure, we'll give it a shot.
Perhaps here in Balbala, we can both be redeemed.
Okay, test of strength. It's been a while since we last did this. Okay. Find the exit. Oh, okay. Yeah, we go straight in this time. Okay, so this is traps. Goes 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Wait, how do we get past that then? Huh? We don't have a movement skill to get beyond that. There's a brief moment. So here, brief moment to do that. Whoa, oops. Okay. Wonderful. Fortunately, that did not remove much honor. Slash, our honor may just be humongous by this threshold. That's a spinny trap. We can't open this door. Oh, this also has other traps. No, I did not want to do that. Okay. Alright, you know, I'm gonna have to dial it in a little bit more. Please do not hit us. More sacred water. Pull this lever. Open up some doors that were previously locked. Okay, that's the trap we went through before. Oh, okay. More wait, what? Oh, we have to go through again. Okay, I see. Fine. Have it your way then. Now we can go here. None of that is particularly useful. Now, can we go this way? Oh, okay. Slow and steady. Don't walk straight onto the traps. Okay, so now this is 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. So there's a natural order to this. 1, 2, 3. Nab that, nab that. Now we kind of want to go here. So 1, nothing, 3. I almost walked straight onto that. Trial complete. Okay, so apparently there's also something to be gained from trying different types of rooms. Oh, we got a silver key from that, apparently. Okay. Ritual trial. Awards bronze key. Afflicts you with purple smoke on entry. Do we know what purple smoke does? Afflictions are unknown on the trial map. Oh. Maybe that's... okay. Wards you with Sacred Water Fountain, afflicts you with worn sandals on entry, reduce movement speed, no thank you. Ward's Shrine to restore honor, afflicts you with Season of Famine. Merchant offers you 50% fewer choices. I mean, we need honor the least right now, but that downside seems like it's the best. Bronze Key, large Sacred Water Fountain, weakened flesh, less maximum honor. If we were to do this, could we plan out a path in advance? I mean, not far in advance. How bad are the bad ones? I think we do this. It's a little unfortunate that we'll get bad merchants going forward, especially when there might be merchants we would have liked to have seen. Giving us other nice items.
Need mana.
Okay, that is an extremely easy room, though. The only thing slowing us down was our mana, because I spammed our skills at enemies that, or at walls, really. Okay, restore a tiny bit of honor. Oh, does that cost? What? We spent 5 Sacred Water. Oh, no. Okay. Bronze Key afflicts you with weakened flesh, less maximum honor. All right, we knew that in advance. Bronze Key, Sacred Water Fountain, Silver Key. And the colored keys are the things you cash in at the very end, right? And eventually some stuff that will up the value from... Oh, that looks like... That's the Temporal Chains curse icon, I'm pretty sure. Which did make me nervous for a second seeing that. I was like, why are we affected by a very troubling curse at the moment? Okay, I mean, we don't need to plan the other stuff right now because we only have one option for this, but... It would have helped to have processed what this one is, though. Find and disable all the crystals. Any crystal still active will damage you. Okay, I remember seeing this. We did this several times last time around. Oh, those are relics. Okay. We nabbed one. We'll see later what it does. I don't remember which... It was not pointing us that way, I can tell you that much. Can we go after the fact and open up all these chests once we've activated crystals and what have you? Is there any reason why we must open up chests right now? Pretty sure that may be. Or not. I also did not process which direction it was sending us in this time, but I assume it was over here somewhere. Yeah. There we go. Trial complete, and we can still go back and get that stuff. If we would like. It does run the risk of us accidentally getting hit by something. This is true. We might have killed it. No, we did not kill it. It's there. That is a skill that has an area of effect. Yeah, that did hit me once, I think. I'm trying to get out of the way. We got some sacred water out of it, which I don't really remember just how... I mean, that's what you use for buying any and all things, but... Just how much does it matter? Min-maxing that? Huh? Still an enemy? No? Okay. What do we have here? Bronze key? Yoinkity? Okay, so now we have choices. Another bronze key, sacred water fountain, silver key. One would assume we would rather take this instead of this, except the bronze key does go into the middle, which makes it easier for us to go into oh! No, it only connects to one spot? This actually has more pathways going forward than this does? That seems weird. But yeah, how good is the sacred water reward? More water equals more relics you can buy from the shop at the end of the trial. I feel like we don't have much at this point. Maybe we do prioritize that over the silver keys, because the keys are going to be more so item drops, right? Which, for the most part, are going to be low level, not that interesting. Relics are probably more the kind of thing we're trying to farm up for a low level run, I would think. So maybe we actually do want to prioritize this. And then that would lead us toward the escape trial awards. Okay, that's the kind we just did. Awards a pledge which can be accepted to change the trial's parameters. Clicks you with sharpened arrowhead on entry. We have no armor. Honestly, that's fine, because we don't have any armor to begin with. More or less. Otherwise, this. Take 25 damage on room completion. I mean, I don't know if that hits our honor, but I think we'll be fine in terms of living. Let's do this. I really need to... Hold on. I keep on focusing on the reward, not on what type of challenge it is. Chalice Trial. That's the kind where we have to kill or survive for a certain amount of time. Defeat all rare monsters in the area to fill the chalice. Okay. It's killing enemies rather than surviving for a set amount of time. Oh, we go... They don't spawn right in front of us. We have to go around to get them. Okay. We're reminding ourselves how this stuff works. I wish those guys spawned in a little bit further away so we could hit them from further away. You would think, though, that these more offensive challenges would be a better fit for us. Where us being over-leveled can be more impactful. Oops. Did that break stuff and drop anything? No. Hello, new friends. Is that stomping thing that the golems do? Oh, do that. Yeah. Create, like, stuff that falls from the sky that might technically hit us. It's a little more, subtle. Oh, you can see the little swirls on the ground show you where that's gonna happen. That's a little sneaky. That might have hit us as well. I don't think it did. There we go. That was apparently the last one. Oh, hello. Oh, maybe that's the single worst skill to use in that situation, to tell you the truth. He says as he uses it again. Where's the fireball to break through this, please? Thank you. There are more little guys. Not that they dropped anything, but... Chalice full. Proceed. 162.
Anything for a sip.
So we're at about 250 total. Let's see. So now, yeah, we have no choice but to go here. Escape trial means we have to click on the crystals awards. Let's see. We have no armor. Spoiler alert. We didn't have any armor to begin with. Fine by me. Sneaky dudes. I don't like sneaky dudes. Those do have quality, which I do like. But we don't have time for that. Not yet. We can double back if we would like. Once we are done. We also have decent movement speed boots, at least by the standard of people would be participating in this trial in all likelihood, which means we have accumulated quite a bit of time. To spare, that is. Yes, there we go. Okay. So I don't know to what extent it really is worth going back and full clearing every single spot. Hold on. Remember, we can pick those up. Can't get any just from going here, right? No. Okay. Just making sure. Wonderful. Very rewarding. Sometimes that will help. Eh. Well, get a little bit of sacred water from that. And then we get the jeweled superior gloves. Oh, man. Oh, and the sacred water here as well. I mean, you never know. If it turns out that we were just a little bit of sacred water shy of getting something good, then you know it was going back here that made it possible to actually get those purchases. Right now, we don't know, but we'll see going forward. See, I have no memory whatsoever of just how expensive the various things are, sacred water-wise. Choose to take a pledge. Altering the parameters of the trial. Oh. Sure. I guess. Gain, earned, take that much physical damage right now? I mean, we're okay with that. Gain Fountain of Youth. Wait. You and your minions deal 40% less damage? Absolutely not. Less merchant prices. Wait, what? Sacred water is a resource you find within the trial of Zykemas. Is it used to purchase? Is this... This looks like a buff. What? Does this not just mean things are less expensive? I thought these were all supposed to be negative things. Am I just misinterpreting this? It seems like that makes everything less expensive, and that's a good thing, is it not? Why is this bad? No, boon on left. Oh, I see. This is the good thing. That's the bad thing. Monsters do not drop sacred water. but merchant prices are icy. Honestly, I think merchant prices being less might more than make up for enemies not dropping sacred water. I think we take this. Especially when we're fairly far along the way. Let's see, ritual trial. Ward's pledge can be accepted to change trauma. Is that what we just did? In terms of the type of reward? Gauntlet trial. Restores honor, grants you a boon, awards bronze key. Ward's pledges that can be accepted. And then, oh, we can also think about trying to restore honor. Let's see, with trade tariff on entry plus 50% increase in merchant prices. So we cancel out the thing that we just got. Ward sacred water fountain, large sacred water fountain. Okay, so maybe we go, even though we don't really care about restoring honor all that much right now when we've taken almost no honor damage, the large sacred water fountain might be the most intriguing of the various things here. Yeah, I think 1, 2, 3 is what we want. And again, I didn't look at what the actual challenges were. Gauntlet trial, escape trial. Okay, we've done escape trial. Have we done gauntlet yet? We have not. Okay, I don't know what that is. Find the exit? Oh, okay, it's one of these. Mixture of traps and enemies. Let me see what is here first. Oh, okay, there was an enemy there. That's good to know. There were multiple enemies there, in fact. I missed most of them, to be honest with you. Oh.
I must travel light.
That's actually kind of useful. Okay. Just fire. Might have picked a bad time to make the move. Oh, hello, other enemies. With attacks that go off well after they're dead. No, don't break those urns. That is not helpful. Oh, wait, what? Where am I supposed to? Did I just double back? No, this is a new area. Okay. We're fine. We did not just make a circle. I mean, we kind of did, but... Okay, so that... Oh, that's... I don't appreciate you spawning on top of the trap. Okay, so that. But then where do you go from there? That goes next. So I think it's that. But I can't really see from there. I feel like we're gonna get hit once here. So, here. 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 Did that hit us? I don't know. We might have gotten hit by one of those. No, I don't think we did, actually. Can we sneak through this way? We can. I see your traps, and I reject them. Hold on, before we flip that, I do just want to see... Okay, nothing else in that corner. Flip this. Opens this. What are we getting ourselves into? Nothing right now. That's fire stuff. Oh, this was the entry. Okay. Here. I'm guessing... Hold on. Okay, we've seen the end there, so we want to go this way. So here, but then up. Didn't like these traps, though. It's just hard to... You can't see the whole thing. So you can't plan your entire route. It's 1, 2, 3. And then you can wait for one more round here, and then you go east or right. Okay. Here. 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 Now go. Now up. Now enemies, including a rare. Why are you not getting hit? Rare guy. Oh, do you have the... Yes, you do have the annoying stat that makes it so you... That's not a coincidence that you're not going to hit. You did hit me, though. That's unbelievably obnoxious in this encounter. Oh, but we'll take it. Never mind, everything is excused. Don't walk into that, especially not when you're done with everything else. Okay. And here, this was... what? Restore... oh, okay. I mean, do we even need... I don't really want to restore my honor. We haven't even taken 148 honor damage. We've barely taken any. Then we go large sacred water fountain. This was an escape trial, I thought I remembered, right? Yeah. Okay. Missed, kind of, sort of. I saw that. I assumed it was sending us this way. I didn't really check. Slash didn't remember. Okay, this one's right next to it. Bad spiders. And we're done. Okay. I mean, now that we know enemies can't drop sacred water, I feel like there's less reason to double back to hit more enemies. Oh, that, I'm pretty sure. No, it might not have hit us, actually. I mean, outside of the relics, if a relic were to randomly drop from an enemy slash a chest, then that would obviously be worthwhile. No, bad. Okay, but it doesn't really look like much of anything. Unless, perhaps, oh, you're rare, which somehow did not hit us.
Take you.
Okay, I think that'll do. Let's get out of here. I think we're about to head into the boss fight, which I know took us a long time on our first attempt. To the point where, you know, we could tank the damage, but the arena got very crowded with a bunch of area of effect skills, and it took long enough that even if we got little hits here or there, it started to add up and our honor actually started to drop quite low. So that's 288. Which basically doubled our sacred water. Okay. Now for the boss. I'd like to believe we have plenty of honor and hopefully plenty of damage to take him on at this point. Well, with us being pretty over-leveled, one would hope that is the case, but who knows? We've had issues with damage in the past.
Steel yourself. Stand clear.
I mean, or I could not stand clear. Just saying. Safe option would be to just go fireball him from afar a whole lot. It's also the slow option. Okay, no, fireball is sufficient damage-wise. By the looks of things. Yeah. Is there any extra reward from finishing with more honor at the end? Like, did I have any reason to play it especially safe at the end there?
I must
I think the relic
west.
started about 300 water. Oh, we just barely gonna miss a second relic. Well, we will find out, I suppose. But we got some to drop right there, so that's good, if nothing else. Not that you know of? Okay. So yeah, at that point, if you're feeling... I mean, we feel confident about this one in particular.
I shall aid you.
Because we're so over-leveled for it. So that's, you know, not necessarily going to be the case at all times. We've 1 bronze, 1 silver. Okay. I remember last time... Oh. Where do we purchase keys? Or purchase items from you? Rare monsters take 15% increased damage. Restores honor on killing a boss. Define boss. I mean, we might as well take that. Yes, we can convert our remaining water into keys, but we did also at one point, didn't we get something that reduced the total number of options at the shop, which is a little unfortunate. Hold on. We might need to stash some things first. Dump some stuff real quick for selling purposes on a later occasion. So I think this takes inventory space. It does. Okay. All right. So now with a... Oh, do this. And now we have 2 silver keys. So... Warrior's Cache. I remember last time I did not even take the time to read. I did not realize there was any distinction of the different caches. Warriors, bronze shield, body armor, gloves. I'm guessing that means melee weapon. This will go there. Yeah, it's, I mean, that was the base we were using for a while. Body armor, mysterious, mage, mysterious. Does mysterious mean random? And I think we either double mysterious or mysterious plus mage. Let's try a mysterious and see what happens. Oh, another silver key. It's basically a free silver one. Okay, perhaps again. Not so great that time round. But we can still do this. I mean, body armor, yes. Maybe could be half decent, but... Take that stuff. We might have inventory space for this. Well, I mean, since we stashed things, yes. Okay. And we are out of keys. Okay, so that's basically all we can do there. We picked up one relic? Oh no, we can identify other relics. Oh, hold on. Increased maximum honor. Okay, not quite the same thing as honor resistance, but it has a similar function. Increased max life. Monsters have 5% chance to drop double sacred water. Okay. Monsters have 5% chance to double sacred water. Gain 34 sacred water at the start of the trial. Okay. Are these craftable? Like, can you regal these if you really want to? Jewel ones are royal. Yeah. Didn't get any that were gonna be likely to give us jewels, but we got an exalted drops. Like, that's not bad. And some other stuff we can vendor, and we got a few of the relics as well. Maybe not perfect ones, but we got at least one half-decent one, I think. This? Can we throw it? Do we need to... Hold on. Just do this real quick. Just so we can get this to open up again. No, this takes 3 spaces to fit one of these. Oh, but these only take 2. Wait, increase maximum honor? That does fit. Okay. Just throw that in there for future reference. And then here. Okay. Yeah, so some different shapes, which can also be helpful. Not regal, but augment. You can't. Okay, can they not be rare ever? Do they have any that would be... Oh, hold on. In that case, this would be augmentable. And why not? Because we do kind of like that. Darn it. It does not... Oh, wait, hold on. Never mind, it is doable. Oh! That seems really good. I mean, the numbers maybe could be higher, but that seems, like, ideal. Okay. Yeah, that definitely helps for future runs, then. Across those 2 stats, that could be enough to be a bit of a difference maker. We'll take it. Between that, the Exalted drop, and then, you know, we'll just head back to town real quick and sell our scraps, which will be a little bit of change. Not too bad. And to clarify, in case this wasn't clear, we did not get any additional ascendancy points for doing that, because that was a low level one. It might be possible if we do a much higher level one that drops from a much higher level zone for us to once again get more ascendancy points, but it's not like you can just repeatedly run low level ones to just get an easy source of ascendancy points. You can put 3, 1, but oh, did I have a slightly better layout I could have done there? Ooh, movement speed chaos res. It's not horrible. It's a potential leveling item, I guess. Maybe? Possibly? Is that worth holding on to? I don't know. That's really good enough to warrant that. Oh, eventually. Yeah. Okay, and then we also just did a dump in one of these. I think it was this tab. Hold on. Yeah, honestly, those armor scraps, they're hard to come by. Whetstone, artificer shards, that is something.
Greetings.
So there was some value in that as well.
What?
These things we're selling are, you know, not going to be for much. So that's less impactful, but still. Oh! +3 melee gems, big flat fizz roll. That might be a hybrid flat fizz roll plus a normal flat fizz roll. No, that's just a solid flat fizz roll. Life gain per enemy kill. That might be sellable to someone looking for a relatively low level melee quarterstaff. You can also 3-to-1 reforge the relics. Oh. Interesting. Yeah, especially if you do just a bunch of those runs and you get a bunch of items that relics that you feel like are just not good stat-wise. Might as well. basically nothing to... They aren't tradable, are they? The relics? I feel like they probably wouldn't be. I doubt it. I mean, not that I've tried to buy or sell one, but it seems like the kind of thing where it's tied to a process that is pretty character specific. So it feels like it would be strange if you could sell them. I mean, you can put them in your inventory. It's not like they're locked exclusively within the Trial of the Sakema zone, so you could take one out into town or a hideout, but as whether it actually allows you to put one in a trade, that I don't know. I feel like you wouldn't be able to. Otherwise, I don't know, we could check the trade site, see if we can find something there. Kinda doubt it, but maybe. Something to just reset, right? Clear. Item category. Relics would be what we'd be looking for. This is not in alphabetical order, I don't think, but... A relic. Relict. Lids. It's not The Witcher 3, okay? Oh. No, you can buy them. Honestly, I'm kind of tempted. I'm kind of tempted to just buy some of these cheap ones and just see what happens. And then if they're not good, as you suggested, Jer, you could just do the 3-for-1 exchange and maybe you'll get something half decent. Increased movement speed is actually really nice. Quantities of keys dropped by monsters? Monsters can drop keys? I mean, once you start getting to the Exalt range, that's like so much more expensive. I kind of just want to see what happens here. This is item level 24, which may or may not limit how effective the mods can be. I have no idea how item level affects the rolls. But I'm curious. Not that I'm necessarily trying to buy from all these people. There we go, the first person is biting. Oh, what? Oh. At first I was like, are they in the wrong league? So, not that I love these specific stats. I don't know, reduced merchant prices, maybe that's good, maybe that's not. But just the idea of loading up on them for basically no price at all. And then, oh, they're in Act 3 or Act 1 Merciless? Just trying to find the locker to store this thing, and I think we have one at our hideout. So, you know, throw one of those in there. Do they have to be the same exact shape in order to do the 3-for-1, or do they all count because they're all relics? Also, this is augmentable itself. I guess we can do. I mean, that's, at least when we're over-leveled, not a huge concern, but okay. Just see if we could get another one, and the last cheap one. They do need to be exactly the same base. Okay, do we... Don't think we'd have 3 of a kind of anything, but if we did another run, we'd get more bases to match up, I would think. Not that we're about to do another one right now, but for future reference. So I don't know. It just seems like, there's some potential there to mess around a little bit, especially if you can get some for very inexpensive prices, and maybe you luck out and get some good stuff, or at least use it to re-roll and maybe get lucky there. Because as I said, I did not expect that to be tradable. And yeah, I guess to a certain extent, you're limited by how when you put in the relics, you can't fill out the entire box until you have done different types of trials. So it's not like you can necessarily buy your way to immediate, super easy victory. And even if you could fill out the entire grid immediately with all the relics, I mean, the numbers aren't insanely high. You could get what, like 40-50% reduced honor damage, which is good, but it's not like that's roll into the trial as a level 1 character and you still automatically win kind of good. So yeah, that feels like the kind of thing that might be kind of fun to experiment with. If you can find a way to do some inexpensive gambling with it, then there's not much to lose and potentially a bit to be gained. I think it is possible to get them to roll as high as 18% per relic. If you can fit multiple of them in there, then yeah, that could get pretty high then. So yeah, I mean, we have already now made ourselves a little bit stronger for future runs, which I did not even realize was a thing until you gave us that idea. So thank you, Jer. I appreciate that, and maybe that'll give us reason to do a little bit more farming up of those zones. We did have a low level run that we obviously just did. I think we do have more keys, but the one we just did was like 28 with 37 here. Might have sold one of these at one point. Might have been for an Exalt, so I was like, oh, easy money. But now I can start to see a little bit more what the appeal is beyond just the drops at the very end. I mean, I guess relics, they don't have value beyond how much easier they make doing the trials, but nonetheless.